Yes, I am good at keeping time and not getting distracted by frivolous things. That's me. I mean, to be fair, the stuff that I ended up getting distracted to closer to when I was trying to start this. Which, at this point, I would probably say that this time is a little bit later than I would aim to for that. Was actually nothing, or not something that was necessarily frivolous. It was something that I actually got to do, but I just been putting it off because I am a responsible person. And I like leaving everything until the last minute. But yes, I live. Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. That's generally the three kingdoms that I am not particularly familiar with, but let me see. Let's see if I can go through all the fucking tabs that I have open right now in my third browser window, none of which, or definitely not all of which I am using to any considerable degree. But of course this one. This one, and of course this one. I should probably close all the ones that are to the right of that one. But it's probably not a good idea. Because if I try to open them all up right now, they'll just like cascade into a bunch of reloading. I don't know. I think that will have to do with this. I'm not using that. I'm not playing Jackbox right now. I don't know why I have that up. I'm not reading about Mega Man 10, and I have at least one other Wikipedia tab in the same window, so it doesn't matter what it is. This one's not even like... one of those tabs was straight up just blank. There's no reason for me to have that. I don't think I need all these Sporkle tabs open either. Like, I don't think I need to look at the results of the anime adaptations of classic literature quiz. Or early theme sketch, huh? Oh, wait a minute. That's a YouTube tab. Oh yeah, that's from when I was trying to look up the Sona OST. I should probably download that or something. Which of these games is classic video game based on a screenshot? I definitely don't need that open. I don't need this. I should probably try to get back to this, but not right now. What about this? Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Something else that I should probably try to do today, I guess. Later. After the stream if I have time. In the meantime, oh boy, I've made a mistake. This other tab that I don't need how long to be open right now. I don't need a Spanish dict source right now. Ooh, I have this open. I didn't think I had that open. I don't need the Grim Dawn builds side open right now though. I played Grim Dawn in a good bit. I do intend to get back to that though. I want to like start yet another character with one of the mean builds I found on that site where just like nothing but summons and let them play the entire game for you. Okay, now the fucking window is not responding. That's a good sign. My browser might crash. Hold on. What about this other window, the one that I actually have? No, it's not responding either. My browser might crash. That would be pleasant, but well, then again, at least glad that I'm getting that out of the way right now. It's supposed to. That being an actual issue that I have to deal with halfway through the stream. I'm able to look at the next tab. I am able to at least look at the different windows, but they are kind of frozen. So I guess we get to enjoy this playlist for at least a little bit longer. Okay, what if I open up the task manager? I don't want to... oh shit. Oh, I don't know what I just did, but I think things just started to... yeah, I'm sure that I wanted to open up the task manager, but I didn't actually end up getting there. Oh, god damn it. Alright, I think we're gonna have to deal with it this way. Did I accidentally close anything? No, I did not. Okay. What about this? Okay, this decided to go away. Or become completely... I'm just gonna reopen this stuff, but yes, this is great. This is why I'm a professional streamer. This is why I need to deal with this kind of stuff on stream and not before I start or anything. No, that would make sense, you see. Oh no, I'm getting a fucking ad. Isn't it funny how pretty much all the ads on Twitch have apparently developed a way to get past my current ad blocker? I should look for a new version of this ad blocker. That seems like it would be the smart thing to do. Let's see. Do they have a new version of this? I'm not gonna actually install it right now, but just to have it in mind for later. Ad nauseam. Is free browser extension, yada yada yada. I want to know what the newest update for this is, if they even still update it. I'm gonna try ad nauseam 3.9 button. I don't know if that'll actually work. Or give me a date. Also, what the heck was that for the last song? I didn't recognize it at all. It was on Trader Symbol of Thrill. It was Sonic Adventure, yeah. And then it went into a different Sonic song. Neither of which I'm gonna be able to recognize because I'm completely and utterly unfamiliar with anything Sonic. Even though I guess people could be forgiven for being unfamiliar with Sonic 06. It's like a case of hearts. You know what, I guess I'll just have to look into this later because I'm not able to find a number right now to try and figure out whether or not the old thingy. Yes, that makes sense. No, I didn't figure out if there's any version of ad nauseam that I can install that maybe would be able to get past the things, the Twitch ads that are currently being implemented. But what I'm gonna be doing right now is go to the Chase VGM playlist as I always do. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be, I'm gonna have to. Something I am going to have to adjust the volume of. That's how I was trying to finish that sentence, but apparently my brain is not able to register that properly. Alright, so we gotta make this out real quick, and apparently, here we go. This is the apparently trainer battle, but not the wild Pokemon battle from Pokemon Red, Blue, Yellow. I was actually joking. Actually, no, this is actually already adjusted. I guess I never wanted to change the volume on that window. But yeah, that was... It's true that the wild Pokemon battle version of the battle music from this game came up in the thing a while back, and I was like, oh yeah, sure, I know what this is, but... You know, and before there's actually some kind of distinction between wild Pokemon battle and trainer battle, wouldn't that be a joke? Because that's fucking unbelievable to me. Why would they have something like that in this game? But no, they do have it in this game, which... Honestly, I think this serves as a further reinforcement of the notion that no, I don't think it's gonna be worth it for me to ever bother to lay my hands on another mainline Pokemon game ever again. I'm just gonna like try to learn the music from it, but anyhow. Time to play 5 random VGM songs. This would be the first one right here. Let me go ahead and switch over to the other window, I guess, this one. Make marginally more sense. Well, it's not a different window, it's a different scene, but, you know, same difference. But yeah, predictably, this is a song I know absolutely nothing. I have absolutely no idea what it could be. And I'm gonna let it play for about 45 more seconds. Let's say 40 more seconds, because I'm pretty sure that matches the time of... That's closer match, I should say, between... what do you call it? Well, the difference between when I actually started playing it and 1 minute then an actual full 1 minute timer would be, but this has been the longest 25 seconds of my life. I didn't realize there hadn't been that many. But yeah, any idea what this could be? I honestly have no idea at this point. It could be something like Lonely Planet for all I know. What could it be? Well, it has been 40 seconds. I'm gonna delay it to 5 more seconds, even though I have no idea what this could be possibly. Time to find out. Okay, yeah, there was no way in hell I was gonna be able to guess this. This is apparently from... Well, this is a Jake Kaufman soundtrack, which I guess is why people would maybe know it, but... Apparently the name of the game that this is from is "Hey Ice King, why do you steal our garbage? Question mark, exclamation point, exclamation point." And apparently the name of the song is Grasslands Battle. I get a feeling that this is one of those soundtracks that I definitely will never be able to remember, even if I try to listen to it. Or even if I do happen to listen to it every so often, like in times like this, I guess I should say. And this is actually a 25-minute loop, so let me go ahead and move on to the next one. Hey Redbird, welcome to basically the very beginning of... this sounds vaguely familiar. Could this be Earthbound or something? Sounds like it could be Pink Floyd or something, but in the Earthbound sound font. I'm guessing this will be Earthbound, because I couldn't put a name to it. I don't think Mother 3 is in this database, so it's probably Earthbound. Or at least something else that sounds exactly like it for whatever reason, but yes, welcome to the BGM guessing portion of the very start of the stream, I suppose. Let me confirm this. Yeah, I'm like 99% that this is going to turn out to be Earthbound, even if I definitely don't recognize this track myself. Let me set the timer for another 30 or so seconds, because why not? Earthbound is in the thing that this is drawing from. Okay, no, Mother and Mother 3 are both in here, so maybe it's Mother 3. It's like a toss-up for me after figuring that out. I guess maybe it's actually a little bit more likely to be Mother 3. Well, time to find out, I think. It's in about 2 more seconds. It's gonna be in 30 seconds, so time to find out. This is in fact Earthbound. The name of the track is You've Come Far, Ness. And I have absolutely no idea what context this plays in. Maybe the comments will have some kind of context? Nope, no idea. Apparently, well, based on the comments, apparently it's from a scene where you drink coffee. But yeah, I guess there's other people in here that agree that this sounds kind of like Pink Floyd. I want to say this reminds me a little bit more of like the very beginning of the Dark Side of the Moon album, but apparently some people are referencing Comfortably Numb, which I'm not even sure if I agree with. I mean, you know, like only a small handful of Pink Floyd songs, really. I know pretty much what's in the wall, and a very small handful of them outside of that, but still got that vibe. But yeah, that was song number 2. Time to see what's next. Well, immediately this sounds vaguely JRPG, I want to say, but I have no idea what this could be. I actually started the timer on time this time, so we'll get a fairly accurate... wait. But yes, for what this could be concretely, I don't really have any idea. It could be something like, I don't know. I say that and then I don't actually have anything concrete to follow that up with, that thought. You know what, I think I'm just gonna keep quiet, because other than this sounds vaguely JRPG, maybe, I don't know. I wanna say PS1 type era of sounds. I don't really have anything concrete. Could this be something like Mischief Makers or something like that? I have no idea what Mischief Makers sounds like, but it's one game I kind of want to play at some point, probably on the stream. Let me see. Oh, it's been a minute, so time to find out what this is. Is this gonna be Pokemon or some shit that I would never be able to guess? Oh hey, what do you know? My second and last minute guess is in fact the accurate one. This is Pokemon Colosseum. And apparently this is the normal battle theme from that, so... yeah, this came up in the trivia thing. I get the feeling this would be one of the ones where everyone's like, oh hey, this banger. What a jam this is, and I have no fucking idea what it is, because I don't play Pokemon games, but... apparently that's what this is. So if Pokemon can sound like pretty much anything, it's freaking worse than Mega Man. Well, this one I actually know, because it's on my fucking playlist. I guess pretty much the only thing that I have to figure out is if it's the version from the source game, or if it's from Smash, or if it's like a mild variation. Because there are like actually 2 different versions of this exact same track, I think, that play in its source game. And I'm pretty sure the only... this is like a character track, and I'm pretty sure that the only difference between those two tracks in the soundtrack is like one of them is character name and the other one is character name theme, so that's literally the only difference. This might be the one that isn't character's theme, it would be character chapter. Based on how mildly more subdued the instrumentation seems compared to, I think, the version that I actually have on my playlist, so I'm gonna say this is the chapter version of this. Let it play for another 15 seconds or so, and then I will confirm this. Yeah, it seems remarkably more subdued than the other versions, so it's probably the chapter theme. Okay. Right, time to find out what this is. This is obviously Dark Pit from Kid Icarus Uprising, but what version is this? This is Ruins of the Temple. The fuck? This is called Ruins of the Temple, aka... well, hold on a second. Does that mean that there's actually 3 versions? Because I don't think I've heard about this one before. This is the 3rd one that has come up, right? Yeah. Apparently if it sounds really subdued, it's not the chapter theme, but Ruins of the Temple, which may or may not be the chapter theme. I guess I'm gonna have to look into this, but... oh, hold on, let me skip over to the next one, which I think will be the last one in this random lineup, and then after that I'll look this up. This is actually troubling knowledge, because, oh, this sounds like it could be Hotline Miami right away. I don't know which one it would be, 1 or 2, because I'm pretty sure both of them are in the source for this. Hotline Miami 1 and 2, yes, are both here. This doesn't sound like any Hotline Miami song that I would know. I mean, maybe it's something completely different. I guess we better start the timer again. Let it go for another 40 seconds or so. I mean, I don't know, based on what I've heard of Hotline Miami, what I know of Hotline Miami 1 and 2 soundtracks, which is not really promissory of anything. I think if it sounds like Carpenter Brute, it's probably number 2, and if it doesn't sound like Carpenter Brute, it's probably number 1. So right now I want to say it's probably number 1, but for all I know, this could be something completely different that doesn't have anything to do with Hotline Miami, but that's pretty much what I'm going with right now, because I don't have anything better, and I don't have any idea what the song would be called either, so... well, it's been another 40 seconds, so let me find out what this is. This is... Hotline Miami 2. Well, I was... like a quarter of the way there at least. And apparently the name of the song is Divide by Magna. And that was the 5th one of these random things that I played, right? Yeah, it's... I don't know, was it? Grasslands, Earthbound, Battle, Ruins? Yeah, it was, okay. And I should probably try to figure out which... I feel like it's gonna be pretty damn difficult for me to learn stuff from Hotline Miami, because I'm pretty sure pretty much all of it is sourced from other stuff. So if it sounds like this specifically, or if it sounds like Carpenter Brute, it's probably gonna be 2. If it sounds like like M pipe, O pipe, O pipe, N, then it's probably gonna be from 1. That's pretty much all that I know about Hotline Miami at this point, but having actually checked that, let me check this. Let me actually just press back on the browser here so I can go back to this video. Yeah, that one. Because I know at least two different versions of that song exist. Let me see if I go to, I don't know, Kid Icarus Uprising, Dark Pit, Chapter theme, Chapter 6. Okay, there's one called Dark Pit, Chapter 6 Dark Pit. It starts like this. And that's not this, right? No. It's actually a different beginning. And then there's Dark Pit's theme, which is... okay, so there are 3 different versions of the... oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, this is troubling knowledge. Okay, so the one that sounds like it's in full force is Dark Pit's theme. The one that sounds like a slightly more subdued version of that one is Ruins of the Temple, apparently. That's what this is called, apparently. And the one that starts more quietly and is even more subdued is just called Dark Pit. That makes sense. I'll tend to complain about that in the server, that this is relevant to. that'll do. And this one does have a slightly different melody, I guess. That could be another point of contention for how they could be distinguished. Okay, so the one that is just called Dark Pit, not anything theme or ruins of anything, is apparently a different melody after all, or instrumentation. Well, it's not a completely different melody, but it does have an actual variation if you take the time to listen to it and compare. It seems that's the impression that I'm getting right now. Oh wait, and then they actually brought back the main leitmotif. Fucking 1 minute 20 seconds in. Well, I'm gonna listen I guess this is a 5-minute track. I don't know if it's all gonna play out, but I guess we're gonna listen to that one for a little bit longer. So that I can actually go to the game that I'm supposed to be playing today, which is related to the joke that I made in the title, which is related to what I was basically complaining about yesterday. About how Call of Cthulhu is basically a specific brand that has had like a number of other video games released under it, and yet this one, which is like the latest one that has been released under that brand, is just called Call of Cthulhu, as if that made any sense. Hold on a second too. I'm pretty sure that I also got a big update for Doom Eternal. Apparently the DLC for that, a DLC for that might have just come out. Ancient Gods, yeah. But at least I was able to install this game ahead of time today. Yeah, Ancient Gods Part 1 is apparently out. I guess I'll have to play that sometime, but I'm not quite sure when that will be. I mean, I did like Doom Eternal a lot. But I mean, I did end up waiting for Doom Eternal to go down in price at least a little bit so I could get it that way. So I guess I can probably do the same for the expansion. But now I'm actually going to be starting up this other game called Cthulhu, which is, as I said, the latest game in the Call of Cthulhu, well, the list of video games I guess that have Call of Cthulhu in their name, and have that specific brand, which as I found out today, or I guess reminded myself, because I get the feeling that I did look it up before, is actually not even something that originates from video games, but takes its name from like the specific branding that it uses from a pen and paper RPG. This is what I want. A pen and paper RPG, which is of course based on Lovecraft, but how deep can we go? Lovecraft, of course, is basically a rip-off of other contemporary authors of the time, such as, well, that came basically just before him in Victorian Gothic and early 20th century weird fiction stuff, such as William Hope Hodgson, or Algernon Blackwood, or Arthur Machen, or Ambrose Bierce, or fucking, I don't know, Emma James, even though Emma James pretty much just told normal ghost stories, so quote-unquote normal. And again, you could say the same thing about Algernon Blackwood, but you'd have a lot of weird shit that definitely seems like it influenced Lovecraft, like his compilation of stories about John Silence was basically one of the earliest examples of the occult detective trope. Oh, what? Okay, I didn't press anything, but apparently the game's already doing things. Okay, how much longer until this song is over, actually? About 25 seconds, or more like 35 seconds, I'll let it play out. It's a very welcoming way to lead into this game, I think. I mean, I just brightness while that's going on. Just brightness of the darkest icon is barely visible. Well, I mean, it's not visible here, it's barely visible here. I think I'm gonna leave it more or less there, because I feel like I should probably use my other monitor, the actual PC monitor, to... This is a reference for that, because I'm actually gonna be playing this not on there, but on the... what do we call it? The TV monitor that I have, which is significantly brighter, so I think I'm gonna leave it like this. It's not a big deal enough. It's actually a little bit brighter than the default setting, I think, but there we go. The song ran out. Okay, here we go. Oh, hey, and it locked me in with my Steam name, I guess. I wonder if there's gonna be any kind of meaning behind that or implementation for that in the actual game, but we'll see. We're gonna check out the settings real quick, so I think this game did come out a couple of years ago. I've been wanting to check it out for a bit because, as some of you may know, I've done at least one other game in this sort of sub-running thing. Oh boy, everything's like maxed out, it looks like. Did play Call of Cthulhu Dark Corners of the Earth for the stream like a few years ago. But this one I've never played, and kind of heard mixed things about this one, so I wanted to like not immediately jump into it. I think it might have also been one of those things that was like, you know, the whole dodgy Epic exclusive thing for a while, so that was pretty much a repellent for me. I think it was either this or The Sinking City, which is another game that's kind of related to this one, or both. I don't know what the case was, but I was basically waiting for it to get cheaper and to be available on Steam, and basically both of these things pretty much came true when it came up a little while ago as part of one of the Humble Monthly things. So I got it there, and now I can play it. I think the only thing I'm going to be changing here is I'm going to turn off the motion blur, because I don't like motion blur. Kind of makes me sick. Well, we'll see how well this goes with my 5-year-old hardware that I'm running this on. I mean, it's not super modest or anything, but in the age of fucking 3080 4K in low stock graphics cards that are apparently out and all the rage right now, you never know. Convert vibration of the controller. I don't know if I'm gonna want to set up the controller for this actually. I'm gonna play this on keyboard and mouse for the time being, but I do have the means to set up the controller if it turns out that this might actually be better with that, but I guess we'll just see. Let me just move a couple of windows over here before I hit start, and then I shall. I have no idea what this is going to be like, but I guess it's about time to find out. We're gonna do it in the second, no, in the third slot. That's the obvious choice, I think you'll agree. Edward Pierce, veteran of the First World War, drowns his memories in liquor and sleeping pills. He's now a private detective who has trouble finding a case able to lift him from his torpor. Pierce must find a new case quickly or risk losing his license. So what if there's no crime, you can't be a licensed investigator? Pierce Investigations Agency in Boston, 1924. I don't remember anything too specific that Lovecraft might have said about like IRL, New England places, but I do remember that he pretty much hated New York because it was full of immigrants. Well, let's see. Thanks, subtitles. Endicott, Peter the man who in his callousness, well, which version do I read? Can remain sane to the hideous end. Apparently he wrote that too, but I'm not sure what the context of that would have been. Because they at least avoided going the cliché route of having one of his most famous quotes, which is "Fear of the unknown, boogity boogity" from supernatural horror in literature, but... Well, speaking of Lovecraft and New York, I'm pretty sure that he expressed his own distaste for that place by writing The Horror at Red Hook, which was one of his stories. And this might be somehow related to that. Okay, I guess this is something I should have checked. Let me check the adjust the freaking mouse sensitivity, because it does seem a little bit ridiculous right now. Ooh. I don't know. Change it to that. Yes, change it. It's still the same. What gives? I'm actually gonna have to change the DPI on my own mouse, or did it just like not work? Oh, it just didn't work. Okay. There's these keys in the... No. It still doesn't feel like it changed at all, what gives? It didn't change. Hold on. Let me apply settings. Maybe that's what I had to do. Okay, this is still a little woo, but it's better. So what do we got here? Maybe it could be like what we saw at the ending of famous Lovecraftian video games, Dark Corners of the Earth, or maybe everyone's favorite Lovecraft-related game, Sherlock Holmes The Awakened. Oh, there's a lot of dead fish, dead sharks, it looks like, in this place. I wonder what that means for us. The crouch press, Ctrl to toggle crouch. What about this? E? Okay, yeah. That key, the interaction key, I had to actually guess what that was though. I guess we're going this way. This way, and we're gonna be seeing the all-pervading and very convincing fog effect that you can see with perfect clarity in the darkness. You must light up some items in order to interact with them. Okay, so you can't interact with the items unless they're properly lit up. Is that what I'm seeing there? Which is weird. Yes, we're going to find out. I need to probably try to speak a little bit slower today. It feels like I'm having a little bit more trouble with that than usual. Right, so is there a lamp here? Pressing E and F and left mouse, and it doesn't seem to be doing much. I guess I can... Oh wait, no, maybe that means that I need to bring the lamp there. So I can sense that there's an item even though it's in the dark, but I can't actually, like, feel around for it unless I can see it clearly. That seems... like it could make sense in some scenarios, but not just picking up a bolt cutter. Okay. Okay, just let me move at least a little bit. What is this even? I don't know if that symbol on the side is supposed to mean anything at this point. I feel like I was about to make a joke before I interrupted myself with that, but I immediately forgot what it was. That's a good sign. Okay, so I guess we can probably get through here now with the things. If we crouch again and go back to the other place, we can presumably do the same. So already we have a choice as to where we should go. I wonder what the meaning of this could be. I mean, if I... In my wake, pulled along, fate inescapably draws you on. Well, I mean... I wonder what that could mean. Okay, so do these two doors connect? They do. Okay. So it doesn't really matter which one you open up first, or go through first. Maybe I was just gonna comment on the fact that you can kind of move a little bit faster by holding shift, which, you know, you can do, so that's nice. Lovecraft did write a little bit of poetry, mostly in, like... Am I speaking the viewpoint character? I'm like just coming over here and criticizing the decor of the other people. Maybe it's somebody else, it's probably somebody else, but... Like, other than scattered stuff here and there in some parts of his stories, like, you know, there is no dead which had eternal lie, strange eons even death may die, that's iambic pentameter, and that's kind of easy to ignore, I think, for some people, but... He did write like a full sonnet sequence with like 60 poems called Fungi from Yugoth. Actually ended up working with that. You have been chosen. Don't fight. Okay, I guess I'll just... Wait, don't fight a sin, avoid fighting, or sin... You should avoid fighting, or sin, don't bother fighting. Or sin... You will be able to get your way without fighting. That seems like a very ambiguous message, but... I'm pretty sure that, well, at least one specific poem from Fungi from Yugoth is one that I'll probably be hard-pressed to forget, because I actually worked with it a few times when I was, actually in classes in university. Oh boy. Looks like we would have gotten somewhere, though. Oh shit. Perhaps you will attempt to change your destiny. Okay, I thought I might have been in control there, but apparently it's just all a cutscene. And I guess that's the people's actual faces instead of... Oh wait, I thought that was us, but I guess not. Well, I guess that was pretty much us in just a few moments later. Ostensibly. I guess these people's faces were supposed to be like that for real, and they weren't just like wearing, I don't know, masks. Interesting, okay. I just skipped a tooltip, hold on. Select. Not quite sure what that was about, but I feel like I should pay attention a little bit more. I slept in that bed, what bed? Do you own a house? Do you not just sleep in your office the whole time?
I used to be an avid reader.
Used
I used to be an avid reader.
I think that a lot of people can say that about, like, their current self versus their self in middle school. It's been kind of a trend lately. Certificate of Membership, Wentworth Agency, United States Detective Agency. Okay, so he's not a Pinkerton, we know that much.
The Wentworth Agency doesn't attract top-notch cases.
Clearly, if he'd gone to the Pinkertons instead, he'd be living the high life right now.
A married woman runs off with her girlfriend. The husband couldn't understand it.
Oh no, can you believe how backward people were in the 20th century? It's really awful, don't you think? We should really talk about that more. Husband never understood that his wife had left him. Okay, well, can we see anything else here? You rotate? Oh, I see. Okay, so, okay, I'm sensing a slight discrepancy here. This is really slow, but, like, actually looking around in the world is normal. I guess did I get an item from that? Okay, I'm not even sure. Do I have, like, let me check the control so I feel like I would probably benefit from that. Okay, yada, interactions E, that one I figured out. Light, next light. We have multiple lights. Shoot. I guess there's gonna be shooting in this game, what else? Diary access with J, okay, that's what I was kind of wondering about. Right mouse button to lean forward. Let me see. Can I do it here? Doesn't seem to be doing anything, so I guess not. Okay, so we have this. Doctor can will repeat to me that I no longer need my remedy to keep my memories at bay, but I know that if I stop, the memories will return. One of these mornings I probably won't wake up. Despite the treatment, I again hear voices in my dreams, but they are different, unknown. They seem to surface from unfathomable and ancient depths. What nameless creature is calling me? I mean, I guess we only have one objective right now. We also have this Pierce. Well, because they're shooting, I get the feeling that I'm gonna be better off trying to... What the fuck? I guess I was not expecting. I'm better off trying to stick to keyboard and mouse controls, but I guess... well, we'll see. I'll just stick to this for now. Influence you... So we have, like, actual RPG-type stats in this. I, for some reason, did not expect this at all. What about Sandy? Mental trauma. Edward Pierce is a veteran of the First World War. He took part in the Meuse-Argonne offensive. He's one of the few survivors of the Lost Battalion American units that suffered heavy losses from enemy and allied artillery fire. Forced to hold their position for several days, surrounded by the bodies of their fallen comrades without food or medical supplies, the soldiers were considered as lost by their fellow countrymen. Pierce is traumatized by these events. Now he's having nightmares about actual Lovecraftian stuff. Confident in your abilities and your Cartesian mind, you conduct your investigation by sticking to the facts, your convictions, and your perception of reality. Your conclusions are logical and reliable. And that's apparently Darkwater, and Pierce is his stats, I guess. I mean, is there anything else? Oh yeah, inhabitants? No, wait. Oh wait, that was his sanity, that was still Pierce. Darkwater is what we're gonna be looking at next. There's no inhabitants, there's places though. My private detective agency contracted to the Wentworth Detective Agency. After the Great War, I decided to set up in Boston, where there is no lack of work for guys like me, and yet apparently we haven't been able to find work. One small-time case follows the other. Adultery, settled scores, disappearances that are not actually disappearances. The old office couch is less comfortable than a real bed. Probably get rid of these empty bottles, but this place is mine for the moment, so does he not actually have a house? He just sleeps in his office the whole time. Nothing about the occult, no clues. And we have a lighter, apparently Lost Battalion. Inspect. I guess we can just do that. 10, 7, 18. We can only rotate it along one axis, though, apparently. They are engraved in memory of the 77th Infantry Division and the men of the Lost Battalion who fell. What about my knowledge of this? I guess this got added to my inventory. There's this. I guess we're not gonna mess with this quite yet, because we have no character points. I wonder if we can max these out, because it does look like the numbers aren't that high, and we do start with some of them already developed. apparently need quite a few character points for some of them, and apparently medicine and occultism based on that little tooltip down there. We need to find objects in the environment to improve them. Knowledge of the occult sciences. Medical knowledge. Well, what about the rest of these? Strength psychology, which is not the same as eloquence. Spot hidden. So I guess this is kind of supposed to evoke the actual pen and paper RPG stuff, if I had to guess. Never actually played the Cthulhu one, I don't think. I feel like I might have actually played something similar to that at some point back in the very brief time when I did do a few pen and paper RPG things online. I think I actually got invited to one of those with like Crowley and Soviet Steve, but I think pretty much I only ever saw one session of that. Our owner who hired me didn't like the way I closed this case. When you're already outside the law, there's not a lot one can do against a private detective who's got proof. That's the wrong who's got proof against you. That doesn't really tell me what happened though. Okay, so we get a new case. I guess we just pick up a few of these.
Sciences, linguistics, archaeology.
Just by poking around our own office. Natural sciences, linguistics, archaeology.
I should get rid of all this stuff.
What's the Charles River and Boston? I've never been to Boston, you know. I've only been to Northeast, I'd say. I've only been to Can we turn off the radio? Oh yeah, we can. We should probably try to do that. I don't know if that's like actually gonna be a bot ID no-no or anything.
Been a while since I jotted down something other than my nightmares.
We have an actual journal here. Oh yeah, we do. Oh wait, we're supposed to like not know about this screen until after we pick that up. Well, what about our knowledge? We only see this. Yeah, I guess picking up that journal in the world is supposed to let you know that you can access this journal, but we already figured that out. I can hear voices in my dreams. I don't remember if we read that or not, but a nameless creature is calling me. I think the only places in the Northeast I've ever been to of the United States have been like New York and Pittsburgh, if that counts, and also the time that I went to Pittsburgh I was also in Indiana. I don't know if that counts anymore. I don't know. Have a drink or don't drink? Oh. I mean, you probably shouldn't drink. You know, this is voted dry, apparently, where this would have been illegal, I guess. I don't know, would this be... I'm guessing that this wouldn't be water either. I'm gonna not drink. So this is early into Prohibition, question mark, apparently. Well, the newspaper, from what I can see, there says 1919. I don't actually know the dates of Prohibition, so... This does seem like the right time, though. I still take these things, sleeping pills. Doctors prescribed them when I returned from the war. They swore that they would put an end to the nightmares, but for a while now their effect has been wearing off. But so what you're saying is they did work for a while. Just decided to develop a tolerance. Well, you didn't decide to do that, but that's probably what happened. Just based on that little bit of information that we know. Alright, let's answer the phone.
I'm listening.
Are you Edward Pierce, private investigator contracted by the Wentworth Detective Agency?
That's correct.
Hello, Mr. Pierce. I'm Lucy Sherifield, in charge of investigators over at Wentworth. I'm calling because of a problem with your file. A fire has destroyed some of our documents.
Is that right?
I'm so very sorry, but I have to collect your personal information yet again.
How convenient. So, I guess now we gotta... All of a sudden we got more points to spend in this. Well, we only get 8, so we're only gonna be able to do like 1 or 2 things, I think. Each character point allows you to improve the score of a skill. Well, we have 8, so we need 6 to improve this. Which is apparently one of our highest, but only... No, 6 to improve this. I guess that it's all determined by the level, or... Maybe not, because this one's also 2, and it takes only 2 versus these ones, which take 4. Spot hidden... Or maybe it doesn't. Because I do notice that this is different, the bar, so I guess it's like... already halfway filled is what that means, so if it weren't in that state it would take 2 more points. I guess that each of these... I'd say the percentage too, so I'm guessing... 2 points means, or 1 point means 5%, or at least at that point it does. So I don't know, I guess we should go ahead and pick something. Wait, well, we can also improve this. I didn't think we could. But do we, like, put 1 point at a time? Well, I guess it's just gonna be about how we want to play this. At least I'm assuming at this point, before I have any point of reference for what these things actually do. I love it when games do that. Improving the skill increases your chances of finding hidden objects. So it's like a better version of the inspection feat from Vampire the Masquerade, where it just like lights up the objects. Convincing or manipulating during discussions. Kind of like that one, but what about investigation? Understanding past events by analyzing a crime scene or an object and picking locks. Forcing doors or mechanism or using violence. I feel like we probably shouldn't focus too much on this one if it's, well, I don't know how much it's actually going to, like, affect gameplay, if there's, like, gun sections, but probably not all that much. Understanding the analysis of objects. I feel like this and this would, like, complement each other, but what I mean by that is that I don't understand how they're different. Apparently we can, in fact, improve these as well. Which intrigues me. We have 8 points, so I think what I'm gonna do is start off by, I guess, trying to put points into this. I think I'm gonna do this, actually, if it lets me. Put 1 point into that, yeah, so it is 1 point at a time. I'm an amateur, and since these are already halfway to the next level, I'm gonna get to level 1, level 2 of medicine, and level 2 as well of this spot hidden objects, and I'll probably try to, I don't know, pretty much try to get as much use out of all of these as I can, except strength, for the time being. It would help if I actually knew what effect they actually had on the game, but I guess we'll find that out.
May I raise a sensitive question?
What's wrong?
As you know, we wish to closely monitor the progress of our contractors. And it would seem you've been accepting fewer new cases.
Work is scarce.
Mr. Pierce, you know as well as I do, there's never been more investigative work than now.
But are those cases worth it?
They're worth not losing your license. Show yourself worthy of the Wentworth Detective Agency, and we might keep you on the payroll. Mr. Pierce, are you still...
Okay, so he's actually been turning stuff down rather than there actually being a lack of stuff. He just doesn't care. That's a little bit different. This pretty much looks pre-rendered.
I came here on the advice of a person whom I hold in high esteem. And I must say that I expected anything but a drunkard's lair.
That's cool.
You're free to leave anytime, sir.
Do you know to whom you speak?
Oh,
Stephen
because of
Webster,
the... yeah.
journalist and art collector. All of Boston knows you.
Because of the
Tell me,
subtitles, I do.
Are you capable of handling a new case, or are you simply a deadbeat inebriate?
If you come to me, it means you're desperate.
Nobody believes me. They take me for an old fool. Sarah, my little girl. She is dead. Even you must know of her. She was Sarah Hawkins.
The painter? Yes. Everyone knows her work.
The police accuse her of killing her family. They all died in a fire. Sarah, her husband, and Simon, my grandson.
I can't do anything for a woman who is already dead.
Find out the truth. They say she was mad, but I know that's a lie. She would never have done such a thing.
But if you have no proof...
I've brought all that I have. Look. I want you to look carefully at this painting. Tell me all the assumptions that come to mind.
What am I supposed to find?
Tell me if this is the work of madness. Or if, on the contrary, you manage to detect some logic, a rationality to follow so that I may understand it.
Is that all you want from me?
Yes, please.
All right. I'll look at your picture.
That's
That's all you
right.
got? The painting?
Look at your
I placed
picture
a
with
file on your desk.
much
It
louder
contains
dialogue than in the
everything I have on
cutscene.
the affair.
Okay. I'll already figured out about the notebook, but thanks for that. Examine the painting. Okay, so this does have stuff added onto it. Strange picture painted by Sarah Hawkins. Okay, so did he actually mention that she was the one to paint it? I didn't actually catch that. Sent to her father just after the artist died. He's convinced that she's the sender. He brought me the painting so that I could examine it. Well, the industrialist came to my office. He wants me to reopen the Sarah Hawkins case named after his daughter who died in a fire alongside her entire family. I must examine the documents he compiled in order to know more about the case. Well, I'll do that. No, I can't, like, scroll to anything else here now, can I? Nope. Well, there is something else in my inventory, but I feel like it might just be one of the files that I picked up that I just didn't look at. No, it's this, the sleeping pills. So, how do we get out here?
A warehouse on Darkwater. Some sketches of the Hawkins family. Rather thin.
The Chante. Okay, well, what do we got? We can also rotate this, and not really even find anything on the other side, but there we go. Some of it is unreadable shipping label. I can make out part of the address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater. So what is that, like, where we are right now? Is that the town or something? Police report. It says that the fire started in the dining room and claimed the whole family. The police decide on a domestic accident, but they nevertheless insist on Sarah Hawkins' mental frailty. A press cutting as well. An article written about the marriage of Sarah and Charles Hawkins, a businessman from the island of Darkwater. They live a recluse life there with their only son, Simon. And these people may or may not all be dead. Which apparently the fire is supposed to have killed them all, but I guess we're not convinced. Well, there we have it. So, I mean, what happens now? Examine the Hawkins file, examine the painting, and we have the clues here, but we can look at it in the journal, but seem to be anything different, so we're investigating.
Its strange beauty isn't enough to hide the feeling of dread it carries.
So, Mr. Pierce, what do you make of these elements?
Oh boy, we get an actual choice here. Read about her mental fragility in the police report. Seems like we're gonna be suggesting that they might have been right about that, which I don't think we want to do. Something's not right about this story. Investigation professional. Find out about Warehouse 36. I guess we better do that first.
The sender's label mentions Warehouse 36.
That's right. It came with Sarah's last painting.
And you think your daughter could have been the sender?
That is what you must find out. Go to Darkwater. Find Warehouse 36.
Okay, so I'm guessing that this is gonna be the one that actually ends the conversation. I don't know where did she live. What about this? I guess we better try this one first, because this might be, like, special.
Her husband was a big deal on the island. But the police are sticking to the accident theory. Though they mentioned Sarah's mental state was fragile. I believe you are right, sir. This case is not as simple as it appears.
I am aware of that. I believe there is more to this case than just an accident.
Okay. That was very enlightening. Well, where did she live?
Darkwater. Never heard of the place. Where is that?
It's a small, remote island off the coast of Boston. Sarah lived there with her son and her husband.
I suppose you want to ship me off there.
Darkwater holds the secret regarding my daughter, Mr. Pierce. You must uncover it.
Right. Can I find out more about Warehouse
The
36?
sender's label mentions Warehouse 36.
That's right.
Okay.
That is what go to Dark.
Okay, so that's how the skip works. You're not in an actual pre-rendered cutscene, it just skips individual lines of dialogue, I guess, so... I don't know, should we mention this?
You must tell me if what the police suggest about the mental state of your daughter is true.
No. Sarah had visions. Everyone knew that. She never would have hurt a fly. She only thought she saw things.
Saw things? What do you mean by that?
I never knew what she meant by that. My daughter was an enigmatic figure, Mr. Pierce. You must find out the truth about her life and death.
Alrighty then. Guess that was actually not a bad indication after all. Let's really end the conversation now.
I think I'm beginning to understand.
I'm willing to do anything for my daughter to recover her honor.
Quiet down. I'm on your side. Let's sum things up. An artist dies with her family in a house fire. Your only clue is a sort of promontory painting sent from Darkwater right before her death.
Correct. And the rumors about her supposed folly.
Which you don't totally deny.
Find that warehouse. Find out the truth regarding Sarah Hawkins' death. You'll be handsomely compensated.
All right. I'll take the case. I'll go to Darkwater and look into the death of your daughter.
Thank you, Mr. Pierce. I didn't expect any less coming from a man in your situation.
Something's queer. But it's not like I have a choice.
I'm still thrown off by the fucking difference in the volume and dialogue.
Darkwater.
One scene to another.
I think I've got a book on the North Atlantic.
Guess
I'll
I'll
no
check
doubt
out
find
my
some
books.
information on this island in there.
But I just need to like check everything again. Well, there's the painting, the spooky painting that I guess some kind of a clue for what really happened. Oh boy, now we get actual profiles here. He accepts neither refusals nor inconvenient truths. He's ready to do anything to prove that his daughter was not mad. Even if she was, I guess, is what we're suggesting there. Charles Hawkins was a local celebrity on Darkwater. He had a child named Simon and lived a very secretive life. There's a dead person. Her tortured artistic universe. I paint when what my dreams whisper to me. This would be something that you would know, of course. She disappeared from the front pages of newspapers and nobody heard more about her. Even her death in a fire remained a secret. And this guy died in the fire that claimed his whole family, and apparently we know absolutely nothing else about him. He's just a schoolboy. Painter, ship owner. Well, what about the occult? What do we know about that? Intuitive and visionary artist for some, overpriced imposter for some, overpriced imposter for others. The world of Sarah Hawkins is a portal open to other dimensions. Okay, apparently that's an extract from her own notebook, so we're convinced of this. And now we have this as well. A monstrous silhouette threatening a woman and child. Claims can be made in the background. Stephen Webster, the father of Sarah Hawkins, thinks that it is linked to the death of his daughter. And we can... no, I didn't want to do that. I wanted to do this. Is there anything on the back of the... nope. Why would there be? So... maybe a bit of a nod to the actual Call of Cthulhu story where, you know, it starts with a spooky painting being discovered. Oh boy, The Learning of Medicine, Volume 1. Had dance work aimed at interns and young practitioners. All illnesses known in the civilized world, it details the symptoms and suitable treatment in 1920, whatever this is, so... you know, make that what you will. I guess we get an item too, so I don't know, did we want to carry that with us so that we could also look at this?
Holding your position and obeying orders. That isn't courage.
I'd say that depends on the context, but I mean, I personally don't have any particular sentimentality for military affairs. You can also still choose to drink if you want. I think I'm gonna not drink again. So I guess we just have to look at this. Look for this book.
Darkwater is
Here
off
we
the
go.
coast of Boston. But I've never heard of it.
Apparently you never read this book.
It was often mentioned during whale hunting times at the end of the 19th century. But it seems to have been shunned since then.
Can we, like, zoom in on this? Apparently we can zoom in on that now. Darkwater Island has been inhabited. Okay, so it's the same text, I think. Yep. Inhabited since the 14th century and is still rich with the many memories left by its lost tribes. But don't let the romanticism of these moving evidences of such naive and primitive beliefs fool you into forgetting how violent their gods were. Gigantic creatures still ornate the walls of long-abandoned caves. Was it a sea or a dream god? No one knows, but today's inhabitants, the sons and daughters of the proud whale hunters, still remember the mysterious and tumultuous story of their small land off the coast of Massachusetts. So I guess this is just gonna be like, yeah.
All I have
the
to
cover
do is
there.
go to the port. Natural sciences,
Oh, whoops.
linguistics, archaeology.
Linguistics, archaeology, so I just interrupted my own thoughts, so... Can't look at it again, can I?
Darkwater is off the coast of Boston. But I've never heard of it. According to this book, it was often mentioned during whale hunting times at the end of the 19th century. But it seems to have been shunned since then.
So if I back out, will he say the same thing? No, you won't. Oh, well, whatever. I think we know what the context is. Darkwater, you say? Is this what I think it is? There's at least one of these. Well, I only expected one of those, but yes, the one that I was thinking of was in fact one of those. There you go. Oh man. Well, I don't think there's gonna be anything more for me to look at here. I could always drink after all, but probably not a great idea to do that after or when we're about to leave, so I think we're gonna leave. ICP, what? Well, I apparently got something else in my journal right after I left. I didn't really have time to see what that was. Oh, there we go. Pierce took the Hawkins case. The cursed artist is accused of having caused the fire that killed her and her family. As the only clue, she left her father a disturbing painting. On the shipping label and address, a warehouse set on the docks off the island, with one F, off the island of Darkwater. This seems to be the starting point for Pierce's investigation. I'm trying to remember if there was anything like an actual island as opposed to like a normal locale town. It would have been featured in one of Lovecraft's stories, and I think pretty much the only thing like that I can think of would be Devil's Reef, which is like where the deep ones hang out near Innsmouth. It was already featured in a previous Call of Cthulhu game, so... Let's enter madness. Did apparently go straight into another cutscene. Well, I guess we're already on the boat. We didn't have to do anything on the harbor, we're just like already on our way. En route to the island. Oh look, the game by Cyanide Studio is visible even in the fog. What a time.
We're almost there.
Thanks, James Fitzroy. I'm glad we got to know your name. There we go. Exact same Call of Cthulhu logo that's been used in pretty much every... Well, not everything, but it has been used in related materials since like the actual RPG was published in, I think, 81 or thereabouts, which is where the stream thing came from. As well as a bunch of other video games, like the ones by Infogrames. Was it Infogrames? I don't remember actually. Infogrames were the people who made Alone in the Dark, which was also Lovecraft inspired, but...
Stay on board. There's guys coming to unload.
I don't know if they also made like the old Call of Cthulhu games, Shadow of the Comet and Prisoner of Ice. I feel like it might have been them.
To Darkwater Island, Mr. Pierce.
Why, thank you, Captain Fitzroy.
So, what wind brought you?
Oh, the same one that pushed the
Does
ship, I
Hawkins
guess.
case mean anything to you?
A sad story that we would all prefer to forget. Charles Hawkins may have been a landlubber, but he was a good man.
And his wife, Sarah Hawkins.
A nice young woman, and a great painter. What a tragedy. You know what? Go have a drink at the Stranded Whale. What you need is a good pick-me-up. Mitchell may not be very welcoming, but his bar holds a surprise for you. As for me, you'll find me at the Harbor Master's office. If it's the Hawkins family that brings you here, I have a pile of documents that should interest you.
Understood. I'm going for a look around the docks.
He's just gonna be friendly and offer me that with no strings attached, I see. Well, what if I want to go back and talk to the other dude that was helping him? Talk to Fitzroy apparently is the main objective at this point. Wait, it's just like a fisherman. Is that the same? That's not the same guy that we just saw in the getting off the ship. Is he? Well, I don't know. I'm sure we'll pick something up right here. Looks like a great day for this. Of course, I don't know anything about fishing actually, but seems like there could be better circumstances for that.
Move back. Let the police do their work.
Don't know who murdered this whale.
Can't you go any faster?
You've seen how old this thing is. If we force it too much, we'll break everything.
Can't do that.
But it's only a fish.
A fish? You've got no idea. Don't badmouth what you don't know, or you'll pay for it for sure.
Okay, that's enough. Step back and let us do our job.
Okay, well, what is it though? An omen.
Oh yeah. He's gonna get us into trouble.
I mean, can we actually get something out of that with our
Blood
medicine
is just
skill?
beginning to coagulate. It died a short time ago. Only
okay.
a specialist would know what killed it.
Don't put that beast back in the water, you shysters. You're
What could have done so much damage?
I guess that's a point of concern for this right now. We don't know what killed it.
Something real bad.
Can we talk to this guy, I
Same
guess?
goes for you, sir. Move along.
Squad Warehouse 36.
I'm looking for this address. Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
Ah. And so who are you?
I didn't introduce myself. Edward Pierce, private detective.
In any case, it's not very important. I can't answer that.
You can't? Or you don't want to?
Oh, no. I'm not getting into those games, me. Now, please, allow me to do my job.
You can't understand. You're not
Alright then.
sailors.
You can see that I'm busy, can't you?
Well, if I want to give you different piece of dialogue now, apparently that time I wasn't actually able to pick more than one dialogue. Alright, I guess we can try to go to the bar. So we weren't able to find out about Warehouse 36, but we were able to inspect the dead whale.
Come on, can we sort this out? You can see he's half drunk. There's nothing to
Nothing
sort
for you
out.
here either.
Your chum
Beat it.
wanted to stir
Oh,
us
what do you
up.
mean either?
But you can stay to
There's
watch
nothing
if you
for you
want.
here either.
You can pick up the
Beat
pieces.
it.
He somehow sends me going over to the other side of the harbor there and trying to get directions. I guess not. What do we got
Prohibition
here?
is just a joke around here. That suits me fine.
Prohibition 1919. Well, just a joke around here. I guess they don't actually care. I guess they're just gonna keep on serving stuff in spite of prohibition. I mean, if nobody cares about that, then I guess nobody's going to enforce it. Oh. Oh, that's nice.
Hey, be careful. Let's get him another drink. He's dry.
In my bar, we don't serve troublemakers.
You should probably look at the journal. It feels like stuff has been piling up there. Wasn't me who went looking for it. To test eloquence. Oh boy, so we get like tests here. We didn't show respect. I mean, we probably have better eloquence than we do respect. Here we're doing it. I'm sorry. I guess we better do that. I still don't understand why the fuck he did that. I'm kind of on the side of not agreeing with that, but I guess we're gonna test
Yet you
eloquence.
served this man, and you can't say he's been on his best behavior.
He's a regular. It was you who provoked him by turning up with your mainland manner.
How dare you, you outsider.
I ask nothing more than to become a regular as well. Which will be difficult if you refuse to serve me.
I hope you're less talkative when you're drunk.
Try me.
We'll see.
Well, all's well that ends well, I guess. I guess his expression changed slightly. Order a drink, warehouse 36, find out about dark water. I don't really understand the difference of these icons yet, I guess. Well, what about, I guess we should better try the actual speech bubble ones first.
I didn't expect to find alcohol on this island. What's the source of this miracle?
You mean who? Our source of supply wouldn't like me to betray them to the first comer.
I'll tell nobody.
She'd know it anyway. Anything else?
What a good start. Well, maybe you can ask about this too.
You know where this place is? Warehouse 36, Darkwater Harbor.
The Hawkins warehouse. I see, yeah. If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
First off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Screams.
And that's not all. There's the fate of its owners and all the superstitions that go with it. But I'll say no more. Anything else?
So, it's a spooky haunted warehouse, and I guess we don't feel particularly inclined to disagree right now. You can find out about Darkwater, order a drink, or leave. Guess we can try this. This seems like it would be useful. Oh, it's ambiguation. Water Hawkins, why the stranded whale? Sure, let's make conversation.
The stranded whale. I guess this bar has been here a long time.
What can I tell you? I'm a nostalgic sort of guy. The name, it reminds us of the golden age of Darkwater, when our whalers left for long months and came back sweating and stinking of the oil and flesh of the whales they'd been hunting.
It was a tough time, all the same.
Ah, but steeped in glory. We've never known such wealth since then.
Oh, what about Sarah Hawkins? What more can you tell me about her? It should be a very inviting topic, I'm sure.
What can you tell me about her?
We all knew she was famous on the mainland for her paintings. Never understood why. Then, I don't want to speak ill of the dead.
They were strange. It's not speaking ill of it's true, well. So what are we trying to, like, convince him to give us his, actual impression? I guess we can do that as, like, the least manipulative option
Her
here.
vision. Was it so terrible?
Way I see it, the truth is really a question of point of view.
What do you mean by that?
Do you still trust the truth after a bottle of whiskey?
Okay. I guess we can talk about multiple of these, after all.
Her style made her famous. How would you describe it? Tortured?
Yeah, well, it wasn't normal. I mean, for a young woman with a child and all that. We saw them in the papers and we said to ourselves, who can paint such things? Is that how she sees the world?
So they made you feel uncomfortable.
You need to see them for yourself. Make up your own mind.
I think I already have. Well,
I've got what I need.
Anything else?
Yeah, sure. Guess we're gonna actually order a drink, maybe.
Captain Fitzroy told me about a little pick-me-up.
You want a drink?
Sure. I mean, when in Rome.
I wouldn't say no to a glass.
Try this.
Well, we didn't drink what
We'll get along well.
was left in our office, but I guess that might well. This will affect your destiny. What? Taking that drink? Okay. Thanks for doing the telltale thing. I guess we've done pretty much all that we needed to talking to this guy,
That'll be
though.
all for now.
Okay. Can we talk to this dude that we apparently decided to fuck with for no reason? I don't really understand the nature of that.
You have no right to treat us like this.
What did he say?
Asylum stuff.
My God.
It seems like a good sign. Oh, yeah, I wasn't eavesdropping on you. What are you talking about? It's Roy. What is it, a tab?
Charles Hawkins was a heavy drinker. And a debtor. Interesting.
$12? What is that? $60, $50? It's kind of hard to make out the numbers for that particular entry. It's probably a fair bit too back in the 20s, but let's check out the journal, because apparently this has been building up. Thick clouds masking the sky, the sharp reefs. The captain of the only town that manages to float to the mainland offered to help me. Port's bar. Fishermen have gathered around the carcass of a killer whale. I guess we weren't gonna be able to get the warehouse information from them, and they didn't want to say anything else. What else do we got? Skills. Do we have like actual points? I don't know how we got a point, but apparently we do have a point. Better wait though. A little bit. Nothing else for sanity, well. I guess just having that point is the point of interest there. What about this? Inhabitants. Roy Mitchell. Who's this? Oh, that's the tavern owner. There's no hold on the stranded whale. Prohibition has no hold on the stranded whale. He knows more than anyone. He's devoted to the golden age of whale hunting. What doesn't want to talk about his source of liquor, except to say that apparently it's a woman. So what else do we got? Island of Darkwater. The very existence of this isolated rock off the coast of Boston, small inhospitable island whose coastline is made up of steep cliffs and sharp reefs. It's mainly inhabited by the descendant of whalers who set up a supply post there in the 1800s. It has a medical institute, which we didn't really hear about in game yet. Darkwater Port, part of the shell of the Sheila, the last whaling ship to have brought back a catch. Sailors wander the docks looking for some small job for the day. The bootleggers have set itself up there and it's gnawing away at the territory of Captain Fitzroy. The golden age of whale hunting is a distant memory, but apparently there's still dead whales, and there's the stranded whale. Total impunity because nobody wants to bother and come all the way out here just to make a case against these people, I guess. Truce between the bootleggers and the sailors. What else do we have here in our knowledge? We have the learning of medicine, which we picked up. Well, both of these things we actually picked up back in our own office, so it's not like a big difference. Well, what else can we find out here? What is this? The Chanty.
The miraculous catch. Apparently, the most significant event of the last 80 years.
Returned to port to save Darkwater from famine. 1847, so this was a while ago. Of the Sheila, or what remains of it, returned to Darkwater port late on Tuesday afternoon. The locals immediately rushed to the docks to welcome the last whaling ship on the island. Of a size that went beyond that of the formidable toothed whales, the cetacean that is already being called, or cetacean, I think. A lot of words are weird like that. Already being called the miraculous catch. Covered the whole deck, and parts of it were hanging over the side of the ship. Well, Surviving sailors told a frightening account of their perilous catch, but also of its meat, unmatched in its quality and plentiful nutritious benefits. Well, the immense size of this whale will allow numerous inhabitants of Darkwater to feed themselves, bringing an end to the famine from which part of the island was suffering. Oh, she's putting up his warehouse for rent from June for fishing, workshop, or storage activities. Special evening at the Stranded Whale. Exceptional and free tasting event. Well, each person will leave with a bottle of oil, so don't hesitate. Isn't that nice? And I have that in our clues list, but typically we already looked at it. There's someone who looks just like us, but with glasses, and there's somebody else still. I guess we can't doubt some other people. And it looks like I might have to talk to the people back here to learn more. So I should probably leave that for last. And maybe even snoop around where we are clearly not supposed to. Well, let's see. What about this guy? Algernon Drake.
Can hear things and voices whispering.
I wonder if that could be a reference.
At various locations, gifted with its own consciousness, until it finds a new reader.
That sounds inviting.
That's it. Maybe we should let him take it. No, the risks are too high. It's a book, after all. Pure knowledge.
You said it. Oh, are these guys like chiming in on this guy's mumblings? What about you?
Do you like our song?
Yeah, sure.
We're true sirens.
I can barely hear it.
Be pros, but we give it all we've got.
That's true. It's a reminder of the time when we were still fishing for whales off Darkwater Island.
Can we talk about the end of whaling out of the song? I guess we better talk about the song first.
I've never heard this song before.
Only people from here know it. It tells the story of the miraculous catch.
I saw the newspaper clipping. You don't believe it, do you?
Watch what you say, young man.
That catch saved our island.
Ah. Where's the proof?
We're the proof.
Without it, the whole of Darkwater would have died of hunger in 1847.
It's true. Everything happened just as it says in the newspaper report. Our grandparents tasted its flesh.
And it was delicious.
I see, so the mention of Siren was not an accident, wink wink. Let's talk about the end of whaling. What happened there?
What brought whaling to an end?
The whales, of course.
They all disappeared.
You exhausted the stocks.
You could say that, yes. There were fewer and fewer of them.
Until the last, the biggest.
The one of the miraculous catch.
Exactly.
I see.
I bid you farewell, gentlemen.
Good night, stranger.
So long.
Stranger. That was said very deliberately, like they were trying to invoke the RE4 meme, but yeah, I wonder if they ended up eating that sushi on this island. That's what it's gonna figure into something. So hey, what about
What
you?
you looking at, stranger?
Mysterious woman. For some reason I can't sense your name intuitively. You can certainly put them away, nothing at all. What are you looking at? I have no idea what this means, top one, so we better find out.
I've rarely seen a woman who can hold her liquor so confidently.
Okay.
What gives you the right to judge me?
Ah, it was a compliment.
So what? Let me drink, stranger.
Okay.
I told you to beat it.
Well, that was edificating. Edifying. I'll beat it to the back room of this place. I'm sure nobody will complain. Or they would just be smart enough to block it. There we go. So hey, about that woman in the back. Surely we can bring it up with you. I don't know if I know about Darkwater. Oh. I guess we couldn't have talked about this before, so we should actually do this. Unlocked answers. So is this miraculous catch story true? And
I read the article.
Drunkard.
Miraculous catch. Interesting local folklore.
Don't get it into your head to repeat that round here. It's more than folklore. On that day, the crew of the Scylla caught an exceptional catch. The biggest whale ever caught. They saved Darkwater from famine.
Yes, we can't really follow up on that, but we can ask about the drunk guy who died.
Charles Hawkins owed you a lot of money. Do you know if he had problems?
I don't know the details, and it's not my business. Money or not, he was always welcome in my bar. The Hawkins family was always much appreciated on the island.
You're saying that after apparently we
You seem to know.
Well, we all been.
talked about the... Well, I guess
I've
we
got one.
can't ask anything more about that, but... After we asked about the Hawkins people, and they're like, yeah, they were like famous on the mainland, or at least the woman was, but we don't know about that
That'll be
here.
all.
I wonder what that's about. Well, I guess that's pretty much it. We can't bring up more topics with anybody else, so we better go and do the main objective now. Let's go talk to Fitzroy. Oh, hey, it's a lantern with a very conspicuous glow there. Just like the one in the opening section, so... surely that'll have no meaning whatsoever. But what if I wanted to go around here and take the back entrance, and oh, we can. Also check out the little walk here with the bent fences. Well, now that I've opened up the door and let the breeze in, I'll go in through this side.
It's broken. This place seems half abandoned.
What, the bell is broken? Couldn't you just like tap it with your fingernail or something? Oh, that's nice. This looks kind of fancy for the time, that's what I want to say, but... that actually makes me kind of curious. What does we consider the fancy toilet for?
Fishing equipment.
In the decade.
Could do with some rust remover.
Could do with some rust remover. I mean... you can see a little bit of it sticking out, but that seems like a weird comment to make about something that's clearly in a bag. Well, let's snoop around some more.
Souvenir from a more prosperous era.
Maritime
I guess
bag.
this blackboard hasn't been wiped for more than 70 years.
It does seem to be the more sensible conclusion, I guess.
Scylla. It finished up beach.
More sensible course of action, even. Scylla. Yeah, we should just snoop around this whole place before we even talk to the guy. I mean, I don't think we saw, like, the wreck or the shell. I mean, they saw the shell,
what
but...
Captain Fitzroy has got to say about this woman, Cat.
I don't think I saw anything like that when we were coming in. Maybe I'm just blind. Let's see. Terms of our agreement are clear. Keep your men under control. This is Cat. Cannot afford to provoke us. No need to answer this message. Just make your payment to the carrier. This woman, Cat. Well, how do you know it's a woman? Maybe it's just like a cat in The World Ends With You, who is not a woman. And they're just gonna tell you to enjoy the moment. Hey, learning of medicine teaches ethics and good practice to medical staff, so it's... that's all secondary is what I'm getting out of that. Medicine progression. Oh, hold on. Okay, so finding books like that. Okay, so I guess at the very start of the game we were able to put points into this. When we were asked about the character distribution, I guess, but after that we're only able to do it through objects. That seems kind of weird, but I guess that's how we're doing it now. Better keep an eye out for those books. I mean, if the medicine, healing thing works anything like the... well, like it did in Dark Corners of the Earth, then it's probably gonna be a good idea to try and keep that high. I mean, in Dark Corners of the Earth it wasn't like stat-based at all, it was just like a matter of having the right items. Clams, shells. What's in here, then?
This man and Fitzroy could be twins.
Man who looks like Captain Fitzroy is posing on a bridge of a ship. He has a wooden leg, so I guess the other Fitzroy. We assume that it's not Fitzroy because Fitzroy doesn't have a wooden leg. Yes, we should probably try to ask him about that and see what he says. I'm sure he'll be thrilled to talk about that.
What a macabre souvenir.
Macabre souvenir, okay. I mean, how is it macabre? It's Is it like a little oar or something else? Oh, it's a... Oh no, it's a peg leg from the picture I just realized. It took me a moment to actually figure out what that was. That macabre souvenir. Alright, I guess we've had enough of a fun time looking around up there for mementos. Let's actually bring them
I
up
brought
now.
out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you.
I mean,
But
isn't
in
it
truth,
this
you're likely
table?
to be disappointed. When you're done, come join me on the deck.
Right, I mean, you're still here.
I brought out the Charles Hawkins cargo manifests. They're on the table next to you. But in truth, you're likely to be disappointed.
Oh, it's here.
When you're done, come join me on the deck.
These manifests are signed by Charles Hawkins. But that's all I'll get from them.
Only a few dates are still legible: 1890, 1907, and a partial date. Okay. That's nice. I mean, yeah, that doesn't really tell me much, I guess, so the guy teleported away. We should have picked him up like this to see him disappear. Because if I ever want to play this again, I'll keep that in mind. Is he all the way back in the ship already? Or, like, did he actually leave? Does he have a walking animation? Okay, no, he's here.
From here, I see everything that goes on in the harbor. The hard-working lives of my sailors, the fights at the stranded whale. Even the antics of these wharf rats don't escape me.
It's you who lays down the law around here.
Oh, I wouldn't go that far. I'm just the last serving captain on Darkwater. Tell me what I can do to help you.
Oh gee, you're being very helpful. Documents are unreadable. Talk about Darkwater. We can ask about Warehouse 36, I guess, since it's being so candid with us.
I'm looking for Warehouse 36. Do you know where it is?
Look, it's right there. The warehouse is opposite the jetty. You can't miss it.
Oh gee, that was simple enough.
You know who the building belongs to, don't you?
Well, now we do. Welcome to the Hawkins family. This came for you, you underestimate me. Oh boy. Well, I mean, why would we lie about that? We already have the right answer.
It belonged to the Hawkins family.
Precisely. Ship owners from father to son.
I think that somebody here wanted me to search this warehouse.
Somebody here, like, on the island? I mean, obviously the dude that gave us a case wanted us to search it, but... I don't know why we would say that based on... anything that we've heard while after we arrived on the island. Let's see. Photograph looks strangely like you. Who is Cat? What's a miraculous catch? Saw the killer whale on the wharf. I guess we should talk about that first. Seems like that would be the least weird of these things to bring up.
I'm just back from the wharves. The dead killer whale is unsettling the sailors.
Ah, yes. Us men of the sea are superstitious folk.
Okay. Who would have killed it? What would have killed it? Why are they putting it back into the sea? What would have killed it, actually?
Killer whales don't have many known predators.
That's true. And normally, they're not found around here. But, you're gonna take me for a fool.
Give it a try.
Have you heard about the depths? Trenches that plunge into the earth and that shelter creatures unlike any other.
You're talking about mythology.
Ha! Indeed, you're right.
At least that didn't end badly.
The police took the decision to put the killer whale back into the sea.
You've got to understand them. They didn't know what to do with it.
I think that was a mistake. Who says that whatever caused those wounds is no longer in these waters?
You think we should have kept it?
To look into the real cause of its death, at least.
So it's gone already? I don't remember if I looked at the distance and didn't see it anymore. So we can run on the wharf, miraculous catch, cats. Well, what else can we talk about here? The warehouse, the documents. I think we should bring that up last. Actually, let's see what else we can talk about here. The miraculous catch would be the other not as weird thing. These feel like they're gonna be very invasive, but we'll try to go through them if we
The
can.
miraculous catch. Is it a local legend?
Not at all. It's an episode from our glorious past. Go read the story of the sailor's return to Darkwater Harbor. It's displayed on a wall of the stranded whale.
Oh, we already did that, but I guess he pretty much just agrees with everyone saying, yeah, it totally happened. I mean, I think it's a little bit more surprising for me right now that our character is like I can't believe that you people out here in the podunk place believe that stuff. I mean, a giant whale, I mean, I don't know, I can't believe you're actually think that's believable, even though it's not, like, particularly fantastical. Well, I guess we better bring this up first.
I was looking at your photograph. The one of the man in front of the boat.
Ah, yes, I can see the one you're talking about.
Interesting resemblance. I thought it was you, but with a wooden leg.
And for good reason. That's my father in the photograph.
Your father?
John Fitzroy, captain of the Scylla. His wooden leg is here. You can go and see it if you're interested.
Well, that's nice, thanks for the invitation, but... So he's the son of the guy who brought back the giant whale? Wonder what that could mean. Who's Cat?
I found a threatening letter, signed by a certain Cat.
What? I don't mind you visiting my harbor master's office, but I prefer if you didn't go through my affairs.
Are you being blackmailed?
Not exactly, no. That shyster wants to make us pay protection money.
With any success?
I wouldn't say that, but she terrifies my men as much as her own.
Can you not do anything to stop her?
Don't you worry about that.
Okay, well, at least he didn't refuse to talk to me anymore after that, so... See, that could have gone worse. Well, let's complain about the documents now.
Your manifests have been blacked out. They're totally unreadable.
Yeah, I saw that. I've got no idea who did it or why. I don't remember having countersigned anything special enough for someone to hide it.
And why obliterate the dates, as well as the goods stored in the warehouse?
You mean that the dates have some meaning?
Well, I guess they must if someone actually went to the trouble of doing that. But fishing stuff in 1847, I guess we figured that based on the story that apparently the final whale that was caught was the one in 47. Let's try that.
I'm surprised Charles Hawkins had goods to store, knowing that whaling stopped in 1847.
I see that you're interested in the history of our island. Indeed, maritime activities ceased altogether at the end of the last century. I imagine that the Hawkins family had other types of contracts.
But you don't know with whom?
No, it was none of my business.
Well, I guess that's pretty much all the information we can get from him, so I guess we better stop.
I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got something new.
Well, what else can we possibly do? Oh, one CP. Oh, that's what that means. We got one character point, I guess, from advancing the plot. And now we have to actually look for a way to get inside the warehouse. Let's see. Can we get anything else that's, like, particularly important right now? I wonder which of these we should try to invest in next. Like, we need at least 4 to get up to a higher skill level for any of these. So I should probably wait until we have that many to dump them into something. Eloquence, I mean, we probably should... I don't know if Eloquence is going to be that useful if we are able to, like, get all the information before we go into a conversation. That seems to be a little bit more important based on what we've seen so far, so maybe we should, like, do this one next. Let's see, what else do we have, though? New profile here, this guy. Captain of the... Oh, I see what they did there. The Scylla and the Charybdis. That's not something that really superstitious sailors would avoid at all. The inhabitants respect him, the bootleggers despise him. He offered to help me. Yeah, he's been very helpful. That seems kind of conspicuous. There's the story of the catch. There's this, there's the letter, the photo, and the manifests, which are apparently, like, not that useful. And another medicine book, okay. Alright, let's go to warehouse 36. Oh hey, they, like, left, so maybe we can actually go that way now. But they also, like, got out of the way here.
It's a sign. There's something coming.
Or rather, the whale got out of the way, and now...
Don't put that beast back in the water.
You didn't tell me that the warehouse I was looking for was right in front of us.
Because its owner is dead. And I don't want to see you hanging around it. Now please, leave us to our work.
You can't understand. You're not seeing.
So that guy's like the policeman from Dark Corners of the Earth, who's pretty much one of the
What
deep
could have
ones.
done so much damage?
Really doesn't like us.
In the water, you shysters, you're crazy.
Can I see that? There's a fisherman over here, and I think this is the exact same dude. It's Captain Haddock from Tintin, fishing over here. I don't know if that's actually the exact same model for both of them, but I wouldn't be surprised if that were the case. Maybe we should, investigation, oh boy. Should snoop around in places like this and just, break into people's homes. Make it a real follow-up, like, I'm gonna see pieces of Morrowind in every game that I play from now on, and I feel like that's gonna be something that might happen. Saint Brendan, the Navigator, 484, 577, is that like AD? Is that like an actual saint statue and not like some weird cultist thing? Occultism, oh, okay, well I guess that answers my question. Guess we better run the occultism check. Seems like a good time to do so. Just like test our skills.
Patron saint of sailors and travelers. Desecrated. I can't even say which language it's written in.
Okay, so the occult, I guess we...
I have no idea what it says.
The occultism part of it means that we have no idea what it says. Maybe if we were ever leveling that was higher, we would have an idea what it says, but I mean, we did gain a level in that. I guess we can maybe come back to this later. If we level that up some more. Because we did actually, you know, put some points into that in the introductory thing. So in theory, it should be better than completely terrible at this point. Now, what about this? I guess also try to check. Oh, okay, we just have like a set of lockpicks with us. I was not aware of this. Find hidden items, so okay. Well, I mean, we do have that skill at a decent level, I would think. I guess we don't have any light in here. We do have this. Oh, we have a lighter.
Hello, old friend.
Bottle of liquor. Okay, I don't know why we want to carry a bottle of liquor from this place around with us, but... Okay, yeah. Guess we can toggle the lighter on and off with the middle mouse button. It doesn't really tell you that. I wouldn't know that unless I had looked at the controls. Oh no, there's I guess somebody off in the distance heard that I was holding a bottle of liquor during Prohibition, so now I have to face the consequences. What the fuck is that sound? Actually, that's like way more aggressive than sounding that it usually is. There might actually be some shit going down. Fortunately, I'm pretty sure that could... Well, I don't know where that would be, but... wherever that might be, there's like... I want to say... Based on the fact that they're like... the siren sounds like that, it's probably the cops. So I kind of wonder what's going down, but not really hard enough to where I actually want to poke my head out and find out, so... We can interrogate people in here instead.
You live here?
Why did you do that, huh?
Do what?
We saw what you did to St. Brendan.
Yeah, we'll teach you to come onto our island and ridicule our protectors.
Okay, even though that shit was already there when I got there. So we better open with that.
How can I be the one who defaced your saint? I've just come ashore, you idiots.
That's true. We're as drunk as lords.
You
Okay.
bet. You could have gone by without us seeing you.
Do not rile me. You can hardly stand up.
He's right.
We're no match. For the moment. We're annoyed. It's understandable.
There's you, our beloved statue, and then those two bozos behind us. Wait, now that I think about it, it's got to be them. There's one of them who's always going back and forth to the statue.
Quieter. That's all we need for them to hear us.
What brings you to dark water?
A way to change the subject. I mean, who are these guys that are keeping guard? We better just keep them talking about that for now, I guess.
Two guys behind you. What are they guarding?
The bootleggers.
Scum. They're protecting their territory. From whom, I wonder?
They really don't have a choice anyway. They're more scared of Cat than an attack by drunken sailors.
If only they would kill each other.
Who is Cat, indeed? I guess we better go ahead and inquire more about that while we have the chance.
Is it Cat who's shaking down Captain Fitzroy?
Oh, hold on just a minute. We didn't tell you a thing.
Nothing at all.
I see. I guess we didn't actually get anything more of that. Well, I don't know. What about St. Brendan?
That statue represents your local saint.
What do you mean by local, exactly?
You wouldn't be looking down at us, like all townspeople do.
St. Brendan. He protected whalers and fishermen like us. Until those assholes defaced him.
Well, this is where you live, like right here in the harbor.
Peculiar house.
Yeah, that's where we live. Our boat.
Okay.
It's not because it doesn't float anymore that we're going to abandon it.
I guess there's no concern of vagrancy charges right now, so you don't have any work then.
Isn't it a bit early for alcohol?
We got nothing better to do anyway. There's not much work around here.
Fitzroy gives us a few chores every now and again, but since the whaling station shut down, ain't a lot of jobs left around here.
So we drink.
Well, how do you even afford to drink if you have no whatever? Guess we got all that we can from them.
We'll see you later.
I don't know if they'll be that much more useful later, given that they're both literally named Drunkard, but I guess we can look back into these guys back here. Out more about the crime syndicate that's apparently being set up in this place.
I'll have serious problems with
Oh shit, can we like eavesdrop on them?
How could you be dumb enough to leave the entrance to the warehouses unguarded? Keep your voice down. Why not go and shout at the cat while you're at it? I don't want to end up with her little knife under my throat. It's a stiletto, you idiot. And with that smell on your breath, I don't give you much chance anyway.
Well, that was enlightening. Isn't anything else over here, is there? Nope. No bottle of alcohol that we can hit people over the head with, or gives you the drug buff for 58 points of damage. Well, I mean, there might be something like that in play here, or at play here, given that we have freaking actual RPG stats in this game. Okay, the dude fishing there is definitely the same model as the guy over here. But like without the mustache, I think. It just like gave each of them a slightly different haircut, and it's like... It's like that freaking joke that they made on Red Spray once. It's like, you know how... maybe in Japan they get angry at the one kid that doesn't draw in anime style. Instead he just draws Popeye over and over again. But with very slightly different variations on each one, and that's how they're supposed to be told apart. Get the feeling that something like that might be going on with the models on here, but like this guy right here, it's the same exact guy, but without the goatee. See, it's just proving my point. That guy was like the triplet that decided to fully shave. Well, what about you? You look like a person.
Where do you think you're going?
Others are interested in the warehouse. Well, is this the warehouse? I guess it must be, so... Why don't we just
Thank you
leave?
for your valuable help.
It looks like this is actually our... Okay, Officer Andrews is like really nice, but only when we leave. Better look into everything else possible before we get into that thing. I mean, the warehouse is supposed to be... Actually, isn't it the one that's all the way over there? That doesn't look like a warehouse to me. It's like a very tiny place.
You could tell me. Who's this guy?
No
Who's this guy?
You better keep it shut.
Well, we better just
Don't worry, we don't have a clear conscience.
keep on yapping away in front of this guy that we're apparently not trying to give anything away to.
What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
We saw you talking to the two soaks. Go die of thirst, the lot of you. It'll stink less.
This passage leads to the Hawkins warehouse, does it now? say lie and say that cats send me, or we can investigate their activities. Work for Cat, the statue. I guess we... I don't know, it feels like it might make a difference what order we do this in this situation. I guess we can start with this if we're gonna try to lie.
Cat. She's your boss.
What? You listen through keyholes?
She's the boss, yeah. She says who goes in or not.
Shut up, you dummy. You wanted to know that you also talk too much.
She must be quite intimidating if she can make two men like you tremble.
She redid the smile at the last one who wanted to get in.
I hope he had a good dentist.
No, you don't understand. She really cut him a new smile.
But he only smiles with the left cheek.
Was it the cop that was talking about, that didn't want to talk to us about the warehouse back there? Because he kind of looked like he had something like that going on. I guess we better go ahead and keep it up. Why not? It seems like we can learn more from this.
She sounds frightening, your boss.
And she doesn't like to be talked about behind her back.
Okay, so they won't talk anymore about that. What about the statue? I guess we can maybe talk a little bit more about that.
I went to see the statue of St. Brendan.
What makes you think we did it?
We're bootleggers, not savages.
Who do you think defaced the statue?
What do I know? They could have done it by themselves.
The sailors?
Who else, in your opinion? And who's interested?
Well, I don't know. Guess we can reveal our knowledge and hopefully still have this as an option.
I've got to enter the Hawkins warehouse. I guess it's going to be complicated.
No, it's very simple, in fact. Fuck off.
I don't give a damn about your racket. I just want to get into this warehouse.
Now, we don't give a damn about you. Whatever your reason for wanting inside, there's nothing we can do for you.
Well, we can try to lie. But could that... actually, let's leave first.
Gentlemen, farewell.
I get a feeling we're gonna have a few options to get past this, and it feels like this might actually be the end of the line for some of those. What if we go back and talk to the cop again? I mean, this guy's got like
They're cops. They
an actual scar, yeah, on the left side. So is he the one who tried to get in?
The warehouse.
Because it's open. And I don't want to plead.
Okay, well, he doesn't want to talk to me again for anything. So I guess we're not going to be able to get more information out of him.
What could have done
on that front, so... And what if we go the other way, you know, this passage that was blocked off before by the guys that didn't want us to come in, but they decided to just leave, so now it's just clear. Who is back here? Who are you?
You saw what happened with those sailors. Don't hang around here unless you want trouble with the bootleggers.
You're not scared of their boss? What are they doing around here? Well, let's... this guy seems like he's gonna be a little bit less of a problem to talk to, so let's try it.
I've seen the kind of messages their boss sends. You're not scared of her?
Of course I am. Everyone's scared of that woman. She's not interested in small fry like me. You, on the other hand, nose around too much, you'll have dealings with her.
Yeah, what are they doing around here? I mean, other than apparently trying to get alcohol here illegally, even though literally nobody seems to care about the legality of that at this point.
This warehouse looks abandoned. Why does it interest them so much?
No doubt a question of territory, but I ain't asking. You want to know more, go ask the captain.
Good. Thank you.
Okay, I guess we will do that.
I shall take my leave.
Only after we figure out how to... or what else is around here before we are forced to turn back. Like, apparently the way forward to even farther into this shitty place is blocked off by this car. But we can go in here. What even is this place in particular? Question mark. What is that? Oh, hello. Lever. Activates a mechanism.
A handle. It must come from these old winches.
A cranken handle, perhaps. This is gonna be just like Jack Orlando, is what I'm getting out of this. Okay, so what is that like? I kind of didn't pay attention to the little tooltip for the fight item thing, so I'm guessing that maybe. That thing on the lower left is like some kind of sonar that I'm supposed to follow to find a hidden item in this scene. I'm just like examining everything. What is back here?
Vertebra.
Whale
If the
vertebra.
newspaper clipping in the bar is true, this bone is a real fossil.
Oh, so that would be from the giant whale that they caught in the legend. What about this? Ratchet device. Enables heavy loads to be lifted and held aloft without risk.
This ratchet device seems to be usable.
We can like build a machine from these things. Not really sure exactly what the icon indicates at this point. Is it just that is actually something to indicate proximity,
looks like
or
there's a way in under this grate.
I guess that's something else we could use. So I spy at least 3 potential methods to get into the warehouse at this point, maybe. Let's get up here. Soon that's what I gotta do, and perhaps there's something else to be found here.
I could
like,
use this old winch to lift the grating.
I mean, we do have a crank and handle, and the amount handle and the ratchet device, so we can just do that and just open up our way in. Just use it now. No, apparently we need at least one more thing. I guess we would have to find it with the hidden object check. But where could it be? Could it be inside this box? Could it be... Well, I can't platform in this game, I don't think, so I don't know how much farther I can really go. I already found something there. I'm guessing that whatever else I'm looking for that I might be able to find here is gonna be like on the edges of the room. If the other 2 things that we found are any indication. But I don't really know where they would be. Hold on a second. There's the same icon, right, as in the hidden object thing, yeah. Improving the skill, an undiscovered object will not appear mid-game. We have 2 points, but I still don't want to spend them on anything specifically. We have the statue information. There were other gods before St. Brendan, and their worshippers do not seem to be of this opinion. The locals still worship the old saint, but a mark was made on the statue by another cult. That's our conclusion there. We also have this bottle of liquor. Stolen from Cat, the boss of the bootleggers. An excellent way to lean on the guy who guards the entrance to the warehouse, so... Oh, is that why we picked it up? Like the guys in the actual cop that guards the front entrance? Oh, here we go. There's something we can find if we just bring up our lighter. Cogwheel, part of a mechanism.
It should be possible to mount this cogwheel on the winch.
So I guess with these 3 things in hand, I guess that icon just means that there is a hidden item there. It's not like a sonar specifically. It's not a cogwheel, and we can turn the handle. Oh,
Looks like
strong
everything
enough.
is in its place. All that's left is to try to turn this handle.
So we need 2 skills to be able to pass this check. I wonder if we're gonna be strong enough, I mean.
Damn, I broke it.
Oh, what a damn shame. It looks like we weren't able to get in that way. Is that because we were too strong? Is that like gonna be an actual thing? I guess we're not getting in that way. We're gonna swim through the green water.
A little mouse has got lost on our turf.
Oh, hello,
You're
mysterious
not only
woman.
inquisitive, you're also stupid. What gave you the crazy idea to come onto my turf?
Well, I had no idea. I mean, there wasn't anyone around here.
Your turf? That's news to me.
For a guy who has no idea, you've been doing a fair bit of poking around. My men saw you staking out the Hawkins warehouse.
Is that against the law?
I'm no idiot, detective. I'll tell you how things work around here. I decide who comes in and who stays out. And anyone who doesn't respect my rules, I punish them.
Okay. So I have like an actual timer for this. So you're a cat, yeah. I mean, that should be pretty obvious right
Your
now.
name, Cat.
What of it?
Maybe we can come to an understanding.
Maybe. Or maybe not.
Oh, okay. Just gonna get attempted stabbing, and apparently a very artful one, but no, it was just a groin kick instead.
Get this joker out of here. He might have a little trouble walking on his own.
Oh shit, is that actually gonna be the transition?
I'm getting careless. I didn't see that coming. If I want to get into this warehouse, I'm gonna have to deal with her.
Okay, no, they just left us back here, but they didn't actually move us to a different scene or anything, so that was unfortunate. But if we try to go back there, what's gonna result from that? It seems like a good idea at this point, I'm sure you'll agree. Can't get back in the... yeah, no, we can get back in here, but I mean, it doesn't make a difference since we fucking broke the thing. This guy doesn't care about what just happened to us, he probably saw it.
You don't see one like her every day, do you?
Yes, Cat is an extraordinary woman.
Damn right. There's nobody more intimidating than her on the docks. Except the captain, of course. But you're lucky that she left you alive. She must think that you can be of use to her. With that, please do excuse me, because I'd prefer not to be seen talking with you for too long.
Okay then.
Leave me alone, please. I don't want trouble.
Yes, he's also gonna be useless from now on. What if we bring this information back to the captain? We actually had an encounter with this mystery woman.
You're back again. What can I do for you?
About Darkwater, the bootleggers have blocked access to the warehouses. I guess that wasn't an option before.
Apparently, the bootleggers don't want anyone hanging around the warehouses.
They're part of the private property I mentioned earlier.
And yet the place looks abandoned. Why guard the entrance?
As a precaution, I suppose. All the warehouses are more or less interconnected by old sewers.
You mean that there's a way to go from one to the other by tunnel?
I couldn't tell you if it's still the case today for all the warehouses on the island, but I think I can imagine what you've got in mind. You can always visit them if you're not the claustrophobic type.
I think that option is no longer open.
What can...
Since we fucked up the mechanism and got beat up for our troubles, so...
I shall be on my way.
So come...
Okay, I will. Are these the same two people? Nope. We can talk to these guys, though.
Calm down. It's not worth the effort.
I told him, that flunky, that he'll see what a real sailor has in his belly.
If you continue like that, everyone will see what you've got in your belly.
I hope so. I hope they don't forget the lesson. Me? I'm not scared of some girl.
I mean they're going to cut you open, you idiot. Calm down.
Okay, so this time we saw the spiel between Fisherman A and Fisherman B instead of Drunkard A and Drunkard B. Well, I guess we probably are gonna have to end up trying to talk to that guy. Seems like that's gonna be our only option left, but we can still try to fool these two into
What's with you wandering around here like a hungry dog?
letting us through now, can we?
To the two soap. Don't die of thirst.
Did say that lie, and let's see that Cat's sentence and see if that works out.
Gentlemen, you have a problem.
What? Who do you take yourself for, stranger?
Your boss is very unhappy with your work.
Oh yeah? You're bluffing.
She said those knuckleheads are incapable of staying at their post.
Darn it.
You think he's telling the truth?
We'll find out. Prove that you really know Cat.
Okay, she can certainly put them away. She's a stiletto. I mean, this one is true based on the fact that we talked to her, I guess. I guess we're gonna... the smart thing to do would be to use this, yeah, the unlocked answer that we actually found out by eavesdropping on them.
It's risky to question my word. I wouldn't like you to get cut with a certain Italian knife.
Okay. You've convinced us.
And it's she who sent you? What do you want from us?
I thought I made it clear. I have to take a look inside the Hawkins warehouse. Leave me alone, and I'll put in a good word for you with Cat.
Okay, it's a deal.
Okay then. Got inside the warehouse this way, but that makes me curious to see, because I'd never even tried to get inside the warehouse by talking to this guy. So I guess that option is open to me, the one over there. And maybe we could still also work this angle.
You again. I told you to beat it.
No need to get worked up.
You again. I told you to be...
No need.
Okay, never mind. I guess we can't talk to this guy anymore, so we're not gonna find out about that. I was actually not really sure if I could expect that this angle over here, the one on the left, would actually work out, so I guess we better count ourselves lucky or something. Alright, there we go. Made our way into the shitty warehouse slum part of this place. And all these bottles of perfectly legitimate stuff lying around, or just empty bottles. Apparently the only thing to interact with back here is this. Not even a strength check for this one, like, god, I can't believe my noodle arms are too frail to move this piece of lament.
Let's see.
Okay, what if I fail this check? What weapon would I be able to do at that point? Wait, did I fail this check? Okay,
I'll
well,
have to find another way to get in.
shit. I mean, what?
It's no use. The padlock won't give.
Okay, I guess find help to get you into the warehouse, or something else. I mean, do we know anyone who would be good at breaking locks, or be better at picking locks than we currently are? Because what would even I know how to get my thoughts in order. No, I don't. It occurs to me though that maybe we have these 2 character points available. And I think, I guess it's investigation that would, yeah. Would actually be like the most important skill probably in this scenario, because it would be the one that's for lockpicking. But if we put 2 points into that, which it feels like it probably should at this point, do we not need to get all the way to level 4 in order to increase our chances of that succeeding? Kind of wondering about that. What else do we have here? Cat. H24. No kidding. Keeps an eye on her territory, yada yada yada. She's slowly gnawing away at Captain Fitzroy's territory. Hey guys, guess what? I'm just giving up now after what I just told you. Oh, hold on. I don't think there's gonna be anything else for me to do in here, but might as well just check that. Find help to get you into the warehouse. Alright, so I don't know. Who shall I even defer to for that? Maybe if I pray to the statue of this defaced saint, he'll be able to get me away into the warehouse.
I've no idea what it says.
Well, that's not what the subtitle says either, so... We could have been talking about either of those things. Well, we better go talk to one of the other people who might be able to offer us dialogue still, like, maybe... This very, very helpful cop.
You didn't tell me that the warehouse...
Because it's... And I don't...
Nope. It's just gonna continue to be useless for the remainder of the game, I guess. How about this guy? Does he want to talk to us again?
No need.
Nope, he's just gonna tell us to get lost time and time again, so I don't know, I might have to go back into the bar, or else talk to the captain again, or else talk to that dude that was just hanging out in the alley again. Let's see.
You're back again. What can I...
Well, let's see. Can't talk about any more of this.
Can you tell me
about the
where
warehouse again?
Look, I've already shown it to you. It's the one with the cop on guard duty out front.
See, this angle makes me think that the big building on the back is the warehouse, not the tiny one that's in the middle of the frame there.
I shall be on my way.
So come back and see me when you've got...
Alright, so that didn't help. What if we... I guess we better talk to that guy again. He's like... Also a dude back here, I wonder if he'll like talk to me. This guy did say that he didn't want to be seen talking to us though, so...
Leave me alone, please.
I guess he's also gonna be useless for the remainder of this. We could, I guess we better try back in the bar. What about the people back here? They don't want to have a chat? No, they're just here as props, I guess. Can't believe men are being objectified this way. What about you? Can you help me?
Nightmares. Can hear things and voices whispering. Will follow its reader and appear at various locations, gifted with its own consciousness, until it finds a new reader.
Okay, well, what about you guys?
We may not.
That's true.
Yeah. I guess we can talk to them about a different topic that we didn't talk to them about before, though.
I heard the Hawkins family owned a warehouse on the docks.
An old family of ship owners.
Tell me something I don't already know.
They were made much richer by the miraculous catch. You shouldn't talk about the dead like that. We're not speaking ill, we're just saying that Daniel Hawkins made a fortune without taking any risk.
There! You're speaking ill, you see?
It's your proof that the miraculous catch really did happen.
Well, that's nice, so do you only want to talk about that?
Good night.
So long.
Only want to talk about the catch, and I guess Cat's still gotta be hanging out around here. Oh boy.
Damn sailors came looking for trouble again.
But he won't try again anytime soon. We gave him a good hiding.
So you said to yourselves that after such a feat, you could abandon your post.
It's just a little drink. We taught those guys a lesson.
We'll return right after. It's just that standing guard in this alley makes your throat dry.
That fool Fitzroy can't keep his dogs on a leash.
I'll have to send him a more clear-cut message.
Dominic Murphy, okay. Also intuitively able to sense that guy's name, I guess. Still can't get back here. Probably ever. Maybe we can talk to the barman again. I guess maybe not right now because he's not at the bar. Hey, can you help me?
Hey, Mitchell. A drink for our new friend.
With your criming.
I owe you. You don't know how to fight, but at least you've got guts.
Yeah. Aching guts.
Huh. I've got them too. But you don't hear me whining like a pooch who's lost its leash. You didn't back down. Something that I respect. So understand by that. If I catch you again, you'll carry a more permanent reminder of our encounter. Tell me, what brings you to Darkwater?
I mean, we can just lie, I guess. No reason to be too pleasant with her.
I'm fascinated by the history of the whaling station.
Huh. You certainly don't lack style. But enough of the jokes. You reek of private eye. Who did you come for?
The Hawkins family.
She's gonna concede immediately. Okay.
A little advice, though. If you want to survive more than a day in this rat hole, avoid talking about them to the first people you meet.
Okay then. We can actually ask her for help to get into the warehouse. Well, thought she was the biggest danger. What? The dead woman or her?
Is that more dangerous than having a drink with you?
I'm not kidding. The old families, they were here long before us. And they'll be here long after we are gone.
The old families?
The descendants of the first whalers. These people truly worship their ancestors.
We can also talk pleasantries here.
I've got a few questions about the island.
I'm not here to give you information. Mitchell will tell you what he wants to tell you.
Okay.
I won't bother you any longer.
I raise my glass to this excellent suggestion.
Well, isn't Mitchell the guy that's, this guy? We talked to him or not, because apparently we should be able to, but he's just like hanging out back there. Out of reach.
You again. What can I get you?
Do you know the Hawkins warehouse? Well, sure, let's get straight to business here.
What do you know about the Hawkins warehouse?
If I were you, I wouldn't hang around there.
Why not?
First off, there are rumors. Sailors from around here say you can hear noises coming from the warehouse at night. Screams, that sort of thing.
Screams?
And that's not all. There's the fate of its owners and all the superstitions that go with it. But I'll say no more. Anything else?
Okay, that was not helpful at all.
You seem to know.
Well,
And yeah.
I've got
anything.
Dark Hunters or Hawkins, a drink.
That'll be all for now.
I guess we really don't really have any other options other than asking her about help, so I guess we're gonna try it.
Hey, Mitchell. I owe you.
Yeah.
Huh, you didn't... So I'm telling...
So she just says the same thing. I guess we can tell the truth this
I'm
time.
investigating the deaths of the Hawkins family.
It's very nice of you to tell me the truth so openly. But it's also really stupid of you. You really don't seem to know the area. Let me give you a little advice. If you want to survive more than a day...
Okay. So she's pretty much just the same snide comment about with a slight variation depending on whether what I say first. What about this?
I need to get into the Hawkins warehouse.
You're out of luck. It's on my turf.
It's precisely for that reason that I've come to see you.
Are you pulling my leg?
Yeah. Would I have taken that risk? Not at all. I mean... we can just be Socratic in our answer here.
Get over. I've seen what you're capable of. And you didn't miss me.
I accept the compliment. Well, I see you're serious. To be honest, as long as it doesn't interfere with my business, I don't care. But I'll go with you, to make sure you don't stick your nose into things that don't concern you.
Sounds honest to me.
I'm not finished. If I do that for you, if I let you onto our turf to conduct your little affairs, you'll be indebted to me. And I guarantee that I always collect on what I'm owed. Think about it. I help you, you'll owe me a favor in return. Do you accept?
Well, I mean, I guess there's this, and we're pretty much out of options because we failed all the skill checks that we could have used in different situations, so I guess we're going to.
Do I have a choice?
Oh, we always have one, Detective. Follow me.
Nobody questions your authority here. I was given to believe that Fitzroy stood up to you.
That dope tried to save face in front of his sailors. They revere their brave captain as they do their old statues. But sooner or later, all statues get buried in bird shit. And nobody cares.
And the police? They do nothing to stop you?
The local cops? The cops drink like everyone else, sweetheart. They know where their interests lie. Apart from that pig-headed Bradley. I don't know whether to admire his stubbornness or to have pity on him.
See, this is nice, isn't it? Having to walk along with a character and their freaking walk speed is way slower than yours. So you have to just like do it in short bursts. Very beloved aspect of many video games. Guess we're just taking the long way into this place, yeah. And if only we distributed our skills differently, maybe this could have gone differently, but... oh well.
He's with me.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I mean, they were supposed to already be fooled into thinking that I was supposed to be back here. Like, maybe I could have done this differently if I had talked to the guy in front of the warehouse first. Maybe. Apparently the booze bottle was supposed to be leverage for that, but the game just immediately took away that option as soon as I lied to these guys, so oh well. Guess I'm forced to do it this way. Wait, you're using a fucking set of lockpicks for something that you're supposed to own.
Do I still need to hold your hand? Or do you think you'll get by on your own now?
Don't overdo it.
Good. In that case, I'll leave you. I've done enough mothering for now.
Okay, even though that completely contradicts what she said earlier, which is that he's gonna come with us to make sure that we don't snoop around, even though we were literally
stinks.
In a completely different...
What is the connection between this place and the Sarah Hawkins case?
Like, she didn't come with us into any place that we hadn't already been to by ourselves, so that was like completely worthless reconstruction. Oh boy. Are we gonna... I guess we're gonna do this. I don't know what I'm doing, but I guess we're gonna use our brain to... God Try and figure out what this looked like before we got here, I guess. Psychology.
What happened here?
I don't know what did happen here. Oh, someone punched the mirror? We're doing this like in the fucking Batman games, or at least the third one. Freaking Assassin's Creed vision. Detective vision.
Someone treasures this crumpled picture to the point of sleeping with it.
Sleeping with it on the soaked tarp, that makes sense. What about this slightly more fucked up picture? How cold is it?
Sarah Hawkins paintings.
Would it be? To leave a reconstruction scene? Well, apparently somebody's was also acting very dramatic towards that painting, I guess. There isn't anything else for me to do here? No, there is. Well, there's this, but... Except would also be there in the present. Look, medicine. I mean... Do I have enough medical knowledge right now to try and figure out what that is?
These painkillers were prescribed 3 months ago. Someone has been taking them since the time of the Hawkins death.
I see. Guess we have to leave the reconstruction now. And now we got 4 points. New clue memorized, Hawkins warehouse. Yeah. Since we have 4 of these points, let me see. Should be able to get at least one of these skills a little bit higher, so we could either go for, I don't know, eloquence, psychology. Nobody have strength 3 of 5, so I don't know, maybe we could have won that fight. Let me see. I kind of want to see if that percentage goes up at all if we only put 1 point into one of these things. But what shall I go with here? Should we just dump a bunch of points into psychology, which is honestly kind of what I'm thinking might be more useful here. Okay, yeah, that gives us 5%. That gives us 40%, so... Would be 60, and that would be, hold on. Get to, yeah. I mean, if we're at 40 now, I guess we get to 20 here. 20, 40... Wouldn't that mean that 100% would be on a level that doesn't actually show up on this scale? Oh well. Let's just validate. Yes. That's a skills, that's already spent. What about clues? The warehouse. Officially unused since the death of that guy. It housed a clandestine resident. That's our immediate conclusion based on that. Presence of blood-stained bandages must also be noted, probably removed from a wound. As well as pills, painkillers and sleeping pills. The occupant seems to be obsessed with Sarah Hawkins, as attested by the presence of several documents connected to the artist's life. Photograph of press cutting, but also a charred painting. Recognized by Officer Bradley, whom we have not talked to, as having come from the Hawkins mansion. Well, shoot, what do we do now? Because apparently the broken painting, the broken mirror was here. We can leave this place. We can maybe find out more about this place. I guess we're able to find out about the... what do you call it? The painkillers on our own. There's also this. I guess we're in a... It's the same kind of bottle as that's on the other side. No, it isn't. We're only able to examine one of those, so I guess we've already done everything that we could there. I guess we're gonna leave now.
Someone has settled in here.
We're supposed to try to leave.
Has something to tell me about the Hawkins case.
Plus, we're not even gonna try to hide.
You, don't move! Detective Pierce, I told you to stay away from this warehouse.
Threaten him? Oh boy, let's team up. I mean, we just leveled up in psychology, so maybe we can actually keep it that attempt that. Someone else is interested in Hawkins. Case is far from being wound up, oh boy. You can threaten him somehow. Strength professional. Let's try the psychology test first.
You seem like a competent officer. We should help each other.
You're trying to manipulate me, Mr. Pierce. I hate to be taken for a fool.
All right, Inspector Lestrade. Let me take a more direct approach. Can you explain what this painting is doing here?
This strange portrait. Wait, I know it. It was in the Hawkins mansion when we came to investigate the fire.
So you confirm that it was removed from the crime scene? Interesting. I'd like to go and see the mansion now.
Of course. You want to go back along his trail? I'd like to understand how this painting made it to here. Come on. My car's parked down the way.
Right, I guess that actually ended kind of well.
Shut the door. And open your eyes, damn it. This guy went right under your nose.
So we are supposed to be...
Damn it. Her again.
Be caught at the end no matter what.
This case has nothing to do with you, Baker. Clear the passage or I'll shut you up for obstruction.
Officer Bradley, you've finally grown a pair. Too bad you're too fat to see them down there.
Why you?
Come on, keep the smile. You don't want to force me to widen it.
Okay, I get it. Can we go to the mansion now?
I thought I'd straightened you out, mister. I am disappointed, but we'll meet again.
Okay then. Very pleasant people in this town, like in dark corners of the earth.
Look behind you, at the top of the ridge. You see the building?
Well, not right now. Okay, now I do.
That's the Hawkins mansion. Come on, we got some driving to do.
What? How do they get the materials for the crew to help build a place like that? Okay. Strange high house. Okay, I have been noticing that some of these achievements that aren't showing up in the street that I can see are kind of referencing other Lovecraft stories. Let's see what we got here. Pierce managed to get into the warehouse. The place thought to be abandoned revealed some surprises. Signs of recent occupation as well as a partly charred painting. Interrupted in his searching by Officer Bradley, Pierce convinced him to join his investigation. A police officer is willing to drive the detective to the Hawkins mansion. So I guess we're also gonna like team up no matter what. Oh boy. Tapped out. I thought it was gonna let me do that without automatically doing anything, but I guess I was wrong. Never mind. Guess we take that to mean that there's somebody else here.
Well, here we are. Hawkins mansion. The place has been abandoned since the fire. There's only old Winchester in his hut.
Old Winchester. Thought the mansion burnt in a fire. I didn't see the either, but hold on. Well, now I'm in actual gameplay, I guess. In an actual engine thing. Let me see. Apparently the achievements that I've gotten so far are Ex Oblivione, which is also a Lovecraft thing, and Sarah Hawkins' case, which I guess is just generic. Oh, Ex Oblivione is failed. That's what you get when you fail a skill test. I just realized that. Apparently it's not a very common thing to find out, or to get, before you get to the end of the little introductory scene, so I'm not sure what to make of that. Apparently that's gonna keep on happening. Why is the caretaker still here? I mean, would that be, I'm not sure why this count is unlocked, given that apparently he's gonna tell me that no matter what.
He's clearly not doing any gardening.
You know, Silas Winchester has been working for the Hawkins family as far back as I can remember. Charles was like a son to him. The day of the fire, he lost his whole family, so he's got nowhere to go. And, as you'll see, in a way, he's still watching over them. Is there anything else you want to ask me? Or do you want to go up there?
Well, let's go ahead and ask more, sure. But the mansion burned in a fire. And yet it's still
I see
here.
no scorched trees or fire damage on the building.
You're pretty damn observant, ain't you? The fire was quickly contained. Old Silas acted as soon as he could.
Not soon enough to save the Hawkins.
They were trapped in the drawing room. And don't go troubling Silas anymore. His guilt torments him enough as it is. Are we gonna take a closer look at this mansion, or do you have other questions?
Well, I could just say things that are just pretty much platitudes like this.
You won't get me to believe that it looked any better 3 months ago.
It's a very old building, you know? Its foundations would probably date from the arrival of the first settlers.
It's got nothing to do with Charles Hawkins' debts.
Ha! You've already begun to nose around, it would seem. So, since you already know it, the Hawkins family couldn't afford the upkeep of this house. It remains to be seen what they did with all their money. I wager it was Charles Hawkins' travels. Let's go up there. Unless you still have questions.
Anything I should be wary of?
I prefer to be prepared if there's going to be trouble.
It's a wise attitude. But apart from old Silas and some rotten floorboards, there's nothing to worry about.
Could he be a problem?
Strictly speaking, he ain't dangerous. But since the tragedy, he's been a little touched. Though, he's a remarkably sturdy man, given his age. A true force of nature.
A sad old man doesn't worry me.
Gee, if you don't want to listen to my advice, we might as well go. Right?
Right, that makes sense. You seem to know the place well. Might as well go with that inquiry as well.
You looked after the Hawkins case.
Don't think I was trying to hide it. It's just that this discovery shakes my convictions.
That's why you're so keen to find out who removed the painting from the mansion.
Yes. If something escaped us, or if there's been a law enforcement error, then it's up to the police to make good its mistake. Anything else?
I can't even tell if that worked or not, but yeah, let's go.
Night falls quickly here, and I want to be able to see when we arrive.
I'll go with you, if only to reassure Silas.
Alright, sure, why not?
Why not? You can help.
Right. Let's go.
Well, let's see what the diary says now, I guess. Travels along the cliffs of Darkwater to the Hawkins mansion. Huge house looks into the lighthouse. There's an old caretaker living here who I'm sure will not be at all remarkable. This heck cop, oh boy, likes order and justice. He's no great sleuth, but seems more inclined than his colleagues to discover the truth in the Hawkins case. And that's why he apparently got scarred. Hawkins' mansion is perched at the top of a steep cliff. Only the old caretaker still roams this bleak spot, protects it fiercely, and still puts flowers on the graves of his old masters. I guess they're buried right here inside. Well, where is the place? I guess we're not gonna walk right up to the mansion, we're gonna go this way. And once again, we got someone following us who's like really slow. That's reassuring. What do we got here? Hilltop House. Built in Hilltop House built in 1693 by Reverend John Wickwood. Let's investigate, sir.
Bradley was right. This place is much older than I imagined.
Not sure what the check would even determine there, but okay. I had... What the fuck does that say? I hit me down... I laid me down and slept. I waked for the Lord sustained us. Psalms 3:5, okay. Does that say the same on both sides? Yeah, it does. She went this way. Here we go. Just to take a look at the graves, I guess. Be sentimental. Sarah Hawkins apparently died in 1924.
Flowers on Sarah Hawkins' grave are fresh. The caretaker takes great care of these graves. The caretaker...
I guess that one actually did succeed. So what happened here? Broken stuff.
Charles Hawkins' grave. Who could have done this?
I told you. Silas Winchester is still watching over the Hawkins family.
I must say, it's pretty gloomy.
So, Detective, does this place inspire any thoughts?
Strange final resting place, or I guess we might as well just say something.
Why were they buried here?
I was given to believe that it was Charles Hawkins' wish.
Strange idea. I imagine Webster wasn't too pleased.
Mrs. Hawkins' father said that he's devastated.
Alright, well.
Let's go to the mansion.
I guess we needed to come here and look at
Please
this.
give me a minute. I didn't expect to set foot back here after the burial. What kind of deranged individual would defile this sanctuary? And steal a burnt painting? I don't see Silas doing such a thing. Let alone allowing it. Even that broad baker is above that. Lord, have pity on this poor family.
Is that enough?
Charles Hawkins' grave.
Is there not a third grave, I guess, the little kid's
Poor
grave?
kid.
Yeah. There's apparently only 11 when he died in the house fire, and apparently they all died. So we're led to believe at this point. I guess we're just gonna leave without him then. It seems like a great place to be left to wander around by yourself. It's very inviting, very cozy atmosphere. I guess we'd have to go this way to get to the house. Hold on. That honestly kind of makes me wonder. If that's apparently the front path that leads to the house, what is this way? Because apparently there's more paths we can follow. It's just like a little balustrade here that they built to... I guess they just stuck the friggin'... I just like flattened this out and then stuck the stone things in the ground. It's a safety thing. Honestly, kind of makes me wonder what the logistics of that are, because I don't know anything about like actual construction or architecture of a place like this. Okay, so this place is blocked off by here.
It's as if all life has abandoned the place.
That seems like a strange segue, but what do we
Sturdy.
got here?
And well sharpened.
Recently fallen, and apparently we found an axe that
Sturdy.
pretty much
And well sharpened.
suggests that somebody actually felled a tree to block this path to the house, even though that wouldn't really do that much, considering that there seem to be a fair few walkways here and there that would lead to the house, including this one. So maybe that other path would have led up to the house as well, but it just like blocked off. Right, let's go to the Addams family mansion here, or maybe the monster's mansion. So yeah, I guess both of these paths would have led to the same place. It's the same deal as in the whatchamacallit, the
This entrance is
introductory thing again. Oh hello. I guess we had to come here.
Whoa! Whoa!
You are trying to force the door, you nosy prick!
Easy, sir, all right? Put down the axe.
You know what we do with rubble like you? We gut them. Dump them into the ocean.
Whoa! You're Mr. Winchester. Lower that axe. Let's talk calmly.
I'll show you how we have it out on Darkwater.
Oh shit, we got a choice again. Grab the axe, don't defile this place, hindering the police, and work for Webster.
You haven't
locked
forgiven
answer.
yourself. You stay here to honor the memory of the deceased.
That's true. I want no more violence. No more tragedy.
It's painful to be the last one left.
You don't know how right you are. Understood. I'm listening.
Okay, so the one that wasn't the skill check was the right one this time.
But Stephen Webster has several reasons to believe that this may not be the case.
Webster is as stubborn as an old mule. And I did tell him that we should let the dead rest in peace.
He wants to restore the reputation of his daughter. I just need to see where the fire started.
No, I can't let you in. The mansion isn't safe.
That's why you barricaded the entrance.
That's right.
And this door?
It's locked, and I make sure it stays that way.
Well, you barricaded an entrance. I guess you need to leave a path for yourself to be able to get in and out of here. Want to get rid of me, or you shouldn't really need this key? How is that gonna work out? Oh, want to get rid of me is trying to tell him, like, sooner I'm done here, sooner I'll be off.
No one lives in the mansion, and you don't take care of it anymore. If you have a good reason to be here, I'm listening.
There's vermin. I keep an eye out.
Vermin?
Yeah, that's it, vermin.
Right. This is what we're going to do. I go inside, and I promise that I'll hunt vermin. Okay with you?
I'm not sure.
If there's nothing else to fear, you can give me that key.
Right. Take the key and do what you have to do. Go on, then. Just to get rid of you.
Let's see what more I can learn from this mansion.
Alright, there we go. Could have gone worse. I guess we actually did succeed on the skill check that time. We did get the key. What was that? There's like leaves that are falling here and then they just vanish into nothing. They're like distinct from the rest of the leaf patch that's on the wall. The ivy, I guess. So I guess we can actually get in the house now just by using the key, but first we should obviously check what's back here. I can't possibly miss anything after all. What do we got?
This gate is locked.
This gate is locked. What about this? There's a lighthouse all the way over here, and this is the shack where he would live. He doesn't bother to actually get in the mansion anymore. Can't snoop around in his place, but
Poor
we
wretch
can.
seems to spend the best part of his time isolated from the world.
I can admire his wrought iron chair
Rather
on the
smart.
porch.
The caretaker has simple tastes.
Rather Spartan, well, I mean. Maybe he just can't be bothered to clean up anymore.
I know a thing or two about solitude myself.
Apparently the only thing that's really gonna be that important in how this game turns out is gonna be whether or not you boost.
Bourbon. Empty, of course.
Whether or not you take the booze, and do we want to snoop around in his place? I guess we're going to now. I mean, what can we even find out? We can, like, take how we can steal this lamp, I guess, if we wanted to. I guess we don't have any particular reason to at this point, but I guess I better keep that in my mind. Doesn't seem to be anything else back here, so I guess it's time to actually go back and maybe actually do what I'm supposed to do. No comment on that axe. How many axes does he have? He's apparently got like a whole collection of them just lying around here and there. It's like those old sketches about how people who are secret drunkards and who want to keep it a secret from their family would just like hide bottles of alcohol around the house and like fucking, I don't know, the toilet tank and stuff like that. But this guy wants to leave axes all over the place instead. So we can get in here
Shall we enter?
already, but before we do that, I didn't actually take a close look at the ostentatious part of the front of the house here, so let me see if I can do that real quick. Oh, he's trying to get rid of a tree now.
You have a moment.
What now?
Nothing. Sorry.
Stop wasting my time.
That was worth it. I guess you're gonna get a workout out of that. guess the other dude did say that apparently he's pretty strong.
I'll have to find another entrance.
Could always try to pry these off and fiddle with the lock. I don't know if that would go well, but you can probably find some tools that could be used to pry this off around here. Probably wouldn't be a lost cause, but okay.
Now that you finish your fun and games with Silas, we can perhaps inspect the mansion.
You're right. Let's go.
Pierce,
Alright.
shall we enter?
I guess I'm gonna try to pick it even though I have the key. Oh, I guess it's not a matter of investigation, it's just a matter of...
Let's take a look inside.
I'm with you.
I guess maybe I can... Nope, okay, that was an abrupt transition. Maybe I can pick it if I can just... Or if I have to pick it if I didn't manage to get the key, but let me check something while this is loading. Okay, Pierce and Officer Bradley... Explore the gardens of the Hawkins mansion. The family lights in the graveyard of the property guarded by Silas Winchester. The old caretaker, still faithful to his employees, keeps watch on the place run with his axe. Pierce and Bradley manage to calm him down and finally get hold of the key to the Hawkins mansion. They enter the building looking for the scene of the fire. I'll get right back into that in just a moment. There we go.
Follow me. I know the place. Who left this light on?
Indeed, why is it like this weird, wispy green fog and smog that's apparently coming from the place? Well, apparently there is vermin, but we're not gonna actually do anything to try and exterminate the vermin while we're in here. We lied to that guy.
The Last Supper of the Hawkins. What does this tell me?
What indeed? Why did they fucking leave giant sliced whatever that is? What is that actually? I can't even tell what it's supposed to be before it like... Is that bread? Surely that's not a bunch of... That might be a bunch of bread actually. That might actually be what that is, instead of like a hunk of meat. Which is kind of what I suspected that might be, so I don't know, were they in the process of making that supper when the thing happened, the fire happened, and then nobody ever bothered to clean that up. I don't know where the fire happened right now, but let's go into the reconstruction. Let's go into our detective crime scene mode and check the fucking bread. Is it bread? I can't even tell what that is. It might be like some kind of octopus creature.
What kind of meat is this?
Okay, so we don't know what kind of meat it is, but it is meat, so I'm guessing that was a fail check.
This place is for the head of the family, Charles Hawkins.
Okay, so Charles was there. Okay, so we do know... I guess we probably couldn't have known who the guy was in the other scene that we did this in, but... might not be the case here.
The boy was probably here. Smashed his plate on the floor.
The accident or no? I guess the mother would have been here. So only the boy would be like... given a denigrating position of no importance on the side.
Sarah Hawkins' plate. Why did she leave it untouched? Something happened at this table. An argument?
I guess our reconstructed images of them seem to suggest that, but... not sure exactly what that's gonna tell us. Okay, I need to hold this down for longer, I guess, for it to actually register that I'm getting out of that scene.
Daydreaming again?
Working, officer. This dinner table tells us a lot about the Hawkins family life.
Well, we don't have all day. The scene of the fire is next door.
So I don't know what kind of meat that is. That's like our conclusion. It's probably like some kind of, I don't know, vaguely octopus-like, maybe elder thing or star spawn derived. For being particularly macabre. What about this?
Sarah Hawkins and little Simon. The perfect picture of the middle-class family.
Not the dad.
Sarah Hawkins and little Simon. The perfect picture of the middle-class family.
I get the feeling that that might have failed to check, because it doesn't feel like we learned anything from that. Oh, a dead mouse. Guess he ate the meat and was poisoned or something. What is this? There's clearly some writings left here, but I guess we don't care about those. So where did the other guy go? Here. Well, before we go there, but if we try going the other way, what about this?
Charles and Sarah's wedding is painted by Sarah herself.
I guess maybe we can't
and
actually
Sarah's
do
wedding.
anything different, or find anything different from those paintings.
Too much.
Because...
I'll find an easier way.
Have you ever played the original Xbox game Grabbed by the Ghoulies, where you would see like a bunch of like the secret item that you're supposed to only find one of in each room? You would find like a blocked off hallway that had a pile of them just like spilled over, just to tease you.
Was Charles Hawkins some kind of explorer?
Oh boy, is this gonna be like an Amnesia Dark Descent type story? Or I guess since that's actually derived from Lovecraft in that game, more like a Shadow Out of Time type story, even though they already did that in Dark Horrors of the Earth. That's what pretty much the plot of that was. In front of exotic ruins, it is common knowledge that he wasted his fortune on expensive trips. What was he looking for? Well, since he was apparently by the pyramids, which look kind of Egyptian, maybe it's gonna be like a nod to In the Vault, which was the story that Lovecraft actually ghost wrote for Harry Houdini. I just put this away. We don't need that. Okay, let's do our detective mission stick. In this other room, I guess this was the fire scene. What could have happened here? Smashed the oil lamp.
Why?
Oh, I wonder, but I guess this was the oil lamp and that was it.
The child's corpse left a trace. Where are the others?
So what, the child was dead, and then the fire started and... Oh, here, hello, here we go. We got
Was Charles Hawkins a heavy drinker?
We should probably look for more of these while we're in the thing. I don't know if we're gonna be locked out of finding more of those when we're outside of the thing, but...
If the painting I found on the docks really came from here, how come it didn't burn?
How indeed, and how the fuck would this have been in the painting? That's kind of what I want to find out. Hardly someone with, I want to say, deep one traces. Well, what else can we find out? We need to, yeah, there's still something here, let's see.
Did Sarah Hawkins lose one of her shoes? How?
I don't know. But hopefully we're actually getting something out of the fact that we have that skill to find the hidden stuff. But yes, I guess we already found hidden stuff. We can look at this last thing.
Did it stop at the time of the fire?
So it was at 10 o'clock. Is that it? Have we... I mean, typically it tells me when... Oh no, here we go. I found like all the stuff from the reconstruction. And I guess that's it. So yeah, at least one person left the fire, but I guess the kid was dead and he was left in the fire. It's not really clear exactly what happened.
This lamp was thrown. This was no accident. This was a fight. Someone fell here. A desperate attempt to flee. And the boy.
So, Detective, what do you make of it?
The police botched this investigation, the clues unmatched, and the fire wasn't just an accident. I guess we could just be nice about this and go for the matter-of-factly response here.
I firmly believe this fire was more than just an accident.
Huh. What's your theory?
Couple had a fight. This is arson or a crime of passion. Well, I guess it was some kind of fight. We don't know if it was all because of the couple alone, though. That's the thing. It seems like jumping the gun.
I think the Hawkins couple got into a fight.
You sure of that?
There's only one way to be sure.
Going behind this door specifically, I guess. Not sure how, but Long discard or pointed to something already? We have 3. Okay, we should be doing that anyway. Well, I don't know. I mean, we have 3, we have 40% strength and all this stuff. We have less eloquence, but I guess we should keep our investigation up high. I'm gonna try to focus on investigation, I think, above all else at this point. Let's put that at that level. Actually, there's more stuff to look at here. Let me see. I can read about this guy, Winchester. So what is over the family graveyard on the burnout mansion devoted to Charles Hawkins, whom he all but raised. He has also great respect for the memory of Sarah Hawkins and her child Simon. And he's kinda crazy, but I guess he's still not being that big of an obstacle. We got more clues for this chapter already. Etiquette was respected even in private. Charles Hawkins sat at the head of the table with wife and son on either side. An October chair could be due to something that happened after the fire. Or it could confirm the theory of a domestic argument. The roast was untouched in certain plates. The meat mysteriously preserved since then seems to have been the subject of the dispute. Oh boy. Maybe the meat came from like the miraculous whale. It's like some kind of a spooky implications going on there. The photograph, the debris, smashed oil lamp. Bloodstains on the debris. Burned shoe, a broken clock, which, yeah, it could or not, could be related to the fire or not at all. And the scene. There was no mark left from their bodies, only from the kid's body. There's blood on some of the glass shards, which I guess we're thinking are the ones from the oil lamp that was thrown. Very clear mark left by the painting. Confirms the Hawkins case could be much more than a domestic incident, I guess. Somebody actually just left. Not sure what that final comment had to do with the actual
I just ask that you don't disturb anything.
painting, but
Chief West found out what would...
there's more focus on the weird marks that are left at the door here that apparently somebody left when they were fleeing the room. What about this? Oh, that's for just trying to close the door. Alright, let's keep on being guided through the mansion here. I guess we're just gonna be accompanied by this guy. I wonder if it would make a difference or if it would even be possible to do this scene without him. I think he went that way, so...
This door is locked.
Yeah, we're still not hunting that vermin. We're still not giving our word to the other guy. Oh, hello. History of medicine in the 18th century. Actually only covers the so-called civilized countries. Yeah, can you believe it? I can't believe those whiteys think they own everything, am I right? Holistic medicines or medicines from continents considered inferior. So do we get like another point in medicine, or at least a percentage increase? That was probably what happened. Can't you believe how evil the white man is to just completely brush aside everything else? Surely that still applies to this day with no variation whatsoever. Well, let's see what we got here. Yeah, let's test our new investigation buff.
These bandages are covered in dried blood. But whose?
I don't know if that failed or not, but it should be above 50% now, or at least at 50%, I think. We got the key to the tradesman's entrance that I guess we never looked at too. And also this. The history of medicine. It's at 55%, so it's above 50% at this point. It should be a little bit better, but I guess we can maybe try to get it to 100% if we can. Only we could actually bring that up to the point where we would be able to, or not worry about that, but able to do multiple checks on each of those skills, like in Elder Scrolls.
Sailor, a sea shanty.
Hey, this actually does have some kind of tenuous connection with the whole whaling theme that's in Dishonored, I guess, where that's pretty much the theme of the game, the main theme.
This door is blocked from the outside.
Yeah, we saw the bars. We can probably try to just pry them off, you know. That's a high ceiling. If something happened up there, how would you even reach that? That's what I want to know. That's kind of what I've always wondered about places with high ceilings like this. I've never actually lived in one, but... guess we just don't care about what's near the ceiling in these places.
An original edition of Mary Shelley's Frankenstein, dated 1818.
1818. I wonder if that's supposed to suggest anything. Well, let's see. Here's somebody, I guess that's the dude that died.
What do you know about Charles Hawkins' activities?
Well, not much, to be honest. We all assumed the Hawkins lived on Charles's inheritance.
Anything else you can tell me? Hey,
Right.
lightning.
We should be able to find clues among the Hawkins' personal effects. Did you hear that?
Well, I heard the lighting, and also your weird twisty arm there. That was kind of special. Well, I can look at the paintings, maybe. Not that one. Yes, this one.
A book on the first inhabitants of the island. It seems they got here around the 14th century.
First inhabitants being what? The tribal people who would have been here? I guess we're assuming that to be the case. Oh, here we go. Another medicine buff. Human body, a comparative analysis. Precise and very detailed treatise to particularities of the human body compared to the animal world. The simplicity of its writing and the vulgarization of its vocabulary make it accessible to the profane. That seems like a good thing, honestly. It's actually gonna help you, learn. Well, apparently we only get like a 2% increase in medicine from stuff like that. Now what about this? Herman Melville, Moby Dick, or the Whale?
Melville's classic. The epic battle between man and whale.
Classic, especially for a family of ship owners, except, well, what they don't tell you about Moby Dick is that after you get past, like, the very first part of it, pretty much 50% of the book is about the story of the whaling trip, and the other half is just, like, the fucking narrator going on giant, unrelated tangents about philosophy and fake science and all that stuff.
Mandatory reading for any whaler, I guess.
You can pretty much cut all that out and we'll be left with the actual story. But I guess some people think that it's worth reading the whole thing, even the massive padding of fluff that makes up pretty much half of the book. But, well, I don't know, I guess. I mean, I actually read the whole thing, so... I don't know what I should say about that, I guess. If you want the whole picture, then you're gonna have to read the whole thing, but I guess you need to decide if it's actually gonna be worth it. Like, how much do you want out of that?
This piano is in disrepair. Looks like the Hawkins kept it more for decoration than for music.
How about this?
This place was falling apart long before the fire. This place was falling apart long before the fire.
Guess we're gonna check out what's up here in this library. We're not gonna be able to check out more of those books. Just turn on the lamp with that unearthly green light. Oh, okay.
Greek mythology. Hecate, goddess of the dead, daughter of Tartarus, and mother of Scylla.
Hecate, you say? Is that how you're supposed to pronounce that? I'm pretty sure that's not the case. But maybe somebody from this time period with this context and this background would actually say it like that, so... For all I know, I can applaud the authenticity there.
Dark water history. This place was settled back in 1692 by two families that seceded from the New England colonies.
I see.
A book on hunting whales, the island's staple diet last century.
Guess nobody ate anything but whales. They just, like, cooked with whale blubber and ate whale sashimi. It honestly sounds like something that might be worth trying, but I don't think I'll ever be able to do that in my lifetime. Oh, we can investigate that. I guess we better do that.
One of Sarah Hawkins' paintings. Her style sure is recognizable.
I'm not gonna comment on the oddly polygonal-looking skull there. Just on the painting.
One of Sarah Hawkins' paintings. Her style sure is recognizable.
You know, I kind of considered playing, what's it called, Clive Barker's Undying instead of this, but I guess I'll have to come back to that game at some other point, maybe next year. Under the Seas. 10,000 Leagues Under the Seas, plural.
20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. Another story about the mysteries of the deep.
Yeah, but mostly about a guy that doesn't care about politics and just wants to, like, hang out in his lair. And also hunt down a giant squid that's terrorizing people around the world, because of course.
A book on hunting whales.
Alright, we better look at that.
Last century.
Guess we better move on to another room, because I guess we found everything in this one. This set of balustrades and balconies and other kind of junk.
What could Sarah have done to make this person threaten to call the police?
As you know, I've always held you and your family in high respect. I can no longer continue to close my eyes on the behavior of your wife. She again terrified my clientele. I know that she means no harm, but you should place her in the care of Dr. Fuller. He alone seems to be able to make her come to her senses. If these disturbances were to recur, believe me that although it would feel like torture, I would be obliged to involve the police. Respectfully yours, Anton Wellard. So, I guess she was crazy. To the point that she was maybe being violent. At least that does seem to suggest that. I guess we'll have to find more to determine what actually was the case. Can we actually get down from here? No, we can't, so we have to keep going this way. No chance to examine that spooky painting, though.
Locked.
Just empty frames with weird marks on them. Can try all these doors. I guess we will try all these doors. Oh, this one's not locked. Is this the kids' room? Yeah. Wonderful Wizard of Oz, L. Frank Baum. Pretty sure that the other illustrations on here probably aren't from that, though. What's the trouble in there, Nemo? That's little Nemo. Wouldn't you know it? I actually had no idea, but pretty sure that little Nemo would exist at this time. Oh, the boys' room. I guess we have to actually look at more. More of these. Well, there's the actual cover of the book. I don't know why he had a poster of it instead of the actual book itself. I guess he made a bunch of other stuff with other books, though. I wonder if it's in here. Alright. Wonder if the child room secret in this game will be anything like the child room secret in the game Scratches, which is a game that I'm pretty sure I tried to get Mike to play a long time ago. But it's kind of hard to get running at this point, so I don't know if I'll even be able to do that at some point. Can't look at this, seriously. Do we have to look at these in order? Question mark.
From what threat was Simon protecting his world?
Maybe he was just playing. I mean, children do that, you know. Oh, here we go.
Tom Sawyer. Mark Twain. Sarah must have read it to him before bed.
We still can't look at these. What are these pictures even though, anyway? It's supposed to be like very rudimentary depictions of like night gaunts or other sleep paralysis demons, perhaps something like that. Well, there's nothing else back here either, so I guess we do have to check out all these things in order after all. So what's this?
Sleeping pills. Strong for an 11-year-old boy.
Sleeping
what was
pills?
Wrong with this family?
But not thalidomide, so it's not the same deal as in Scratches. Okay, so yeah, it's like pointing you in the direction of the next thing that you're supposed to check out. Just notice that.
What nightmarish vision could have inspired them?
Probably night gaunts, as I said, but...
Simon's troubles went beyond family problems. That kid saw something. Something terrified him.
mean, maybe we will get the shot on the roof like I wished after all. That would really brighten up this game, I think, in my eyes. So far, what do we got here? A key. Opens the door to Sarah Hawkins' office was concealed. Was it really? I mean, it was just like sitting there on the shelf, I guess, maybe hiding in plain sight. So does that mean that we can actually go back and open up a different door this time? I guess we can, yeah. Let's use this information to see what the fuck. What we can learn here. This is gonna be enlightening, surely.
Sarah Hawkins' agent was getting worried. Seems she wasn't getting any signs of life.
Ever since you left to bury yourself away on that lost island, your art has been attracting increasing numbers of collectors. I beg you, send me some new paintings. The last one's so somber and strange, moving as no other paintings are selling at a premium price. Your percentage of these most recent sales is attached. Do not forget your friend who was the first to recognize your genius and display it to the world. Maximilian L. Okay. What else can we find here before we check the alcohol check?
It's all of the paintings Sarah Hawkins sold.
Apparently they're all, what are those, in dollars? I guess it would be quite a bit of money at this point. You just say who they're for JF, for FS. I don't see an M, so I'm guessing that the agent guy didn't actually keep it in the paintings. JF, would that be Fitzgerald, maybe? I don't know who FS could be. JF, FS, Boston client, Dr. F, maybe the doctor who apparently was mentioned in one of the previous notes. AD, this one was returned apparently. Dr. F and FS, so I have a theory on who JF could be, I guess, but I don't know about FS or AD.
It seems the last one was given for free to a Francis Sanders.
Okay.
I wonder why.
Does it actually say the name on there? You can check the clue in the journal again, but...
Despite what happened, they seem to have loved each other.
They brought us together for forever it will bind us. It's like one of those cheesy messages that you would get on the subway from like someone trying to peddle for money.
The door is blocked on the other side.
Oh, what a shame. I mean, that's the other side is the one that's child's room, right? So yes, we were actually no, it isn't. It's on the other side of the hallway, so it's blocked on the other side by by this. Never mind. How about this?
What will her room reveal about her?
Yes, her room actually will be... Oh, maybe we can actually open this now that it matters. I guess so there's an alternative way to get into her room if we didn't know how to find it from the hidden objects thing. Perfect. So I guess we succeeded to check twice for once. Instead of failing a bunch of checks. This looks interesting. Can't believe I can't get more information on that sculpture there. If I look at my clues in this thing again, let's take a quick look at this. Fire has left a few clues that escaped the cops. Room tells a different story. Son's bedroom confirms the atmosphere of violence and fear suggested by the other rooms. Family seems to have lived a recluse life, cut off from the other inhabitants of the island. Well, what about this? Letter of complaint, the boy's room. Was he able to see things like her mother? What? They screwed up the writing here. Was the boy able to see things like her mother pretended to be? Okay. There's this. So, I mean, it says FS. Does that mean that this is actually, like, you can actually see the names in the ledger, but it's just completely cut off here? Francis Sanders, apparently. So we can actually see the names, but we don't know who AD is because of that. The game just won't tell me. I mean, do we know an AD? Charles, Simon, Roy. See, this guy is probably JF. We don't know who AD is, though. We got that key, we got more of these books. And I think that's everything. I guess now that we look at that, we can actually do the occult check here.
Was Sarah Hawkins interested in the occult?
I mean, do you know enough about the occult to
Looks
be able
like
to
a revocation ritual.
figure out what
Was
happened
she
here?
trying to invoke something or banish it?
I mean, didn't you just answer your own question? Apparently it was a revocation ritual, which I would say doesn't sound very inviting, if you ask me. But I guess we'll find out. What about her actual bedroom, I guess? I thought we were gonna
Bradley?
be...
Is that you?
I thought that we were gonna be railroaded into that door, without really being able to look at anything else in the hallway. But it looks like we're gonna be able to check out at least this...
Barbiturates. Sarah Hawkins must have been extremely agitated, resorting to such a treatment.
This pool of rooms back here. Barbiturates. Dover's powder. They act as a depressant of the nervous system, but once you begin, you can never live without them. Of that I know something. Well, I mean, presumably there would be some kind of better... What's the word I'm looking for here? Moderation, regulation of them at this point. So we do have barbiturates. We haven't found thalidomide yet, so... I guess the same trope from Scratches is not in effect here. Alright, let's just check out what's behind this spooky door then. Maybe this will be like that cradle level in Thief 3.
Is anyone there?
Okay, I guess we found the thief that took the other painting from the burned room, potentially. I guess we should give chase. I don't know. What if I just turn back? Because it feels like I might be able to. I don't know if my speed will actually affect this, but I would kind of like to be able to look around this room. At least just to see what's in here, just like, okay. Well, now that I've actually been satisfied with the confirmation that there is in fact nothing to see there, let's give chase. And maybe I should not completely neglect my physical stats because of stuff like this. Oh shit.
Bradley, did you see which way he went?
Who? I didn't see anyone. I just heard some noise. Are you all right?
A man was hiding on the upper level. He ran when he saw me. He can't be far.
Okay. I wonder if that would have gone any different if I actually had reacted to the thing as quickly as possible.
Outside.
Guess we're gonna find out. So hey, we didn't see anything. I mean, would I want to switch from one light source to another in this situation? I mean, the lamp does seem to be a lot stronger.
This door was closed earlier.
Was it? Oh yeah, it was. We came from there because that's a bird room over there. We weren't really able to get in here,
Where
so...
did he go?
Well, I don't know, but given that there don't seem to be any more entrances or exits to this place, let's just investigate what we can.
Seems like this came from a log.
So who signed this? I guess we're gonna find out at the end here. What do we got? Captain Hamilton is confident. He says that will be the Orpheus this season. The whales disappeared without trace. Preferred it when the whales disappeared without trace. These carcasses, we can no longer ignore their sad fate. Something is eating the huge beasts. Dropped anchor near a village. The waters are red with the blood of these sacred beasts. To follow them is to defy the gods. We have sighted a huge whale in the distance. This was in 1847, so this was probably the huge catch. Size seems to be beyond anything known to man. Hamilton wants it. We've caught it. It's the most grotesque whale I've ever laid eyes upon. It will go into memory as the biggest catch ever. Men have died, but we gained glory. Darkwater. We've beaten the Orpheus, returned with empty holds. Scylla and Hamilton are only memories. Scylla and Hamilton, what? Not quite sure what that final statement means. I guess someone else Hawkins wrote this, but I guess wasn't wouldn't the Hawkins ancestor be the what do you call it, the captain of the ship? But apparently somebody else called Hamilton was the captain according to this log.
Do you really think that your fugitive came in here? I don't see any way out.
Well, that's because you're not being creative enough, clearly. I mean, maybe he just opened the door on his way through to, like,
they look like Celtic runes.
Misdirect us.
Charles must have brought them back from one of his foreign trips.
And apparently, grabbing the Celtic runes helped us get a very mild increase in our occult knowledge. There we go. Well, we have 4 character points. I don't know when we got those, but let's get this to level 4. And I guess we can dump our 1 remaining point into something else. Let's see. Psychology, spot hidden, I guess. Kind of looks based on that last puzzle that maybe it's either... I shouldn't bother too much with putting points in both spot hidden and investigation. Let me put some more points into strength, because that seems to be the other one that's actually useful, I guess. Validate that. Detective Edward Pierce, I just got an achievement called that. What's that about? What was that for? That was for reaching the level of expert in a skill. And apparently that wasn't done by a lot of players, I wonder why. That takes care of our points. Let's see the Darkwater stuff. Ceremonial Circle, we did find this. If the creature is not yet anchored in our dimension, an expulsion ritual might work, as long as the person performing it makes sure that he integrates the Elder Sign among the glyphs that make up the ceremonial circle. Be careful though, because the works that describe the creation of such circles are not all of proven reliability. Well, I don't see the Elder Sign in here, hold on. Unless it's like the tree that has the branches instead of the star with a flame inside. Yes, I see a few things here that might resemble either of those 2 things, but I'm not seeing like the star sign that you would see. And like in most Lovecraft stuff, it's pretty specific. Let's look at this. Barbiturates and the hurricane lamp. It burns a lot of oil. Oh, so is it actually a problem? Oh yeah, so it is. I just realized that. That thing in the bottom right is the oil meter. I didn't even realize that was the case. So we better stick to the Sibo, which I guess is an infinite light source here.
It looks like an old seaway map.
Old seaway map. Is that like the Bermuda Triangle that I'm seeing there? No, probably not. It looks like it's a little bit too big to be that. It's more like a route that probably passed through that, to be fair. And also going to some islands near the coast of West Africa, and also can't tell if that would be part of Spain or Portugal near Gibraltar. And also someplace in the UK. And apparently between Canada and Greenland. Well, what's written on the back? Nothing, of course.
Looks like the navigational paths described in the log.
What log? I mean, I found the log of, oh, oil refilled. Okay, so can we just use this forever? I'm probably just gonna keep on using the lighter, though, because it seems to be infinite.
Clearly, Charles Hawkins knew Captain Fitzroy very well.
Charles Hawkins, Captain Fitzroy, and Dr. Robotnik, apparently. A 3rd man.
I wonder who the man with the glasses is in the photograph. Probably another friend of Hawkins.
Could he be P.F. Noyes?
The Scylla. It's the boat that was stranded at the entrance to the harbor.
There's also something here, I guess, but that looks important.
It looks like a freehand map of Dark.
Trying to find out.
Certain areas have been highlighted. I wonder why.
Trying to find out where the guy that escaped went. Darkwater Island freehand map drawn by Charles Hawkins. Not really seeing it, I gotta tell you. I'm not really sure what the marked places, quote-unquote, that apparently are supposed to be visible that are meant to represent, but also, I guess this was dragged, so I guess this would open, so I guess we can knock on this to confirm that it's gonna be hollow behind
This
us.
panel is movable.
Or no, it is movable, never mind. Oh, okay. It's not like an immediate passageway, which is what I thought might be the case. What about this? Are we gonna get some actual...
This globe seems to have been part of some mechanism.
Some actual mist-like puzzles in here, I wonder. Let's see, ADW... Okay, so I'm guessing that we have to mark the points that were marked on the whatchamacallit, the map back there. But we'll do that in just a second.
I must have missed something. There must be a link with the Seaway map.
Oh. Oh, this is the log. Okay, I just realized that I think that's supposed to be the connection. We should look at both that and the Seaway map, I guess. We can also look at this.
This has been moved several times.
So I guess the order of the day now is just actually trying to find a way to move that. So there's not just gonna be messing with this, right?
Cogwheels. They must be linked to an opening mechanism. Probably a secret passage. I must find a way to activate the opening mechanism.
No, I guess we are for the gear train. I don't think that's a good idea, no. That's, because I think strength would be good in some situations, like, you know, actually being able to be good in a fight and doing some mechanisms, but no, we're not gonna do that.
Better off not touching them for the moment.
Pretty sure that I can big brain this instead. So let's look at the log. I should probably like make notes of this.
There must be a link with the Seaway map.
Outside of the game window, I can probably just do that. So let's see. First, latitude N, 70 west, latitude, altitude, dark water. I don't know. May and June. So these are different months. I can't just like say that they're all from the same month. I'm gonna attempt to make sense out of this. Can I? Okay, I can just like scroll this even if the window's not focused. That's what I'd like to see. The second one is 47 north, 55 west. C, question mark. The other one is 49 north, 61 west. Just these big numbers with no decimals or anything, which I find a little bit hard to believe, but let's see. Near a village. The next one is 55 north, 57 north, and 51 west. Whale-sided, whatever that means. As to their position, that is. 43 north, 53 west. Apparently they caught the whale. And then the last entry is dark water, so maybe, yeah. That just means that we would have to match the directions for that one, but let me compare those numbers against the ones
like
on the
the
back
navigational paths described in the log.
So it started in dark water, which is apparently off the coast of Boston. It's marked here. Then they went 47 north, 55 west. Would be here. Yeah, here. So they went here, then here. And 49 north, 61 west, and they went here, I guess. To somewhere in Canada. 57, then they went all the way up here, almost halfway to Greenland. More than halfway to Greenland, actually. Apparently they sighted the whale here. They caught the whale at 53... No, 33 north, 53, so they chased it all the way down here and that's where they caught it, and then they went back, so this is the route they took. So that's the relevant stuff, so we'll probably have to do something like that with this. Let's see, so we would start here. Not sure how precisely I'm going to be able to do this. First one is 42 by, so about here, by 70. So I don't know, hereabouts? I don't know if...
Doesn't work. I must have missed something.
How exactly I'm going to be able to do this? Like what they expect me to find. Am I supposed to point to like only one specific spot, maybe. I guess I'm gonna try all the spots that I found. Maybe something that'd be easier to see in this map, like 47 north, 70 west would be dark water. That's the first one, no. 47 north, 55 west is when they're in the sea. Going north, maybe the place where they caught the whale, or where they saw the whale. The first one of those would be 57 north, I think. I forgot to write the north in my notes. So about here, and then 51 west, so that would be... I don't know, I want to say here. No?
Doesn't work. I must have missed something.
51 west, 57... So it would have to be right around here. This is where they saw it, supposedly.
Doesn't work. I must have missed something.
And where they caught it would be 33 north, right around here, and 53 west, so also right around here, pretty much. Oh, here we go.
Looks like it worked.
I guess that was the magic spot after all.
Well done, Pierce.
New place discovered in the Hawkins mansion. What place could this be then? Here? Going into ruin, it revealed a passage into a network of underground caves. Well, spoilers, we haven't actually gone through there yet. Here's a photograph, the hand-drawn map, and I guess, well this, yeah, the Celtic runes, which apparently are gonna, just by having them in our possession, are gonna help us gain more occult knowledge. So what does lie beyond here? And I got another thing called the Secret Cave, I guess. Inside the Hawkins mansion, the scene of the fire revealed its secrets. Pierce and Officer Bradley, now on the trail of a survivor, had undertaken to search the place, looking for proof. When a hooded man with a freaking Cthulhu mask on his face leaped into Sarah Hawkins' workshop to steal a painting, detective and police officers set off after him. Well, that's not quite how it happened, but we'll just go with that. By following him into the office of Charles Hawkins, they discovered a secret passage. Pierce and Bradley enter the tunnel under the mansion. Let's enter madness.
Secret passage. Under the manor. It's like a detective novel.
You're telling me.
That guy must have already gotten far.
Yeah. And he had a direct means of entry to the crime scene. We must find him.
What is this place? It's more than just a tunnel. Look.
3 seats.
Someone's been here recently.
3 seats. What the fuck is this thing on the wall, too? It's like, I guess that must be some kind of ornament instead of something biological, which is kind of what I suspected. What do we got here?
A disfigured saint. What does it mean?
Is that like a fucking, I don't know, figure of the Virgin, but with the Cthulhu face up there? Is that what I'm seeing there? That's, interesting. Just trying to make a point. Guess we better do the fancy detective vision shtick again. What are we to find today?
Did Charles Hawkins use this place?
Charles Hawkins and...
Who were the others?
I guess we're assuming that they wouldn't be his family, I guess. Maybe one of them was... Okay, yeah, so I guess these faces that look like featureless Slenderman faces are just supposed to represent that we don't know who they are, instead of that their actual face looks like that. That's the same crap we saw in the intro. Now what about this?
Whatever Charles Hawkins hid here, he didn't want it in his house.
Yeah, there we go. Now what is this Cthulhu figurine? Or it doesn't look like Cthulhu actually, it looks like, I don't know, some kind of something else. Like a Shoggoth, perhaps. Is there anything else that we can gain from this? Actually, let me see. I don't have any more points to dump right now, do I? No, I don't. Apparently we got a new piece of information about these tunnels to read about right now. Who would have guessed that the Hawkins mansion was hiding such big and intricate tunnels underneath? Seemed to be the hideout of a cult of some kind. I can't believe Sarah and Simon lived right above such danger without knowing anything. really makes you think, doesn't it? So, I guess we're gonna try the occult knowledge and see what we get.
What is this mask supposed to represent?
I guess that's a fail. Oh, shit. Can't believe that our D20 roll resulted in nothing, so I don't know. I guess we're assuming that these two guys too are like the other people that were in the photograph of that guy, so maybe the Obed Marsh stand-in, which is the captain's father. Does seem like that's pretty much what's gonna be happening here. I don't know, what else are we supposed to find? This? Oh, okay.
This piece of cloth is unmistakably from a dress.
Okay, so she knew... She was actually aware of... I guess that's the last thing we needed to find. She was actually aware of what was happening here, perhaps. The underground antechamber clue has been found. So we don't know what the deal is with that mask. It's not like a green man kind of deal. So can we actually open that?
Symbol.
Yeah, there we go.
What does it mean?
What does it mean? I feel like we've been seeing the symbol, well... I think that I've been seeing the symbol and like the achievements, but... What could it mean? We got a new occultism progression. Well, shit, if I had known about that, I would have waited until after that to check the mask. Can we do it again? No. Of course not.
A disfigured saint. What does it mean?
I don't know, but we'll take another look around. This looks like fun. Let me bring out my shitty Sibbo so that I can light this without having any kind of concern for, you know, supply lines or anything like that. Gonna follow me or what? I'm just like really taking the initiative here. I'm sure this will end well. Could try that, and I guess we should try that. This looks like the same place where we might have started the game.
Of course.
And something tells me that the key is climbing these steps. There's tunnels all over this island. Given the size of this cave, there's gotta be other entrances.
The passage continues further down. Might as well start with that.
I ain't gonna squeeze in there. I'll find another way. If possible, I prefer not to ruin my uniform.
Fine, fine. Go look for another entrance. I'll try my luck down below.
Alrighty then. Guess nobody's gonna mention the guy that was quite visibly walking back there. That's probably the guy that was that we basically followed all the way down into this place. Right, let's head all the way down here. And get some nice slushy mud water in our shoes. This would be very hygienic, I'm sure. Let me see what we got back here. I guess we should take as we need to. Yeah, find a passageway that would connect to the other cave. But now I'm kind of wondering if I'm going to be able to go back. So maybe there was something worth looking at back there and now I'm just locked out. Shit. I was not expecting that. Yeah, but I guess we're just going to have to deal with it now. Alright, we came somewhere.
Some kind of dream catcher. If I touch it, it'll turn to dust.
I guess the wind or the little breezes that might be down here can't do that by themselves. We have to touch it. It's hexagonal base there.
An old diary.
There's mention of the beliefs of the Lost Tribe. Worshipped an entity that spoke to them in their sleep. The whole tribe seemingly disappeared in a mass sacrifice to the glory of their deity. That sounds pleasant. What about this?
Sad way to go.
Just got crossed by some rocks down here, and what is this?
These paintings must be several centuries old.
How do you know that? I mean, they look very rudimentary. They could have been done, like, any time, if you ask me. There's a bunch of people down there and fish. Not quite sure exactly how I'm supposed to look at this visually, like follow this visually. Can't tell if any of part of this is supposed to look like Cthulhu or not either. Let's see, what about this? There's the big old fish. Maybe that's a big old fish that was like, maybe this was the real catch and it was like a evil creature. That's probably what's going on
This
here.
monstrous creature must be an allegory.
And they basically fucked up by actually hunting that as if it was a whale or something. Hey, this is the Elder Sign, kind of, these stars. If you drew a flame inside of them, they could be the Elder Sign. Not sure what this thing's about still. And this.
These buildings seem to have come out of the water.
So what is that, like Rilia or something like that? That's what a bunch of buildings coming out of the water. And some monstrous creature who doesn't really resemble Cthulhu, I don't think. So I don't think that's what that's supposed to be representing. Not think if I know at this point. So what do we have here? I guess we have to jump. And get one more character point for our valiant efforts. Maybe I should actually put some points into eloquence as well, because it feels like that might actually come in handy at some point after this. Get it to at least 25%, and then I'll actually get my strength up as well at 50%. And then I can just dump the rest of my points into investigation until that's infallible. It does feel like, as far as I'm concerned, this would be the most important one. The most practical one, if you will. Okay, so we made it to the other side of this door and we still can't open this. Shit, I guess we're stuck in here. But I think that's the point.
Time has weakened these structures.
So I guess it's a miracle that we're not actually going to be crashing down to the ground when we walk across that bridge. That's what I got from that remark. Oh boy, sure I'm good at speaking today. What is back here?
I don't have time to search them all.
So we're not even gonna try. So we could go down here, and I guess we will go down here briefly just to look at whatever the fuck this is. What is this stuff? Like,
it looks like animal oil, but certainly not whale.
Is this seriously gonna be like a Dishonored story, but with Lovecraftian stuff? I mean, the whales in fucking Dishonored
Looks like animal oil, but certainly not whale.
Are already Dishonored, and actually, yeah, didn't they say in the Legend of the Big Catch or whatever that everyone who went to the celebration at the tavern was gonna leave with a bottle of oil? So maybe that's the same deal, and that messed shit up even further. Wonder what this crap could be, because I'm pretty sure that our character is breathing it right now. That's clearly a good sign. Surely a good sign, I should say. Ooh, what have we here?
What's going on here?
Piers!
Keep your voice down. We're not alone.
Good God. What have you got me into?
We'll see. I'll go on. Try to go down on your side.
Yeah, there's a passage. I'll meet you at the bottom.
Alrighty then, I guess we just like keep going and hopefully try to keep pace. Perhaps I guess I'll go on this way then. And I will continue to just be very, very sneaky, because I guess we can maybe get seen at this point. So we surely should press on at this point and not just give up and come back here with backup later. No sorry. Can't imagine that being a good idea in the slightest. Just need to keep going and just find this. But don't know why that noise happened, but okay. I don't know if there's actually gonna be stealth in this game, but... Yes, we found the place where all the fish corpses are stored.
Table for sacrifice?
Table for sacrifice, so we seem to think. Is that our picture? No, that's a dead guy. That's the fucking... That's all the fucking characters in this game look kind of alike, with like 2 or 3 variations. Guess that must be the dead father, I think.
An engraved whalebone. A strange creature has been carved into it. Probably a figure of worship.
So, engraved whalebone. I think that Dishonor taught me that that's called Scrimshaw. It's just gonna keep coming back because it's just like the same deal with all the different features shared by this particular game and the lore of Dishonored. Should probably take a drink. I feel like my voice is going already. I'm just gonna go ahead and leave that there. Probably a better idea so that I don't have to constantly deal with
a mass grave.
Hey, is that a mass grave? You can't really see what's down there. Didn't even realize there was a hole in the floor, but yeah, there we go. Found some very interesting stuff back here. Where do we go?
Locked.
No, it's locked. Okay. Where do we bring out our shitty lighter instead? So I guess we're gonna have to find a way past this door, but we want to like be brave and try jumping down into the mass grave like this was a Doom game and we're like jumping into an enemy pit.
For sacrifice?
Or will we do no such thing? I actually have no idea. Well, let me see. Shoot. I don't really know what to I should be looking for anymore. We found the engraved whalebone, we found a table for sacrifice, but apparently we're not able to comment on... No, no, we are. I just didn't even realize that. Just ignored that the whole time, because it kind of blends in. The icon actually blends in with the colors of the picture. Is that like a fucking... Cthulhu bandana that guy's wearing, like a balaclava? That looks kind of sick. I want one.
I got it.
Yeah, we're in the fucking whale guts room. Mass grave for fish.
I can't breathe.
Oh boy. Leave a place as fast as you can? Okay, fine, whatever. I guess we're gonna leave that place if that's what we have to do. So, is this where we started the game?
No, damn it! I must find a way out of here.
I guess we can't take that way out of here, though. Alright, fine. We'll go right back on through. There's another passageway here, but if we go right back to where we were, I guess we'll just not be able to go anywhere else, or find anything else. Okay, so we'll go this way. This looks like we might be able to make it through. This is a little bit quieter, I suppose.
Is it my turn?
Yes. It is time. You will soon be one of us, if your body and mind are ready.
I dream of it every night. I have constant visions. I am ready.
Good enough. Prove it to us.
Good enough. That seems like a great standard for an organization to have. Oh, I guess the thing that we saw at the start of the game was the dream and not this. It wasn't like a prolepsis thing. Flash forward, if you will. I do feel the need to clarify that, because if you just say prolepsis by itself, it sounds like you might be talking about something else that
seems to have been used recently. Probably some sort of ritual.
It's a little bit not related at all to the other thing, and some people might find distasteful. Found this dagger in the tunnels under Hawkins Manor. Its owner left it behind when he went with the other hooded men. So that's a dagger, I guess. Scrimshaw ritual dagger. Carved whalebone. And now we have 40% occultism. Well, so this has actually jumped quite quickly, this particular branch of knowledge. Yes, I should be happy about that. So I hope I didn't miss anything in one of the other caves that we were in. Speaking of occultism, we can do an occultism check on that book, but before I do that, there wouldn't be any other... probably not. Any other items around that would help me raise that even further before I do this.
I can't read Latin.
Shit. Can't read Latin, but at least that... well, that might have been not a check, rather, but just like to help me get that thing even further. But, I don't know, would occultism be intrinsically related to... Okay, never mind. Intrinsically related to our ability to read Latin, like Latin and occultism are like two things that go hand in hand. I don't even know. Also, apparently there was like an update thing on this tab, but I don't see anything different, so I don't know what that was about. What about this? The coldest symbol drawn on the sheets of paper. Do not know what Charles Hawkins tried to represent with this symbol, but one thing is sure, it was important in his eyes. And this disappeared tribe. Worshippers of the sea and its benefits landed on shores of an island surrounded by dark waters. They were discovered by the creature some called the devourer of whales. For years, the creature hunted them down into their dreams until their weakened minds surrendered. Following the creature's orders, they sunk into the dark waters surrounding the island and never came back. Is that really how you interpret that? Okay, well, I'm glad you translated that for me, but... So I didn't get that from this drawing at all. Well, let's see what else we got. Chapter 2, Chapter 3, Chapter 4... I guess this is what we found here. The scrimshaw and the knowledge that we found, which was this drawing, the diary, the dagger, and the Bible. Numerous passages have been overwritten or annotated. I wonder what that could mean. We have a pretty good occultism check right now, so I would like to take that as a good sign. Can't open this, right? Well, there's no chains on the door this time, but I guess we can't open that regardless. Not sure if this would be the same thing anyway. Pretty sure that this is the same symbol. Yeah, this would be the exact same place, because we have the same symbol in the introductory sequence as well. Let's try this. Let's try looking at I guess the stuff down here. There isn't anything on this stack of boxes that we can actually examine, it looks like, so... What about this one over here? Same thing. Probably should actually bring out the fucking lamp for this, even though it's like... Its radius is kind of pitiful, but what it does reach a lot better. Pretty sure that an actual lamp in this context would light up things more. Alright, let's switch back to the sickle for just a moment and then try to open the door. Oh shit, does that mean that this is the scene where we see the policeman get shot? That's what we had a flash forward to in our dream? So that did happen right at the beginning.
You who sleeps, accept this dream under your immortal wing.
Someone who sleeps in...
Cthulhu
Now we can move. Futagan. Yeah.
Grant him your flesh.
Dreamers who are being talked about in a ritual worship kind of way. Someone who sleeps and is dead but dreaming and is being worshipped by cultists called dreamers. I can't believe that Dagathur is gonna come back, because it totally was... Cthulhu is totally a ripoff of Dagathur and not the other way around in that regard. Can I open it from this side? No. Wait, is there something back here? No. Oh, I saw an icon. Alright, let's just try to sneak past these people, I guess. Cthulhu Chishag. Boog Shrug. Yes, the oil is what they're burning up for the lanterns down here.
So that the day finally...
I feel him.
Oh shit, said like the cop.
You
But they're
are gifted
sacrificing.
indeed. Not another word. Let him pass through every part of you.
Maybe.
All you who sleep will pray for your return into the kingdom of the earth.
Using that these guts are just gonna, work as an obstacle for how far we can go in that direction.
Bring me more sacred flesh.
Oh shit. Gonna be discovered? They're actually gonna start moving around now. Cause I guess we made it past, oh shit. This far. So better check this out before we do anything else.
Dead? This ritual killed him. Where's the sense in that?
I don't know if that's like a rigid mask or like an actual dyed, might be a rigid mask based on the cracks on it, but I don't know. But if that's like an actual dyed bandana with a Cthulhu pattern that they're wearing over their faces, that looks really cool. I want one like that. Seems like the kind of thing that I would put, I don't know, in my character's face if I was making a character in an MMO or something.
What about your protege?
Oh shit.
His awakening is complete. He will join you shortly.
You know, I'm kind of curious to see what happens if you were to actually just run headlong into them, but perhaps not so much at this point. What if I try to go this way? Just, okay, it is open. Guess I lost that chance.
Bradley, what are you doing here? I saw two odd-looking guys coming down. Seemed up to no good. What in the world is this?
An intruder!
Oh, shit! Don't move! Police! Don't move!
Well, looks like the guy in the painting is here after all.
I won't hesitate!
Bradley, get back!
Shoot.
Get back!
You asked for it!
Is that Charles?
I've seen this.
Well, I guess he's not dead. There you go. We got conclusive proof that the fire account was a sham. Oh, and we actually get to move around this time. Oh boy. So where do we go? This way. Okay. Are we actually in control here? Do we have to... Well, I guess it doesn't matter right now. Oh, it's okay again, but... I did just get 2 points, so let me do what I was hoping to do before, which is put one more point into this skill and then dump the rest of them until into this skill until we actually get to the point where it's maxed out. And then maybe, I don't know. I guess we'll deal with the rest of them later.
I need to get out of here.
This might be timed like I'm pretty sure the final escape from the tunnels in right at the end of fucking Dark Corners of the Earth is timed, then it can actually screw you over because I'm pretty sure that's Well, this would be a real blast from the past, but some of the old Zelda fan games that I played ages ago had the same kind of thing, where it's actually kind of related to the process's clock speed.
My leg!
So if you get unlucky, you can just get screwed over and you will never have enough time even if you go as fast as possible, but hopefully that we're past that point with this game. Hopefully in the third decade, actually no, it's the second decade. At the end of the second decade of the 21st century, we're past that point. I guess we'll find out though. With our fucked up leg. And our completely shot senses. Who's here? Can we look over this dead guy that apparently was might just be a cultist actually. Oh, I just realized I can stand up. Ooh, lights. That's inviting.
Light! At last.
As the game's also gonna point it out, there's no need for me to do anything. And now we made it to level 5, chapter 5. Are we still on the island? I guess we're gonna find out. Pierce and Officer Bradley follow the intruder to the secret meeting place of a cult set in a network of underground caves, right under the Hawkins Manor. They witnessed a strange ceremony led by a Charles Hawkins, very much alive. So why a Charles Hawkins? I mean, we are supposed to know by this point who that is. Bradley tried to arrest him, but Hawkins, whose body displayed various mutations, disemboweled a police officer. As he tried to escape from him, Pierce found himself prisoner of a rockfall, rushed to the riverside by whom? Institute, he's in a critical state. I mean, that'll probably be answered in just a moment, but it seems kind of an odd Deus Ex Machina kind of segue, like, yeah. He was trapped in these underground tunnels that were completely secret, and he was attacked by these evil cult members, but after he got injured, he was just suddenly taken to a hospital. Just like that. Well, there probably is an explanation, but I suppose we'll see what the details are here. And we enter madness with the enter key. Oh hey, it's the Robotnik looking guy in the picture. Did the needle come off in his arm? Not quite sure what I saw there.
He will survive. A strong subject.
It does look like something's sticking out of it. Is that just his restraints? Or is this a different... This might be a different chair that he's in right now.
I can't get up.
Don't move, Pierce. You can certainly say that you gave us a scare.
What did you do to me? Undo these straps!
Whoa! Go easy, my friend.
Your dad... he killed you.
Are you sure he's better?
He was dead. Me too, we were dead! What are you doing?
I'm sorry, my friend.
What? No!
Good times. Well, at least this time, presumably the game won't end with us killing ourselves in the asylum like in Dark Corners of the Earth.
What happened to me? Where am I?
Can we use our keen investigative skills to find a way out of here, I guess? What's up here? Is that like some kind of pacifying gas that's being filtered into our cell, I guess? I would imagine something like that is in effect. What if we try to just leave?
Please.
Someone's getting out.
I don't want him to find me.
Oh, Francis Sanders is there. Well, thanks subtitles for letting me know that. That's apparently one of the people that was receiving the paintings from What's-Her-Face. Oh, we have to wait. Have to catch some zoos. That's the only thing we can do, I suppose. We're not, like, brawny enough to just bust down the door of an asylum padded cell. Oh, now we're here. Just like that, okay. These are some questionable transitions, but I guess it's supposed to be weird and sudden like that to make you question it, because apparently the character also does not know what the deal is. Well, this might be a dream or something based on the appearance of this. Another dream, perhaps. Can we examine anything, or would this be just like a, I don't know, a scene of no particular... Oh, okay. Well, now we know that it's a Leviathan, thanks to the subtitles. So the Leviathan and the Cthulhu worshippers are somehow connected, and maybe, well, maybe they actually did hunt and eat. Maybe this really is like a fucking Forbidden Siren storyline after all. They ate the Elder God by accident. Also, hello, Lambda. What's going on? Greetings, you wisdom mirror. And Lambda has routine to hydrate. I have been hydrating a little bit with this introductory cutscenes in this chapter, but I believe that I do need to do that a little bit more now. It feels like before I did that, I did spend quite a long time without hydrating, so... In the shithole. In the interest of that, and also with some degree of effort to keep that from just trickling down into my trachea, I have done it again. No sea is dark enough to hide the color of my blood. That sounds like something that Clark Ashton Smith would write, not Lovecraft. Guess this probably was a dream, based on these weird transitions. Dreams where we're able to communicate with the dead bot, dreaming. Do that also isn't Cthulhu, I guess. Or if it somehow is Cthulhu, then it's certainly a pretty notorious deviation from typical depictions of Cthulhu.
I will not be here to bear witness to it, because you will have released me. But the earth will resound to your cries, or theirs.
You there. Wake up. Come on, stand up.
We
don't have much time.
I guess there was no way to avoid that, because we had to have a dream sequence where apparently our destiny is very hastily laid out before us.
Bradley. It was he who told me that you had been interned here.
Wait. Bradley is really alive? I don't understand. You filled me so full of drugs I can't distinguish dream from reality.
Please believe that I have nothing to do with these disgraceful treatments. Look, I don't have time to explain everything. I'm not really supposed to be here. And the same goes for you, according to Ethan. You must leave as soon as possible, and as unobtrusively as possible. I've brought you your clothes. Let me go ahead. We'll meet upstairs.
Wait a minute.
So now I guess we have to do some investigations of our own here. Am I supposed to escape from here? Why do they do the patients here? We can probably just go through all of these, I guess. Not getting in too deep, don't even know who I'm dealing with. Well, Dr. Robotnik, I think. We already established that.
What's going on here? What do they do to the patients to make them so terrified?
I would really like to know. I only see them when they are brought up for medical treatment, for problems they didn't have before going downstairs. But this is neither the time nor the place to talk about that. We must not stay here. There are 2 men standing guard near the stairs. It's the only way to the floor above. I shall try to distract them, and get at least one to come with me. All you need to do is to follow me as soon as the way is free.
Understood.
Okay, I guess we only had one choice there, so maybe we should have gone for the investigation one. But I guess it doesn't really make a difference. Do we have any more points to dump into anything at this point? By the way, we don't know. But apparently we have a new thing to look at here. We have nightmares in regards to our mental trauma. We have nightmares, we have the ritual. Pierce witnessed the disemboweling of Officer Bradley by a man with a monstrous appearance, who was apparently Charles. The men in gowns and the rituals had not succeeded in affecting the veteran, but the brutal death of Bradley, the discovery of the identity of his killer, whom he recognized, was still, as well as the latter's superhuman strength, managed to strike fear into him. Pierce still does not know if he should believe what he saw. He may even put his visions of horror to the shock caused by the death of Bradley, or put it down to a lack of oxygen provoked by the rockfall. I guess we'll see about that. We also have a portrait or a profile of this guy. He's still alive. Well, do we have his old profile, or no, I guess it moved down here after we found this out. Despite its crude and deformed appearance, this thing looked like Hawkins, I guess. So this is what being a burns victim does to you. It makes you grow extra eyes and green pustules and friggin' cephalopod limbs. That sounds like fun. There's this female friend works as a general practitioner at the Riverside Institute, but does not agree with the practices that they have here, apparently. Fuller was involved in illegal activities. He wants to shed full light on the nature of his experiments and believe that helping me to solve the case could advance her own investigation, so she's basically the same character archetype as the... like, one of the women from Dark Corners of the Earth was like, yeah. There's like a mystery that clearly needs to be solved in here that... regarding one of my relatives, and I need to get this private investigator to help me do that. Also a sleeping cultist. Clue. Which apparently this graphic goes over the text, as you can see here. That's interesting. Apparently they were subjected to a treatment that changes their physique. Old hurricane lamp, which we already have that, so I'm not sure why that's marked as new, but oh, hey, look, it's the actual elder sign in that cell. I think this is the first time we've actually seen the elder sign in its proper configuration in this game. He'll come for you. The paintings are cursed. Burn it, so... Well, I mean, one of the paintings apparently was of the transformed guy that we... like the painting that we found in the warehouse was of the transformed guy that killed the cop. But apparently, if we believe that the wife died in the fire, it would have been made before that happened to him, or at least as far as we know. Well, let's go to the Batman vision here and try to figure out what happened in this place. Ranch better than High Pentagram Fight Me. Well, I don't have too much of a basis on why one would be objectively better than the other, but I mean, I like how I would say I would gush about how the Eye Pentagram looks, or the Flame Pentagram looks, depending on how it's styled, because I don't know, I think that it's just a little bit more aesthetically pleasing to me, but if I'm gushing about anything in this game, like I've said multiple times, it's the fucking, like, Cthulhu face bandanas that the cultists are wearing. I want one of those.
What did he write about the painting?
I mean, you can read it right there. He wrote, "The paintings are cursed." It's very plainly obvious.
Sarah?
Yeah, that is indeed what that says. Thanks, detective.
Am I in an asylum?
I don't know. Are you in an asylum? I'm the best detective in the world, I tell you.
Sarah Hawkins is on this list of authorized visitors.
Okay, so I guess you would have known that this guy that apparently just in real time in front of us got taken out of here was in here and doing this. Well, let's do our skill checks here.
What did they inject him with?
I guess that might be a fail if we can't actually tell what that was. But there he is. Can't believe that Dr. Robotnik was a cultist all along. And for this.
In his eyes, this symbol must have some protective virtues.
I think that there is supposed to be an actual like sound cue to indicate that the check did actually work, but I'm supposed to get out of here now. I guess nothing else has been written in my notebook yet, but I guess that the game is also telling me to get the fuck out of here, so do that. My pentagram is in, Elder Sign is more iconic, but I feel like Branch is more authentic. See, I couldn't tell you necessarily why that would be the case or not, so I can take your word on that. I mean, I say that having talked about at length while playing this, how I read a bunch of Lovecraft stuff by myself. I spent like most of my teenage years doing that.
If I don't get out of here, I'll end up like him.
And yet, I feel like I would barely be able to draw a clear parallel between that and the significance, like the intrinsic significance of either version of the sign.
Dr. Colden, I would like to say that I'm surprised to see you, but we all know that your curiosity will be your ruin.
I don't understand. These people need care. You keep them in this terrible place as if...
Go back upstairs where your patients are waiting for you to treat them. As for you, gentlemen, do not disappoint me anymore. No one enters or leaves.
Yes, Doctor.
So I guess he has been disappointed after all. Okay, now we have an actual stealth section, so...
I'll have to find a way of getting rid of those two myself.
I guess that pretty much tells me that if I had been caught by the cultists in the previous scene, I actually would have been, like, I actually would have lost. It wouldn't have been a, oh hey, what the fuck. So we also have like a Dead by Daylight kind of thing where you have to hide in the freaking closets just to be able to not be seen. Alright, stealth sections. These are fun, usually. It really is gonna be Dishonored all the way, it seems, or at least it will be once we get a... I don't know, we get a relic from Noddens that lets us...
But the control wheels haven't been put back.
Lets us teleport forward a short distance in frequent intervals.
No, Dr. Fuller doesn't want us touching the pressure valves.
As you want. I'm gonna see if there's sleeping pills left. They've run out again upstairs.
Escape from the asylum, create a diversion.
Above all, leave the wheels where they are.
Guess I probably will notice if they remove the wheelchairs, maybe.
What could this machine be used for?
Help for fun stuff, I'm sure. Hold on, let's check the office first. Medical record of Francis Sanders. That's the guy that we just saw being taken away. Patient seems to be suffering from psychosis. No, excuse me. The patient seems to suffering from psychosis. I can't believe I read that wrong. I can't believe I've done this. He gouged his own eyes out in an attack of delirium. Or maybe he just didn't want to see anything. Maybe he was in like that movie, The Man with the X-ray Eyes.
It's an ammeter. I didn't expect to see one on this little rock.
What? An ammeter? Amp meter? Is that what he said? This weird way of pronouncing things kind of made me miss that, but...
What is going on here?
I don't know what is going on here. Is it anatomy? Just looks like, yeah, an anatomy drawing's texture, kind of, and this looks like the claw grip that my hand has after I play something with a keyboard and mouse for like more than a few hours in a row, so... Especially if it's like a shooter game. Could mess with that, but what if we just examine every other corner of the room first? Boy. Could there be anyone back here? Yes, the answer is yes. Okay, so probably shouldn't mess around too much. This would be a hiding place, I think. What's this?
The corpse is complete. Whose are these limbs?
Oh, this corpse is complete.
Is there a connection between this corpse and the machine?
I don't know, would there be? Flame Eye Star is August Derleth's version, while Branch is Lovecraft's original prototype version. Kinda like Lovecraft's because I have headcanon that it could be non-Euclidean shape in a two-dimensional plane. I feel like I should have known that as well, honestly, but I don't know, I haven't done, I don't think, one thing that I've never really done is like any kind of deep dive into like all the stuff that came after August Derleth became basically the fanboy
This machine seems
promoter
to
of the actual original Mythos stuff. Pretty much all that I did was try to read anything that I knew was written directly by Lovecraft. Okay. I guess I'm gonna try to find that actual quote for that. So let's mess around with this.
Still increase the load.
Increase the load.
What will happen if I increase the current to the limit?
I don't know, but I guess this is how we created the version. Maybe this is just like one of multiple options that we can have, though.
Have I activated anything?
I probably have. So if I mess with that and mess with this,
I can still increase the load.
I can still increase the load. Well, I mean, I can't mess with this, apparently. So, oh, maybe I have to, like, find different places to do this in, not just this room. I suppose that would make sense. Okay, so let's go back to the stealth sections. I still have no real clue what it's gonna look like if I'm in a position to get caught, so let's check this out. I guess we're gonna close the door. Surely the archives will also have some kind of a mechanism that will help me with the crap in the other room.
Anatomy, anthropology, nothing surprising. Dementia, self-inflicted wounds.
Irene Sanders, wife of Francis Sanders, had her husband interned after he had shown grave signs of madness. Okay, so we figured out why he came here in the first place, and what about this?
She was a patient here.
She was interned at Riverside for fits of insanity a while before her death. Wasn't that her first attempt with the fire at the mansion? Or, like, suicide? Or just hurting, doing violent stuff? Or setting fire to the mansion specifically?
Zoology, esotericism, mineralogy, and a full shelf on cephalopods.
Man, people really don't like the hard C in this game. Or at least the voice actors don't. Like, they like including words that have that, but apparently don't like saying it or pronouncing it. Okay, so I guess this would be another one. I guess we can maybe follow the wires and find the rest of these. Yeah.
Now for the others.
Yeah, that's probably the take it. Oh shit. Let me go ahead and this is straight up Dishonored stealth at this point. Guess we're gonna go the other way for now though. The reason I hold this interpretation, because it's literally a common looking symbol like a tree branch, which is unassuming, but you have these lines going in directions. Two in my mind goes into unseen angles, so the sigil itself is only a cruel approximation to a larger whole. Yeah, that makes sense. If you consider some of the other, like, descriptions or like specific passages that pretty much were in Lovecraft stories to try to drive home the point that a lot of the stuff that he talked about was, like, not supposed to be fathomable. Do I have my lamp? Do I have my lighter? I do have my lighter.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Because I can hide in here if I'm, like, caught in the corridor with somebody patrolling. Oh, okay. It's like trying to figure out what was happening there. So is that gonna... Oh shit, fuck. I guess that makes some degree of sense, but yeah, this way.
I think I got the right.
I'm just gonna go in a circle. That'll work out quite well, I'm sure. Just gonna go in a circle twice. And I guess the guy's gonna be eventually losing interest. That makes sense.
But the calculations.
Could hide in here, but what if I just hide behind this desk instead? Okay, I probably should hide in here though. I gotta tell you, I'm actually kind of glad that the AI does that, because that's actually a lot less frustrating than it would be otherwise. And I can definitely get behind that, I tell you that much. Well, I've been in this friggin'... Oh, here we go, here comes the guy. Been in this locker for a while, and that dude has certainly taken his sweet time trying to complete his patrolling route there. Okay, how do we leave? Also, what's with the friggin' heartbeat thing? I'm actually like holding my breath while I'm in there, so that might actually be detrimental. Hold on, I need to follow the friggin' cables here too. I guess figure out where the rest of these things are gonna be. The electrical things, and yet, well, that guy went that way, but there's also like this guy planted in front of the...
What is welling up inside me? I feel...
Planted in front of the exit, whom we have to get rid of, I think, but... Apparently we would also have to get past him to activate the final place where that cable goes, so... Not quite sure what to make of that, I guess
He is my master.
I'll just go through here instead. Hope that we don't actually get a different, or another surprise. I don't know, event, loud noise thing too.
Yeah, you there. Come here.
Alright, what's up?
What you're doing there, but you don't seem to be friends with the nurses.
What do you want?
Sleep. That's all.
Sleep? You don't want to leave?
No. Have you seen the storm that's brewing? I'm fine here. Except for one problem.
You want sleeping pills, right?
Yeah. And in exchange, I can make noise. Lots of noise.
You'll draw the guards to your cell to allow me to escape.
So, you in? Find something to make me sleep, and I'll take care of the guards for you.
Okay, I guess this might actually be an alternative option if we don't have to do the thing with the machine. Well, let's see. We can talk a little bit more, I guess.
Is it the noise that disturbs you?
No, it's the nightmares. We all have them here. That's what wakes us up. And afterwards, there's no way to get back to sleep.
Well, I can't promise anything,
If
I
I
think.
find something, who knows what I'll do.
Don't play the wise guy because you're on the outside and I'm not.
Does that take us out of the conversation? Okay, it does, so... I'm gonna, like, break our promise to this guy already. Well, now that we have that on our plate, I guess we should probably be a bit more thorough with exploring these places. Okay, so that guy is still gonna be there. Still gonna be planted there, and I'm guessing that we can't really do much to get him away from that position, because that would be...
Exactly what I need.
Oh, hey, can't we just, like, pinch our fingers through the bars here and... Or the thing, or, I don't know, grab a piece of debris and just stretch it through here and try to bring that thing closer to ourselves, or, like, slide it under the... Is there a gap between the bottom of this thing and the, you know, the edge of the counter? Because it feels like we should be able to pull it through there, but... No, that would make too much sense. We're not gonna pull a fucking... Motas level 1 on this game, I don't think. What's this? Last week's incident caused significant damage to the infrastructure, putting a stop to current experiments. This is unacceptable. The wheels to operate the gas stopcocks must be kept in the storage room after each use. Moreover, you must keep the register of use up to date.
The green gas leaves from here, and it runs through the whole building.
So... I guess we should try to do something. Can we dump our points into anything yet? No. Okay. Let's try this. Should be fine, given that we have a fucking 75% chance of success. Yeah.
Perfect.
So what's in here, then? Can we tell what's in there? I guess we can maybe... I don't know if we're gonna be able to get in there, but... And also increase the voltage from here.
You got one lever to push.
Yeah, theoretically. So we can find that. We can also hide in here for some reason.
It's locked.
I can't believe that we still have our fucking lockpicks. You know, it just occurred to me, we still have our fucking lockpicks even though we only have the stuff that we got when we got out of the cell. So they never took those away. Or maybe the woman gave them back to us. Oh, wait, this is just a hide. Okay, I'll get out of here then. Oh no, never mind, it isn't. I got double japed. I had to backpedal on my own perceptions. I'm pretty sure that I just realized that the freaking screen effect when we go into one of these enclosed spaces is actually like the panic attack indicator, so we probably should be making our best effort to not actually stay there. Okay, pincers obtained. What is this?
Control wheel is missing.
Okay, so ideally I think we should be able to...
lever must turn on the gas machine.
Stop the gas from here. Yeah, nothing happens, so we're gonna have to find the wheel to make the gas stop, I would presume, and I imagine we would want to do that before... Can we take this one?
Valve controls the pressure.
I mean, probably not. Let's mess with it anyway. But that's probably something that we're gonna want to do before we leave as well.
There's nothing happening.
Okay, there's nothing happening still, and that's also not what the subtitle says. I've repaired your machine as best I can. The piping has been damaged, and I fear that gas is escaping. I cannot do any more in such a short time. If the equipment is put under too much pressure, there's a risk of explosion. Okay, so we probably shouldn't mess with that. Unless we're gonna blow up this whole place, or maybe we'll just blow up the machine. Maybe we should just, like, not mess with this yet. Okay, so the pressure went down this time. I also did notice that the note that we just read back there was signed by C. Allen, which is, I think, a pretty clear reference to a very specific tale.
Control wheel is missing.
I don't think they even changed that guy's name when they made his character in Dark Corners of the Earth. He was still called Sadok Allen. Okay, so this is the same deal. So I guess we're gonna have to find a few extra wheels if we want to actually mess with all of these. I guess we... well, I don't know. Hold on. Because these all seem to be related to the pressure, but the one over here would... okay, never mind, it would be too, so... I guess maybe we should do that. We should increase the pressure. So let me look at the clue again. We can't just read it off the wall. We can read it off the wall, I guess, if we're good enough at reading this freaking chicken scratch. Wheels to operate the gas must be left in the storage room after each use. Okay, so we just need to look for one room. That seems doable. If only I had a map of this place. Okay, well, here's the storage room. Can we just, like, try to... yeah, we can't take that. Let's try it. Can't imagine why this would be any different to, yeah, what just happened back there. Oh, there's a hidden object in this room. Let's see. There's at least one hidden object in this room, that is. Could it be on these shelves? It probably is gonna be on one of these shelves. You know, this kind of reminds me of another game that I... oh, fuck. I wasn't expecting that guy. Reminds me of another game that I kind of wanted to maybe play on, like an Octobermonth kind of thing, but I already have gotten far. Joke's on you, my guy. Seems pretty relaxed about his, his remarks to an escaping patient as well, which... it's honestly more of a... I don't know. Something I find more funny than anything, but while he's gone, let's go back into this room and search it. See if we can, like... probably can't lock him out, but probably can, like, have a quick search around here. But yeah, this room in particular I want to say reminds me of another game called Theresia Dear Mill, which I've actually tried to beat a couple times on my own, and... always kind of got too distracted when I got pretty far into that game to ever actually be able to...
with these chains on your wrist, you can't escape.
...to get to the end of it, but I thought it was kind of interesting. I'm honestly genuinely... I do have a genuine want to see what the ending of that game is like, but I have yet to get there by myself, so I think I'm gonna have to force myself to play there on stream sometime. I want to find that. Okay, so where the heck does this go? Let me see.
Where do they keep their sleeping pills?
Guess we can. Oh fuck! It's coming back. No, oh, for fuck's sake! That's not what I wanted to do. I wanted to. Oh, they start swing both ways. That's also kind of weird. I'm gonna just hide back here until this guy's gone. Is this sleeping pills? Yeah, so I can take this if I want.
New friend's sleeping pills.
And he could be the distraction, or I could find something else to do before I leave this place, which is honestly probably more within my own interest. Help. I need somebody. I'll keep this. You know what? I'll just do the check right now. I have no idea if I'll be able to.
Morphine? Opium?
Oh shit.
Nothing but common drugs.
Yeah, opium, the most popular drug. It exists. Oh fuck. It's just gonna like keep on walking back and forth there. That's not good for me. Does he know that I'm there? He's gonna come in here looking for me, because apparently he's got like a mild discovery thing on his... Oh, he's coming this way, hold on. This could be my chance to get behind him. If he keeps on, yeah, goes all the way around. Right back into the storage room I go, because apparently there's still a hidden object in this room that I didn't find. I do want to find out what that is. Guess I'm just gonna have to check the shelves a lot more closely here. Should look for the stuff in the parts of the room where I'm vulnerable first, so... This one here. Chains... Anything on the table... Oh, for fuck's sake, here comes the guy again, going around. But I guess it's actually a good thing that I didn't end up... Oh, but he just ignored me completely. I'll take that. I am very okay with that outcome, as a matter of fact, that circumstance. So... Damn it, I'm really not having any success finding anything in here. Maybe it's not on the shelves after all, but there has to be something here, otherwise this fucking thing wouldn't be blinking. Did he leave the door open? He did not leave the door open. Maybe I should leave the door open to see if he's coming from this direction. There's nothing here. Oh, he's coming from the other direction this time. Oh shit. Can't believe that I still am not finding anything. What the fuck am I missing in this room? Oh, here we go.
I could use this control wheel to turn the valve I saw.
Was I looking for the... Well, I think I found a couple of valves that were missing wheels, so maybe I could turn two of them. Unless, of course, we have to find one for each of the missing valves, which means that we would have to find one more after this one. We can turn this. What if I put it right here in this?
Now for the next step.
I like turn it and then remove it again. I hope I can just turn it back and forth, but I guess I am gonna have to find a different valve after all, because I honestly, I think a little bit more committed to finding this, or to doing this, I mean, as the distraction at this point. I'm guessing that all of these are different options. But I'm guessing also that I will have to turn all of these valves before I can cause the thing to occur. I mean, there wouldn't be anything in this room that I could use for a wheel, right? No. I feel like I would know if that were the case, or at least a hidden item indicator would light up. So I guess I'm just gonna have to look somewhere else. So, okay, I've already looked at the storage place. That's the exit, but we can't really get there.
It's locked.
And go all the way around. Francis Sanders is still here. Oh, she's here. Where Is that the room with the big machine? No, it's a different room with a big machine, maybe.
Invaluable information for my research. Kill me! Kill me! What?
Oh shit. Okay, no, these guys are the ones that are in the near the exit, I guess. Well, here's the other room that I would maybe want to get into so I could find some keys. Let's see. Can I get into that room by going around this way? And not run into anyone who might be patrolling. Well, no, here's a guy patrolling, but he doesn't even have like a lamp to tell me where he's facing. That's not very convenient for me. So what happens if he goes in this direction? He's gonna leave this room? Nope, he's just gonna go that way. Maybe while he's over there I can come over here and here we go, find his stuff. Can I examine anything else? Can I 2 keys, key to the guards and key to the maintenance room. Guards room and maintenance room, so... Is this the maintenance room? This was the administration, wasn't it, actually? Yeah. So where is the maintenance room? I should probably try to use these keys for something. Okay, so I can just find one more lever and mess with this, but... Like I said, I think at this point I'm a little bit more committed to finding the other valve. That's the administration room, that's where I just came from, and that's where there's a dude that could potentially find me, so... This is the valve room, and this is the other way into the administration room, and if I... Oh boy. You didn't see anything. I go down that hallway. Okay, there's a dude there. If I go down this hallway, around this corner, what am I gonna be finding? Oh, there's another guy. I mean, maybe I can distract this guy and get him to leave his post. Is he asleep? Will he actually, care if I go up to him? Apparently not, based on the fact that he's not doing shit. Okay, I'll use this to my advantage. Grab this wheel. That was a wheel? I thought that was a freaking chair cushion. Okay. Oh shit, fuck. I think this guy, this dude, well, not that dude, I guess I just walked up, but... Someone behind him might have seen me very briefly. Okay, he's leaving, so it should be fine. I kinda wanna see what happens if I can grab this, so... Controversial practice of bleeding is still exercised today. Book explains in minute detail the different methods as well as the instruments required. These methods are outdated, not very effective, and it is to be hoped that the reading of such a work is purely for historical purposes. So that would just be for bloodletting. I guess we got a new increase in our thing. Our medicine, yeah, I think we got to 30%, no, at least 25% I think in all the skills, because I just got an achievement called Jack of all trades, which I thought that's what the check for that was going to be, but apparently the description says inspect 50 items instead. So I guess that's what I did. That was incorrect. Okay, let's not get into this place. I can't close that door, that stinks. This guy whistling, because he definitely doesn't seem to be conscious. I'm gonna walk right in front of him. Oh, he is conscious, okay.
I think we got a walker.
Did he at least leave his post? Because that would be good for me. Honestly. Oh boy, this guy. Can I, shit, hold on. I mean, will he go back, or... He's just gonna be patrolling now. Just like perfectly silent and completely undetectable. Okay, so if I go in this room, here we go.
What carnage?
What carnage? There's probably gonna be something very interesting in here. Considering that we had to remove that guy from the picture just to be able to come in here.
Saw something over there.
No, you didn't. Don't come into this room. That's not something you want to do. I'm pretty sure that I would be able to convince them of something like that, even if they knew that there was somebody hiding in here. If they knew what this place looked like. Oh, hey, this is where the last lever is. So we have
all
like...
the levers are activated.
Yeah, all the levers are activated. But... Okay, there isn't anyone out here. It doesn't look... No, there is that guy. Fuck, we're gonna have to like... lose him again, I think. Hey, you didn't see anything, right? No answer. Can I actually have him follow me into this room and then just completely... Oh. Completely fucking fool him into... Yeah. There we go, perfect. Actually, I'm not infuriated by the stealth in this game, for one. It's pretty silly, but it works quite well, so I think I have all the pieces that I would need for, like, all the potential methods that I found to create a distraction. But, like I've already established, we're gonna go with the one that I am all but committed to. Which is coming in here and blowing shit up, because why not? Alright, the pressure is up. The pressure is also up here. And now the pressure just needs to be up here. In order to make this explodable, I would think.
I've got to hide before the guards see me.
Got 2 character points for her.
Somebody here.
Oh, nobody. Nobody here but the chickens. Okay, so... Can't even like get out of this place before the guards come in here, can we? Nope. So, well, let's see, we got an extra 2 points, so what shall I dump them into? I think I'm just gonna keep on dumping them into this, like I said. Stay true to my word. Until that's, yes. No, I don't want to do that, I would actually validate that. So I'll take a look at the other stuff that's marked as unread while I'm here. It would be sanity. What else have we got? Macabre discovery. Pierce entered a room that he first took for a morgue, but the advanced state of decay of the corpses that lay about the place quickly made him realize that he was wrong. Nothing could justify the presence of such a charnel house in a hospital. The putrid smell and the total absence of respect for human life as witnessed by this room profoundly shocked Pierce, costing him some of his sanity. So what we're supposed to avoid discovering these mental trauma sites, even though I kind of want to discover more of them just to, you know, have them in my album. There's this scrap, there's this stuff, we also got the maintenance room, the cellars of the Riverside Institute, and I guess that's the room, one of the rooms that we actually broke into, so ended up being, yeah, not really a necessity. So what, are the guards actually coming in here, or... Oh fuck. Guess that answers that question. That was some pretty bad timing, you might say. Okay, that guy's going over there. Is the other guard also following him? Please say yes. Okay. Sure hope that there's only a couple of them here, though. Oh, you didn't see anything. What are you talking about? And I guess that we are to understand that those are specifically the 2 guys that were watching the exit, yes. Otherwise there wouldn't be any point to that, so we could try to escape. What happens if we try to go into this spooky experiment room instead? Okay. We can. This is where the other guy was being tortured, and I guess he still is.
Doctor, is that you? Don't you worry about the doctor. Right now, he'll have plenty to keep him busy with his precious machine. It gives us time to get away. I'll undo you.
Get away? Get away where? I can't go anywhere. It'll find me, like it found me here.
mistaken about the beast. Don't stay with me, or you'll end up the same way.
Okay, so we can't do the medicine option because we're not high enough skill in that, but we can do this. We're apparently professional level in occultism, so we can do this comment.
What is the exact nature of the beast you're running away from?
You've got instinct, a sensitivity for the invisible. It puts you in danger. The creature that is pursuing me is not from our world.
After what I've seen so far on this island, I'm ready to believe you.
Don't do that! Do not believe, or you'll end up like us all.
What happened to you, Sanders?
The real culprit is Sarah. Her and her accursed paintings.
You're kidding me. You're talking about Sarah Hawkins.
The one and only. The legendary. There is no artist more enlightened or cursed than Sarah Hawkins.
Oh boy, choice. That's a secret. Was Sarah Hawkins who invoked this curse, or what do you know? Well,
Is she cursed because of something she did?
I guess we went with that one.
No, it's because she's cursed that she harmed me.
On purpose. You say that Sarah Hawkins harmed you.
If it were only me, her conscience, her guilt were eating her away. But she never wanted all that. Well, not really.
What's going on this island?
I'm so sorry. We should never have met.
What are you talking about?
Destiny! It has trapped you. No, don't let it see you, or you won't be able to escape it. Don't look at it. That's how it finds you.
What finds me?
Sarah Hawkins' visitor. The Shambler.
The Shambler.
Pull yourself together.
Without her, it's no longer possible to save me.
So what's gonna happen now? The machine gonna get worse? Which I'm not quite sure. Oh boy.
Sanders.
Oh shit. I was gonna say, was he somehow causing that, or was it the
What hell?
Dr. Robotnik guy that was somehow responsible for this? But no, apparently it's straight up death of Abdul al-Hazred kind of thing. Okay, well, we should leave. Or at least walk away from that close space, I guess.
This is insane. What killed him?
The Shambler, you know, speaking about stuff in Lovecraftian stories that's supposed to be very hard to describe on purpose. There was actually a story, The Horror in the Museum, that I wanted to read for the longest time, and then when I eventually got around to it, I was like, huh, this actually isn't really that different from pretty much any other Lovecraft story. We have to go out through here? I guess we have to with this— oh shit, when is that? Let's not go that way, actually. I'm actually kind of curious to see if, oh, we like locked into something after we're hit by that? Can we leave through here, or is it gonna be locked? It's probably gonna be— no, it's not locked, but that might be— hold on. Oh shit, but this dude is right there and he doesn't care that I'm— he's not able to detect me. I guess he might just be there to, like, stop me from going back into the rest of this place. What if I want to defy that?
There.
I will still escape all of you. I've still got my—
Just you wait. This way.
my fucking Solid Snake penchant. Apparently after I get hit by the horrible gas, I'm still able to do things back here. You know, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Maybe this actually will be a problem. But until that gets proven to me— boy. Just gonna stick with my decision right here. Okay, I think those guys are far enough away that they're not gonna be a problem if I want to go back this way, because I pretty much just want to see if I still have the option of coming back in here, even after I did the one distraction. Can I do this distraction as well? Well, I'm not allowed to interact with this thing, so maybe not. What about the dude that said he was gonna scream? Well, I guess he would be on this side, so I have to look at that. Oh. Let's come back around, which is actually kind of convenient for me because this means that I won't be having to wait for him to be on the other side. At least their AI and their paths are very predictable, so that's not like a headache. Oh. Oh wait, these are like actual inmates. I thought there might be guards for some reason, but no, here's the guy. So he stepped away from the door, so no, I guess that's your... that's why you can't actually pick anything else, because that dude doesn't... like the other two options are pretty much placed out of reach. So can I get back over there without them... no, if... oh god. I made a good choice. Oh shit. Well, I guess we get to see what happens if we're caught for once. What is the last checkpoint exactly? Oh, okay. We don't have to go through that again after all. Well, I am satisfied because I did look for that. I did want to confirm that. So... but I'm also kind of curious to see if this door is open, but the other one isn't. If I try to get out through here, is it just gonna be straight up impossible? Because, yeah, this leads to the... yeah, this is locked. The other side of the hallway that was also accessible through just going up here and going around.
This is insane. What killed him?
I don't know, I don't think any parallels were ever drawn in the actual Lovecraft stories about... but do we not have something new? We do. Oh, it's this event. Between, like, the monster, the invisible monster that apparently ate fucking Abdullah Hasser alive, and the dimensional shamblers that were mentioned in the horror of them in the museum, but I guess we're gonna keep on losing our sanity here. The poor man's body was carried into the air before being thrown violently against the bars of his hiding place. The detective saw nothing that could explain this event. Weakened by his wounds and the operations he could remember undergoing, Pierce begins to question his ability to tell the difference between reality and the nightmares that haunt him. And yeah, apparently our sanity just keeps on going down. And we got a new profile for this guy. Retired art dealer. Moved to Darkwater to find some peace and quiet, as well as artifacts from lost civilizations. Okay, even though apparently there was only one here. He set his heart on owning one of her strangest paintings, the Shambler. He was so insistent and adept in his request to buy the painting that the painter gave it to him. So I guess that was the giveaway that we found in the mansion log. There's this thing, and I feel like there was something else I wanted to mention before that. It was... shoot, I forgot. It'll come back to me surely. Can we open this from this side? No, we can't, but I guess we have to get hit by this shitty gas. Before we can keep on moving down this direction, and then trigger a cutscene, question mark, and... yes, if we go in this direction instead of the other one, the gas knocks me out, even though we were able to dance around when we went in the other direction.
My head.
Later. We need to move on.
We're back in the Hawkins mansion, and the dude that we apparently saw dying, but who is also apparently alive again and trying to get us out of here. Bring us back to the mansion. He met Dr. Colden, a female friend of Bradley, who helped him to escape. Wandering through the corridors of this place where Dr. Fuller reigned supreme, Pierce was able to talk to a man called Francis Sanders before dying in full view of the detective. He accused Sarah Hawkins of being the cause of his torments. Pierce finally left the accursed building, accompanied by Bradley and Colden. The companions in misfortune decide to use the Hawkins mansion as a hideout. So is he gonna address his fake death in the caverns? Is that actually gonna happen? And are we seeing like a Cthulhu vision now? Looks like something like that might be going on here. Or is that Leviathan, quote unquote?
Who goes there?
No, that's the story that the thing was based on, not anything by Lovecraft. That nightmare again. What? Oh, that was a nightmare, or...? No, wait. That was a nightmare that we had after we apparently escaped that place, but that really did happen. we brought here. See if there's anything to examine up here. I mean, we found a few books of interest the first time we came up here in the previous sequence. This place actually looks kind of nice when it's the daytime. I'm guessing we can't go that way, no.
I want to know what Bradley and Dr. Colden have to say about all this.
Yeah, that would be pretty good to hear their thoughts, but also we got another point. Let's see. Get this to 90% because why not? I am definitely committed to maxing that out at this point, as you can see. You can tell. And our sanity has gone down to shaken. I hadn't seen that. The ordeals that you have gone through have left their mark. But you still manage to as best you can. Keep your mind busy in order to chase away doubts and painful memories. You still have some way to go. Who knows where your mind could lead you along the paths of insanity, well. You know, we're doing a high insight run this time, I would say. So I'm definitely eager to find out. Didn't spend much time in the hospital. When I woke up, I was immediately transferred into the cellars of the Institute, a sort of clandestine asylum where Dr. Fuller carried out his experiments on patients without being troubled. So that was like a secret basement asylum that there was like a nice little other building on top of it. I guess we didn't really see that. But let's get some kind of info dump, maybe.
How do you feel?
Oh, it's perfect.
Did I sleep long?
The day is only starting. It's fine.
Okay, I guess we have to trigger this conversation
How's
here.
our fugitive? Dr. Fuller hasn't reported your disappearance to the force, but that'll come soon.
Bradley?
Who else would it be?
Mr. Pierce, are you all right? You look like you saw a ghost.
There are things I can't explain.
Tell us. What happened?
Well, let's see. I might be onto a lead. Sarah Hawkins was the object of a cult, I guess. I don't know if we're gonna be able to select multiple of these, but let's start with this one.
I saw people in hoods. They had stolen Mrs. Hawkins' paintings.
Who are you talking about? Why would they do such a thing?
I don't know, but they were a threat. They've taken over the caves under the mansion. They were performing some kind of ritual. One of the entryways was under Charles Hawkins' office.
We suspect Mr. Hawkins of being involved.
My patients believe the old islanders used to worship primitive sea gods. Could they be the focus of the cult?
Am I hearing this right?
So you think me gullible?
No, not at all.
What else did you uncover, Mr. Pierce?
Well, I guess we can. We'll select multiple things. My brain is like just starting to slowly degrade. But I'll keep going for a little bit more. Might be onto a lead.
I met a Francis Sanders. Do you know him?
Of course, he's a patient. Or was. I haven't seen him since Dr. Fuller had him transferred to the basement.
He knew Sarah Hawkins, and that's what killed him.
What? How did he die?
I'm not sure I can explain it.
Tell me how Mr. Sanders died.
We called him the Shamblers, or sort of crisis. Well, might as well go all the way. I mean, since apparently they're really insistent about this. He did talk about things invisible, and he was killed by things invisible, even though I'm pretty sure that talking about occult stuff as invisible was more of a trend in the writings of William Hope Hodgson than Lovecraft, but we're getting into technicalities here.
I didn't see what, but something was there, with us.
Of what do you speak?
Sanders said it was Sarah Hawkins' visitor. He spoke of it like a living being.
Sarah Hawkins? Have I missed something here? This makes no sense. I don't see how it can help crack the Hawkins case.
You really think she's involved? How could she have murdered Mr. Sanders?
Francis Sanders mentioned Mrs. Hawkins just before dying. It's no coincidence.
You know, Francis Sanders was a well-known art collector. I guess you can still pay a visit to his wife, Irene Sanders.
An art collector, you say? That's probably how they met.
If you plan on having dinner at the Sanders household, please spare the widow the tale of her late husband's suffering.
I don't agree. She deserves the truth.
But that truth may be biased. We don't know the bottom of it.
How can the truth be biased? I mean, I know what I saw. Let's say prudent or better to confront the truth. I mean, if you're trying to be friendly towards someone, you should maybe do the... or follow the same advice as the freaking Morrowind quest that I was doing at the end of last night's stream, which was, yeah, maybe don't talk about your dead wife at your first date, but I think in this case it would make more sense to actually tell this.
He's right. We can't ignore the truth.
But it could drive her mad.
Better madness than ignorance. Very well. I'll go to see Francis's widow. Perhaps I'll find a link between her husband's death and Sarah Hawkins.
Don't end up in the hospital this time.
I'll do my best.
Dr. Sanders' widow, so why do we just have to actually just find our way out of here and do that? Well, let me check my diary first. Apparently we got the profile for Dr. Robotnik here. He reigns as the undisputed master of the Riverside Institute and of its cellars. He carries out illegal experiments on his patients. Don't know what he's done to me, but I shouldn't be back on my feet so soon after my fall when the tunnels under the Hawkins mansion caved in. He knows more about all this business than he's willing to tell. Well, apparently he was part of the weird cultist circle with, like the captain's dad and the other guy. Plus it was the captain himself. I mean, we can look at the clues, so we should be able to see that clue again if it's in here. I think. This, yeah. Captain Fitzroy, so it isn't the captain's dad, it's the captain himself. I guess that makes more sense. Hawkins, Fitzroy, and that guy. Well, what else do we have to say?
Let us go now and learn the truth about what's happening on this island.
The other night's events are still confused in my head.
Very informative, but I guess if we assume that we're able to like successfully evade the evil cult at this point, and oh, you don't have a drink. I mean, that would be. I mean, I guess you would be more excuse to have a drink after what the dude just went through, but we've only had one drink in this whole game, and it was the one that we were told to have at the bar. What if we just go ahead and try to keep it that way to see where that leads us? I have no idea how the drinking is actually going to affect things, but apparently taking the drink at the bar did affect my destiny as well. I've gotten like 2 of those messages in this game so far, and one of them was from the drink at the bar and the other one was right here. Well, let's leave, yeah. I mean, there isn't anything else to find here, right? I've just been like wandering around the room for quite a while trying to determine if that's the case, but I don't think that is. I've seen enough. So on to the Sanders residence, which might be a little bit larger than we bargained for. Pierce, Colden and Bradley decided to team up to solve the Sarah Hawkins case. They have a new trail to follow. Francis Sanders, an art collector and friend of the painter who died right in front of Pierce. The detective goes to his house in order to speak to his widow about the shambler that the unfortunate man mentioned before he died. This is gonna make me want to reread Horror in the Museum. Maybe that's like actually gonna be the reference here, because it looks like this house is gonna be full of artifacts and junk, so they're actually making a sort of indirect but at the same time very direct reference to Horror in the Museum. Which honestly I barely remember
What can I do
the details of, even though it was one of the last Lovecraft stories I read.
We must talk about your husband and his ties to Sarah Hawkins. Can I come in?
You may. However, before we go any further, please know that my husband died yesterday.
That is precisely what brings me here.
And the gang leader is also here.
He's here. You know each other? We met briefly. Time enough to iron out a few matters. The main thing is that we understood one another. The brave detective has a talent for sticking his nose into my business.
I bump into her every time I'm investigating someone's death.
It's a small island, Detective. My island. It's better that it's you bumping into me.
You're investigating Francis' death. Why? Who hired you?
I spoke to Francis before he died. His story suggests a link to a case I'm working on.
Well, since this business has got nothing to do with me, I'll be in your husband's office, Irene. We'll carry on later.
Very well, Miss Baker. This way, Mr. Pierce. And do make yourself comfortable. It would seem that you have much to tell me.
Is that a picture of yourself up on the wall? An interesting interpretation.
May I inquire as to when you had the opportunity to talk to my husband?
Yesterday. I met him at the hospital. He spoke to me about Sarah Hawkins.
Oh, of course he spoke to you about her. That's all he talked about. Sarah Hawkins and her paintings. Please forgive my tone. The fact is that I have not been allowed to see him since he was interned. You, on the other hand, a perfect stranger, were able to see him and even talk with him the day he died.
Yeah.
How was he? Were you present when he had this attack? What happened?
We had to choose again. I mean, we already talked to the other people and said that we should tell her the whole truth, but I guess we get a different choice. Not feel guilty? Oh boy. I guess we can pick that. We do have to check for that. Even if I thought that the psychology thing was going to be more for trying to figure out the stuff in the crime scenes, but I guess we're going to start off with that. It seems like the sensible thing to do here.
What happened to your husband is terrible, Mrs. Sanders. But from what I saw, it was inevitable. The man I met yesterday had lost his reason. He suffers no longer, if you would allow me such a platitude.
Of course. Thank you for your kind words. Nobody in that hospital would have deigned to speak them to me. However, it will require more than that to soothe my mind. I need to understand. How could this happen? In a reputed institute? And right before your eyes? Did you not do anything to help him?
I mean, how did you know that it was right before my eyes? Test eloquence, oh boy, well. I mean, I should probably give that a try and see how that goes, but how did she know that it was right before my eyes? Like, did the people in the institute actually say that, yeah, it was something that this dude that we captured and kept in the basement saw happen, just like that. I don't know, it's questionable, but I'm gonna test my eloquence, I guess, even though it's my weakest skill right now.
It's terrible what happened to your husband, but I had nothing to do with it. I was injured, and I came across him in the hospital quite by chance.
Injured? Well, I'm delighted to see you in such fine fettle, Detective. Not everybody enjoyed such a prompt recovery.
I suppose Fuller does do miracles now and again.
Luck is obviously very kind to you. Oh, I'm tired, Mr. Pierce. I would be grateful if you could tell me what you expect of me, and then leave.
I guess I am to interpret that... Oh God, just go straight to the point. Guess I am to interpret that that might have been a failure of the check. How do you know Sarah Hawkins? What is Kat doing here? I mean... I think that we would be more interested in knowing this out of all of these things, but I feel like that might not go that way, but we're gonna try it anyway.
I deduce that your husband already mentioned this dimensional shambler.
Well, you can imagine that's all he talked about. It's exhibited at the center of the gallery. No better place for the painting that endowed him with the privilege of such a shameful and miserable end to his life.
Hold on. The shambler is a painting by Sarah Hawkins.
Who else to paint such horrors? Take a look for yourself, if you feel so inclined.
It is my only lead at this stage. I suppose I have nothing to lose.
Then you have paid no heed. For my part, I refuse to set foot in that gallery again. But if you're so eager to see it...
Thank you, Mrs. Sanders. I won't be long.
Alright, there we go. I'm sure this will go perfectly well, and I can get a perfect level here in my investigation feat. And so I shall. Maxed out my investigation attribute, I guess should probably focus on strength next. It does seem to be like the other most useful one. And maybe after that I can test eloquence. I mean, eloquence seems to be one of the ones that comes up the least frequently, but we'll end up putting at least 1 point into that. Well, how about
Did
this?
she really care for him after all?
Snooper Hunter stuff right in front of her. Acknowledge receipt of the letter in which you demand the body of your deceased husband. I cannot agree to return his body to you at the moment of his interment. You signed a discharge allowing me to dispose of his body as I see fit. Oh. Well, that's nice. I mean, he's supposed to be an evil villain.
The day the Shambler came into the Sanders' lives.
Is that the Shambler? Is it just like a giant... yeah, this is like a perfectly nice-looking painting to acquire. So that's the couple and also Sarah Hawkins. We can enter a reconstruction based on that, really. I want to see what I can make of this before a reconstruction is begun. And also listen to the sound of the piano chords which you can barely hear. What do we have here? Breviary of Medicine. Okay, I'm just gonna take one of your books, okay? Everything from gas gangrene to trench nephritis. The book presents some avant-garde theories, but apparently I can use it to, increase my medicinal skill as well. It's out 32%. It's almost at level 3. So if I leave this room and go to a threshold, okay, that'll take me out of the reconstruction prompt, so let's do that now. And see exactly what we can find based on this. No psychology.
Francis Sanders and Sarah Hawkins were close. Friends, even?
Friends even, I guess we're assuming that it's not gonna be any more than that since the guy was married.
A house of artists.
But this time I'm not gonna toy around with that, I guess.
Sanders' accession register. He wrote beside the Shambler. Finally. What did Sarah Hawkins fear so much that she didn't want to sell the painting?
I mean, why did she make the painting in the first place? All these cursed things. Did she not have a choice in the matter?
He finally won. Was Sanders aware of his imminent doom?
Well, I do like how we can't even see the painting clearly at this stage. I don't know. Guess we had better go and examine them. The rest of the people involved in this, but not this guy.
She didn't want Sanders to have the painting. She must have felt devastated.
And yet she was in fact the one who ended up just acceding in the end and just giving it to him.
She despises Sarah Hawkins, but it's the painting she truly hates. Why?
Well, probably because she was the one who made it and gave it to the guy, and well, let's do our occult check. Which... what did that actually... oh boy. I guess cause us to have this vision.
I need to see it.
I also want to turn my eyes out. My eyes out. I know how to pronounce things, but it's not gonna be added as a traumatic event to my sanity, is it? Nope, apparently not. Not quite yet. I get the feeling that it might be something that does end up happening if we examine the painting directly, but... mix of sadness and insensitivity. She had given up on her husband long before his horrid death in the cellars of the Riverside Institute, but she still tried to get his body back, apparently. And then there's this. Being close. He finally gave it away for free. The feelings still shown by Irene Sanders towards Sarah Hawkins are derived from what she considers to be the artist's responsibility. But it was her fault, apparently. And the new book of medicine. Right. I wonder if there's like more books that I can steal from this house. Which is, you know, yet another Morrowind parallel that I can't help but point out. And just be aware of. Is that the gallery? Nope, it's just a completely random door that I guess we're not gonna find out what's behind it.
Let's see what this cylinder has to say once it's inserted in a phonograph.
Cylinder Session 1. Edison gold molded record. I guess the Edison's... Oh, hey, look who it is. That's not Edison. I think someone might have lied to you as to their credentials. If the person who sold this to you looked like that. And hey, spooky painting. Oh, that might be like a sanity effect. I just realized. Might be like an eternal darkness kind of thing where we see little details like that if our sanity gets low. Which I am intrigued by more than anything. Honestly, still intrigued by this weird painting that I have to imagine is of her, but who the fuck would have made it? I don't think it would be another Sarah whatever painting, Hawkins painting, unless like they're all supposed to be. Like these very cubist interpretation, if that's even what that means, of those skulls back there. Let's just listen to it right here.
Irene, I made a mistake. I fear that it might be too late for me. Nobody should enter, except to burn everything. I never had the courage. Pay somebody to do it. He's inside my head. I see him behind my eyelids each time I shut my eyes.
Is that it? Well,
Can't take any more.
no, not quite yet.
Can't hold him back. Forgive me.
That accursed gallery. Those accursed paintings. That accursed Sarah.
Do we want to listen to that again? Or, but I guess we have an actual choice of cylinders to listen to, but we only have one, so... Let's not mess with that again quite yet. Maybe we'll find another one before we leave this place. I guess time to explore this place and try to figure out where the gallery is. Oh hey, this is where you're hanging out. He's back here. Dissertation on an anatomical question. Work of a student in book form. The observations are relevant. They lack the expertise of an experienced physician. Both of these post questions, so it's like Soma basically. It's more about the questions than the particular reflections.
The strange Amerindian pendant.
Okay. Wonder what its purpose could be. Well, it is possibly Amerindian up there, so... Oh, that's for occultism. And also the Wayland the God. Brief History of Darkwater Island by Ewan or Erwan. It wouldn't even be said Ewan, it would have to be said Ewan, I'm pretty sure, but it's Erwan Greenmouth. Past glory of the island and that sushi incident that apparently happened here.
I could use one of those.
More sleeping pills. I guess we're just gonna pocket those. The asylum.
Strange. For months, Sarah Hawkins refused to part with her painting, to finally give it away for nothing.
Okay. Thank you to give up all hope of ever owning this accursed painting. If our friendship has any meaning for you, please spare me the weight of guilt. I cannot be the architect of your fall, I beg you, my dear friend. Forget the shambler. So she definitely was trying to discourage him from getting that, but ended up relenting for some reason.
Of the Reverend's wife's diary.
Oh, I guess I must have missed the first one of these, because I don't think I remember finding that. His wife expresses her worries about the strange dreams that the Reverend's congregation are having since their arrival on the island. Wasn't that the guy that apparently built the giant mansion that the fire happened in? Some members of the community, her husband included, began to speak of their vision as a messenger sent by God. Will suffer the same fate as the lost tribe. See, it occurs to me too that seems apparently like the big network of tunnels that exists underneath the island, and that is specifically where the cultists are located. It's like right under the mansion. And it's to the point where the cultists basically have free reign of the mansion because they're connected and they're familiar with the passageways. Why the fuck are the group of unlikely heroes that apparently we're hanging out with? Why did they decide to make the mansion their base? Wouldn't they be like more vulnerable there than anywhere else? That seems like a dumb premise, but let's check this out. Would you read the book? Oh, hold on. Oh, would you read the book? Read the book or don't read the book? I don't know, I don't know the context for this quite yet. Let's not read the book right now. Okay. We will read the book eventually, but not quite yet, because I don't know what this book is about. I feel like I need to talk to her before I find that out, but can we try to force this open, maybe? Yeah, we can. There we go. And get the key to the Sanders Gallery. Well, what does she have to say about my snooping so far?
That's twice you've stepped on my toes, Detective. Try not to make a habit of it.
I've got a lot of bad habits.
Some can be more fatal than others. What have you come looking for in this gallery?
I don't know. Gotta verify the paintings for a buyer. Well, I don't think that's gonna work out. Another painting by Sarah Hawkins, or I'm not here to create problems for you. I feel like even if we were to pass this check, it still wouldn't lead to much difference. But let's try it anyway, why not?
I have a well-off client in Boston who heard about the death of Francis Sanders and wanted me to size up his estate before making an offer to his widow.
Nice story. Bad lie. Learn how to dupe, Detective. But as long as you keep out of my way, you're free to carry on with your visit.
Alrighty then. And what are you doing here? Time to get in your way.
And you? What brings you to the Sanders home?
I'm here on business. Irene asked me to liquidate all these paintings. She doesn't intend to hang around here for long.
Why you?
Believe it or not, there aren't many collectors on Darkwater. It needs someone with a network and a means of transport to the mainland. A choice that comes down to Fitzroy and me. And I'm far more pleasant, wouldn't you say?
Honestly, I would argue that she would go against you for that exact same reason, but what else do you have to say?
Not now, sweetheart. I'd like to read this without some snoop looking over my shoulder.
Okay, I guess that's what she's
Go
reading.
take a hike, Detective. Go take a hike, Detective.
Alright, fine. We'll read the other book instead. What does it say? I can't really read that. It's a little too small, but it looks like Malleum something, so I can't imagine anything bad would come from reading this book. Malleus Bestiarium, Volume 2. Kind of encyclopedia of monsters and unknown creatures. I'm beginning to believe that they exist, and look, there's the old Elder Sign. Well, not the old Elder Sign, I guess, but the more ostentatious Elder Sign in the middle. And this weird layout, like House of Leaves type layout. Which I guess would maybe be seen in more documents of this type, if they were genuine. And apparently reading the bestiary affects my destiny, but also increases my occult stuff. I don't know if that's also going to count as like a sanity thing. I guess it is. There you go. You don't have more than 50% of that. Appears for an ancient treatise, the Malleus Bestiarium. This bestiary makes an inventory of numerous creatures from the occult world or parallel dimensions. The very nature of its knowledge makes it an unholy book. By reading it, Pierce lost some of his sanity. Well, I mean, Lovecraftian stuff does love to have entries like that, so... Cult. Dimensional Shambler. We already got an entry on this thing, even though we haven't actually found a painting yet. It comes from I guess it's from the Bestiarium, there you go. It comes from a dark and inhospitable dimension, where the rarity of food sources keeps it in a state of permanent starvation. This is why it is in a constant state of readiness to travel to other dimensions in order to feed on its inhabitants. Make sure you never weaken the veils of your dimension, otherwise you risk attracting these very dangerous creatures. Should this happen, you just have to lay eyes upon it for its being, to anchor itself in your dimension, and to allow it to rip you open with its claws. So you have found the Fnord. And here's this book. Men will gather the knowledge of the old ones. No, will gather the knowledge through the lines dictated to me by the great old ones, but also in other volumes, the visions that assailed me Whisper me names and silhouettes of mystical creatures. Soon the Malleus Monstrorum, repository of all anatomical, cosmic and dimensional knowledge, will be seen as the authoritative work. This book, unholy amongst the most cursed books, will one day be the final rampart between man and the predators that are waiting to devour him, hidden behind the veils of parallel dimensions. So you see, it's all clearly in good faith, in good character, so no need to question that at all. This, that, and also... I guess if we didn't have enough of the strength check, we probably would have had to do something else, but... I guess we can just come in here now. And I guess in this particular occasion it came down between the strength check and the investigation check, so... Maybe I should put some points into something else, but honestly strength and investigation do seem to be the most useful skills in this so far. Maybe I should actually try to put in more points into eloquence after I get strength to 50 or 60%, something like that. What can we find in here in this very well maintained gallery with friggin' skull sphinxes? Is that like a hallucination or is that what they actually look like? So...
These artifacts date from pre-Columbian times.
Pre-Columbian times in North America.
Pre-Columbian times.
This looks like... it reminds me of some specific Lovecraft-related art that I've seen, but I can't put a name to it. Is it that dark art by the Polish guy? Beksinski, I think. It might be reminding me of something like that. Maybe we can hide in this thing. I don't know why we would right now, but I get the feeling that that will be relevant in just a moment. Because I'm just gonna try to like get to the end of this chapter and then I'll call it for tonight. But I'm far too invested in this.
Public entrance to the gallery.
To stop, that looks like an H.R. Giger piece. That looks like it's very clearly signed, so I would like to know who made that. Oh boy.
The man transformed an entire wing of his manor into an art gallery.
Yeah, how charitable of him. But I guess this, you like to collect rich sphinxes with irregular faces. That was like a favorite of his. I actually want to look at more of this stuff. This looks like the same guy that was down in the caves, but without his octopus limbs. I mean, all of this stuff seems questionable, honestly, if you... Unless he was specifically a fan of spooky Lovecraftian work, then I think anyone would have looked at this and it's like, hey, this is all spooky shit, what's with this?
Why was he so interested in old weapons?
Well, maybe he was trying to get the daggers of Megiddo, or that sword that was in the final part of Dreamfall chapters. That I don't even remember what the details of that was, because I don't know. I'm still not quite okay with, or shoot, how do I phrase what I mean right now? I still remain unconvinced that any follow-up to The Longest Journey, the first game, was necessary, especially what turned out to be Dreamfall, but let's not talk about that. Let's talk about the Cthulhu lion over here. Someone must have had fun designing that. Alright, I'm just like stalling at this point. Just want to see if there's anything else that I can actually interact with here. I mean, I'm stalling here, but I'm actually also like genuinely appreciating the art, because this does look pretty cool. But I guess we have to give at some point. What do we have here? Oh, it's oil for my lamp, because I get the feeling that we're gonna be locked in here as soon as we actually look at the spooky painting. What do we have back here, though?
Is this dagger part of Sanders' collection, or was he seeking to acquire it?
Well, what if we stall even more and try to find this dagger in the collection? Draw a dagger with a tortured form down to the smallest detail. The guard carries a strange esoteric symbol, a recurring feature of his correspondence with Sarah. But apparently that, the comment said that that was not a talented drawing, even though it kind of was for, you know, what that was supposed to represent. But, well, that's not it, clearly. Have to check each and every one of these displays again. Is this it?
Why was he so interested in old weapons?
I think that might come close to what he was, what was drawn in that thing, but... if that's not it, and the stuff in this room is also not it, then... I guess it must not be here.
These artifacts date from pre-Columbian times.
Alright, so I guess that sates my curiosity, so let's actually go and do the thing now. Hello, beautiful. And we got some character points just from triggering that scene. I don't know what the hell that was, but I guess we're stuck with it. Yep, it's in here now. Okay, so I guess we actually have to do the amnesia now. Wait, looking at it. Is it aware of me? I think it is aware of me, yes. Should probably run.
Damn! Did it hear that?
Well, I don't know, but it does seem to be... I guess we have to look for the specific weapon, which I think is the one in this room for taking care of this guy.
This dagger looks different.
All of a sudden I'm glad that I was actually able to... I actually took the time to find the dagger note and figure out where the dagger was before not doing anything else. So I guess we have to do a picture of Dorian Gray on this guy and just stab him. I'm not quite sure how it's perceiving me. I guess it's the thing that we heard about where if you look at it, it becomes aware of you, but apparently it's also blind based on that cutscene. And it has no eyes. Ooh. Oh, that was easy. So how did she make that painting without that happening to her, like Hawkins? And oh shit, are you getting sucked into the painting now?
What's the matter with you?
Oh, okay. And we just got 2 more achievements named after Lovecraft stories.
You sure you won't be needing that hand? You're losing it, Detective. At this rate, you're right. The bottle will get you before I do.
You didn't see anything.
I saw you within an inch of putting a dagger through your forearm. Did I miss something more interesting?
Well, the painting was cursed. It struck a bit too much, you know. We're just gonna shrug that off. I mean, I don't think that she'll actually care about this, but let's just go for it.
Sanders was right. This painting is cursed.
What are you talking about?
I was attacked by a creature. I pushed it back, I think.
I think so too.
Oh, really? Didn't hear anything? You knew? We're just gonna pretend or act like she's just going along with this, even though she's just like, no, for like seconds ago.
You knew. You knew about the beast.
What are you talking about? Think yourself lucky that I saved your hand, even if it was to save my goods.
You mean me?
Don't flatter yourself, sweetheart. I'm talking about the contents of this gallery. And by the way, where do you think you're going with that dagger?
It saved my life. It's an extraordinary dagger.
You should talk to Algernon Drake. He's an antique dealer here on Darkwater. He'll tell you all about it. From what I saw in the ledgers, it was him who sold it to Sanders.
Oh, really? And you give me this information free of charge? I mean, I thought that when she was talking about the merchandise, she would mean him too, because this is after apparently we owe her a favor. We should talk to this trick, and you give me this information free of charge, yeah.
It's not your style to give me free information like that.
Take it as payment for being my canary. A simple trade-off.
What canary?
Now go see your antique seller. I still got things to settle with Irene.
Like coming in here and taking the bait for the evil painting? I mean, maybe she does believe in that stuff. I guess she would be. She's been around here her whole life. She would probably be more inclined to believe in that kind of thing, but we moved on to the next chapter, which means that I'm probably going to be heading off soon, but well, let's read this first. Chandler turned out to be much more than an artwork painted by Sarah Hawkins, as a huge creature came out of the painting to attack Pierce. After a very hard fight, the detective managed to send it back into the painting. He later discovered that the dagger he used to repel the creature had been sold to Sanders by a man named Algernon Drake, owner of the Nameless Bookstore. Well, that's another Lovecraft joke, Nameless City. Pierce decides to pay the library a visit. That actually is kind of related to something I wanted to comment on, which is like this whole meme with the monster can only attack you like it's this horrible trans-dimensional creature that is basically you're no match for it, but it can only attack you if you believe in it and like make yourself aware of it. Pretty sure that relates back to a story that Lovecraft was a big fanboy of, but that was actually created by Algernon Blackwood, which was called The Willows, which that was like the big premise at the end of it. They're just stuck on this spooky island in the middle of a river, and they have to spend the night there, and they're eventually besieged by creatures like that, who are like from, I don't know, some kind of dimensional rip, and the only way to keep them at bay is to not be aware of them. I don't remember if that actually applies specifically to the dimensional shambler that's mentioned in Horror in the Museum, but I'm definitely gonna have to reread that to confirm that, because I'm just thinking about that now, but well, let's see what cutscene comes after this. Enter Madness again, though probably just for a brief moment this time. Inspect the bookstore. That was a pretty short chapter, so maybe I should try to finish one more, because apparently that would put me at the halfway point of the game.
Freud's The Interpretation of Dreams. It's the work that laid the foundations of psychoanalysis at the beginning of this century.
Practical work written by Sigmund Freud. It describes the techniques of analytical interpretation of dreams. The association, a principle. I'm pretty sure that principle in this context would be Princip LE, not AL, but okay. Announced by Freud at the end of the 19th century, treats dreams as a way of revealing buried desires. I cannot believe that this theory is applicable to my nightmares. Well, yeah. You could say that it's pretty flimsy in that regard, if you believe that to be the case. Never actually read that, but I'm pretty sure that I'm aware that that's the main premise of it. It's basically argues that all dreams are a distorted expression of desires. I guess I could look back at my old dreams and try to figure out if that applies to any of them, but...
Another volume of the Reverend's wife's diary.
Can't believe I have all the volumes of this except the first one. The pastor declared himself to be the prophet. He renounced God and worshipped a strange pagan entity with a monstrous appearance. His wife tried to reason with her husband, but in vain. He was convinced that he must listen to this voice in his head because it holds the truth. It's gonna turn out to be like the first Alone in the Dark game, where it turns out that, yeah, I, the first settler who built the giant mansion, am secretly like an evil sorcerer who lived for hundreds of years, and now I'm coming to take your soul, protagonist. Darkwater History, Harry Campbell. Puritan colony led by Reverend John Wick, who had settled on the island during the 17th century. They named the island Darkwater because they liked old cartoons a lot. The Hawkins Manor, the church, and the cemetery. The rare documents and handwritten notes spoke of nightmares and deviant behaviors, and then they just disappeared. Okay. Troll Redbird knows what I'm talking about. I mean, at least it doesn't look like any pirates came to this island. Here's volume 4. In the 19th century, as the American whaling industry reached its peak in the rest of the world, whales gradually disappeared from the waters surrounding Darkwater. This phenomenon appears even more mysterious because up until then the region was a favored refuge for cetaceans or cetaceans. It keeps happening. After months of pursuit, Sela returns to port with a gigantic creature on board. The sea monster had eaten all the disappeared whales. After a night of ferocious combat, the survivors managed to drag the beast onto the whaling ship, so I'm pretty sure that it's pretty obvious what the relation between that legend and the monster indications that we've seen in the past is supposed to be. Like in the caverns and junk. Let's see how much farther I can go here without things getting complicated. What's down here? Breviary of Medicine, Tome 3. Maybe I missed one Breviary of Medicine tome before, because we found 2 before this one, but not 1, I don't think. What did it actually say? 2? We got 2 character points, I forget about this. Get this to 60%, actually. Maybe we should put some more points into Eloquence after this. Sanity... Shambler. We didn't read this either. When Pierce approached it, a creature burst forth from the painting and immediately chased after him. The beast from another dimension has such a hold on the mind of a person who finds himself in its presence that a simple glance in its direction is enough for Pierce to lose some sanity. Okay, so maybe we could have gotten a game over there or something if we like completely drain our sanity. This encounter has left its mark on the psyche of the investigator. Still under the influence of the creature, he almost stabbed his own hand. I guess that wasn't perceptible at all to the other woman that was there. Private gallery. The face figures of virgins. Okay, so it is supposed to be really spooky even in this context. It was just a dark art fanboy, I guess. Dagger of the Ancients, quote unquote. It's also got the Elder sign on it. Of Ottoman origin, dates back from the 16th century, bears the Elder sign on its hilt, apparently belonged to Pargali Ibrahim Pasha, Grand Vizier at the court of Suleiman the Magnificent. Used the symbol to protect the court from a creature that haunted the mirrors of the palace. What is certain is that Suleiman had his vizier executed. Did he fear him after this demonstration of power? Well, he was helping him out, though. I don't know where it comes from, but one thing is sure, it's starving. Did I succeed in sending it back to its world? I'm not sure. I guess we'll never find out now. We got this. All the medical knowledge of his time. This is now virtually impossible. About 10 renowned doctors took part in putting together this collection. What else did I... this. Well, there we go. And this. Well, we got another one already. Handbook on Anatomy and Dissection 2. Malformation and motor disorders. Well, I guess it makes sense that in that bookshop we would end up finding more of these volumes that increase our skills even more. What have we got?
The Book of Zion is the foundational work behind Helena Blavatsky's Theosophical movement. Its followers place truth on the same footing as a religion.
Really? Tibetan writings are the origin of the esoteric movement founded by Helena Blavatsky. The creator of Theosophy would have drawn extensively on the text of this work. No one has ever been able to consult them. I thought they didn't exist. Could be as much a fake as irrefutable proof of Blavatsky's sincerity. Well, it could also be just like freaking going to a book fair and finding The Necronomicon by H.P. Lovecraft, but it's just like a fucking compilation of Solomonic stuff instead. Something like that has totally never happened to me before. No siree. Well, let's actually see. It's just a dead end right back here. Yes, so let's see what happened here. Place. What did happen here? Well, before we go into the reconstruction again. Well, there's obviously something back here. We just can't acknowledge it right now, I guess. Even though it's very clearly visible. What's this? Anatomy and Dissection, Volume 1. Okay, so we can find some of these out of order. Yada yada, you have to have a strong heart of order detachment proper to doctors to consult its pages. So, doctors have to be detached, I guess. Why else would they be doctors? Alright, let's do the thing. Seems to be pretty much a dead end, so let's see how much longer this will take.
Let's start over. Where did they break in from?
Well, probably through here if they... Oh, I'm all the way back here. If that's broken.
Blood. Seems like amateur work.
Yeah, if they didn't even pat out their arm to avoid leaving freaking DNA evidence of their presence here.
Someone tall left this footprint. A man, probably.
A tall man. An eldritch horror story. Oh boy. Wink wink, but anyway. Well, we guess with some...
seems to be rather clumsy.
Some medicine stuff to increase our check, but apparently that was still not good enough to pass that check. That's kinda sucks. I know somebody who's done that IRL, like how dumb can you be? Hey, Lucy. Lucifer Rose. I never quite know what to say, but hello. At least clear all the glass here. It's kinda dumb to do that and not actually, like, be willing to do that and then not actually know how to do it without having that happen.
What sort of thief leaves his tools at the crime scene?
Well, one that doesn't care what happens not long after he commits a crime, I guess, is the expected answer there.
What killed all these animals?
Those are animals? There's a bunch of bugs, such as roaches, and then a freaking big old roaches, and then a mouse rat thing.
What happened that made the burglar flee before finishing his work?
Well, apparently someone left the elder sign right here on the thing. We should definitely know what this is. Like, even if we didn't have the occult check, we just like found a bunch of stuff talking about the elder sign by this point. We have no excuse. We can just say Lucy. Well, alright.
What the?
Charles Hawkins. We also need an occult check for him, I guess. I mean, maybe it's not a check. Like, I don't imagine what we would find if we didn't find this.
Looks like the symbol rejected Hawkins. What sort of power did Sarah Hawkins' painting possess?
I don't know, but... Was there painting in the... No, it looks like a book. Was there painting in the inside of the... Oh no, it was the outside. I guess. This doesn't look like a Sarah Hawkins painting, though. Maybe it has like these evil...
Sarah Hawkins helped hide something in this safe.
Mystical powers as well that would repel a thief like that. If the thief was also a spooky cultist. So it was like a two-layered protection thing.
Drake put in a great deal of effort to hide whatever is in here. Everything is linked to the Sarah Hawkins case.
Lever construct case, so I guess we found everything. Burglars saw a ghost and made like Scooby-Doo. Well, apparently so. Can't believe that old man Jenkins with his octopus chin couldn't make it into the safe because he was hurt by a naked person, and also... Well, the shot of this, I guess. Look at this. And also the other sign.
Drake left instructions on how to find the combination of his safe.
Oh, I guess we could only have found that after we had that vision then. Somebody finds his memoirs, there will be no doubt that I am in serious trouble. My last and only hope is that my body and bones are still in this plane of reality in order that they may be recovered and burned. I was gonna say that might be maybe a reference to the case of Charles Dexter Ward, but I think the thing about that story is that apparently resurrection can occur with just like ashes, so what they say at the end is that if you want to prevent someone from being resurrected, you have to dissolve them in acid, basically. Not burn them, so maybe not. Funeral urn must be given to my dear mother if she is still of this world. The following message is of capital importance. Whoever reads these lines and demonstrates acuity as sharp as mine can hope to gain access to my most precious possession. I am very smart. It lies within my safe, and the clues to the combination are to be found in 3 cylinders, each hidden where life and study combine in the Greek world. What? Okay. Each cylinder is numbered even if, as the celebrated author says, order is the pleasure of reason, but disorder is the delight of the imagination. Indeed, despite my preference for organized chaos, I must admit that reason being the subject of this next sentence, usually prevails in the end. Well, clause, subordinate clause. If by chance a person, or should I say a genius, was to match my intellect, Jesus Christ, he's really doing it, and find the combination of the safe, I would ask that they deliver its content to the safekeeping of my friend and colleague, Professor Armitage of Miskatonic University. So that's pretty sure that's an actual character from a Lovecraft story. I think that's the main character of, like, the Dunwich Horror. Content of this safe is not only a vast digest of knowledge, but also a weapon that is far too dangerous. It's a Necronomicon, isn't it? It's gotta be the Necronomicon if he's talking about it like that. I hope that you will be able to appreciate the danger that this represents and that you will act accordingly. Okay, so we have to find the clues to open that. I mean, what do we have here? We have 3 numbers, and that's about it, apparently. But we need to find the clues for that, where the Greek stuff meets together, apparently, based on
what
that.
link did he find between Charles Hawkins and an old amulet?
That hint said. Well, the amulet has the Elder Sign clearly, so it's the only one able to protect your psyche. It's in the form of a cylindrical medallion hanging at the end of a heavy chain. Hundreds of years ago, the star and the branch whose purpose is to push back the forces of the Great Old Ones were engraved at its center. Everything points to it being Charles Hawkins that tore it from its last owner, an Egyptian antique dealer. In press cuttings that mention the misdemeanor, the date of the robbery coincides with the last of Hawkins' trips off to Cairo. Oh, okay, so I guess that's what he was doing in the pyramids. He was trying to find this thing. It remains to be seen whether he knows of the true purpose of the artifact. Try to find it. Key of Relief. Well, maybe that's a bit of a giveaway for what that's supposed to be.
Is everyone on this island taking sleeping pills?
I guess. I mean, we keep finding them everywhere. So, maybe there's gonna be more stuff to examine after. Yep, definitely more stuff to examine.
Arkham editions. Never heard of him.
Isis Unveiled. Esoteric Philosophy and a key text in Madame Blavatsky's Theosophical Movement. Arkham Anthology, a luxurious collection of treatises and works on esotericism and the supernatural. But that doesn't raise her.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
Raise her occult check thing. Edward Pickman Derby. That's like 3 different names from Lovecraft characters mushed together into one. It's like, unless it's just one. I don't remember if... No, I think it might just be one, because Edward Derby was the character from Thing on the Doorstep. There. I don't remember if Pickman was supposed to be his middle name in that story. It might have been. But Pickman is obviously more clearly traced to Pickman's model, which is a different story. Also known as the Nightmare Lyrics. A collection of poems was sensationally received when first published in 1908. Derby was only 18 years old. As a Thought and Other Horrors.
Another volume by Arkham Editions.
The Key of Solomon. The edition by Claudia D. Waits based on L.W. de Lawrence original. L.W. de Lawrence. I feel like I should know that as well. That reference, but I don't immediately.
Arkham Editions.
Massa de Requiem per Shigai. You keep saying that. Opera in 8 acts by Benvenuto Chieti of Brodichera. The opera was performed only once, resulting in an audience riot that left several dead and missing. Okay, so it's like The King in Yellow, except not.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
Nostradamus, Theophilus Whitebridge, and E. Leone. Well, that's a more conventional example.
Another volume by Arkham Editions.
William R. Sandbach. Europe and other continents were controlled by the mothers of this people, and moreover their alphabet is derived from the Frisian language. Well, I mean, that seems a lot more confirmable than...
Arkham Editions? Never heard of him.
And then other stuff that we've seen here. American Folklore and Urban Legends, written by Albert Wilmarth, professor at Miskatonic University. See, I don't remember, I'm pretty sure that the thing that should not be is... I don't remember if that's specifically a Lovecraft originating thing, but... I think there's like a song by Metallica or someone that is also called that and is supposed to be a reference to Lovecraft.
How many volumes are there in this collection?
Corpus Hermeticum. Hermes Trismegistus. Well... So we also have about tome about Hermeticism, so I'm guessing that the clue is going to have to be derived from those bunch of books. What about this?
Cylinders that Drake tried to hide.
Oh, okay.
I should perhaps listen to them.
Well, we found some cylinders. I don't know if I found all of them. What's this? Would you read the book? Sure. What could possibly go wrong, as I always say.
What does this strange book contain? This book contains unholy knowledge.
Malleus Bestiarium, Volume 1 this time. That looks like the Shambler again. Divinities from the stars, creatures capable of traveling from one dimension to another, presents itself as the reference work on the bestiary of the myth, without giving details on the mythology to which it refers, period. Phantasmagorical illustrations. Well, we got more occultism points, so clearly the trade-off is very much worth it. Why wouldn't it be? Well, I don't know, I mean... What else is there in here? I'm forgetting that Arkham was a Lovecraft thing before a Batman thing. Yeah, there's an ASMR guy I watch who does Lovecraft stuff often, and he mentions Arkham often. At first I was so confused. Well, I think most people today would know. Probably know Arkham from... well, who knows? Probably from Batman first, actually, but... obviously it originates from Lovecraftian stuff, but I feel like it doesn't get... like that name doesn't come up nearly as often there as it does in Batman.
Kind of chalice.
Kind of chalice. Seems to be very ancient, seems to be made of gold and decorated with real precious stones. The rubies and sapphires make up a specific motif. Guess I don't know. Guess we're not gonna be selling it off to the merchant for a high price in this game. Oh, here we go. Here we can listen to the thing here. Is there anything else to find? Well, just more oil, so I guess I should be using the lantern after all. Cylinder 1, 2, and 3. Let's see. Just listen.
And these red drops, like precious stones, lie fixed, set in divine gold. To be the guardian of the Grail does not protect me from its attractions, Henry. And I do confess it. I am willing to pay to know its secrets.
Okay, that makes me suspect that the first number might be the number of red stones in the Grail that we just saw. What about the second one?
I finally understood that we were only pieces on the chessboard of the gods. Let those of us who are still standing protect our White Queen from their dark soldiers. I see our number dwindling, and my will strengthens as my apprehension grows. We shall refuse to be the playthings of destiny.
Chessboard, okay. Also, can you believe a race as master was clearly chess is a fucking parallel for the race war, and this chess is inherently evil because of the conflict between black and white. I can't believe a race is everything, as I get after that. What does... well, here it is. What does it look like?
The Queen has little protection.
Well, we're supposed to get a number from this. I'm not quite sure what I could derive.
The Queen has little protection.
What number I could derive from this? Queen has little protection. Which one, I mean? I don't even know, like, which side the... like, each part of the pieces would have... which... how do I phrase this? Which side each one of the team sort of started on, I guess. Not sure. There's probably a more technical term for what I mean, but I don't know what it would be. What if refusing destiny is what destiny wants? Well, who knows? Now that would be an interesting paradox, actually. But let's listen to the third one and see if that's like less cryptic.
Dear friend, I thank you again for the anthology of the works of Arkham editions that you sent me. Volume 9, Azathoth and Other Horrors, seemed particularly relevant to my research. I never tire of browsing through them.
Okay, so I think we can just brute force this with what we know so far. I mean, we could just... it has to be a number between 1 and 9, I think, so... Or 0 and 9. It's probably gonna be more than 0, but... We just count the number of pieces, because there's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10... There's more than 10 black pieces, and there's only 4 white pieces, so... That's probably what they want. Now what about the red jewels here?
Knowledge.
Okay, if we start at the one that's right next to the crack, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of these red stones on this thing, I think.
The chalice of knowledge.
Because all the little ones that are set above the on the bottom are blue, and then the ones that have something on top are green, so it would be 5. 5, 4, and he said volume 9, Azathoth, whatever. Do we have to look at that?
Drake talked about a particular volume.
Yes, he did. It was somewhere up here.
So these are the volumes that Drake was talking about in his message.
Yeah, it is, but it says volume 9, so maybe he just like gave away the solution by saying the name of the volume? So maybe if we try 549, that's gonna be it. I guess we can just try that and see where that takes us. Let's see. 5, 4, 9. Validate. Is that it? No, I guess not. Does that mean we need to... Let me read the really condescending clue again. Do we have any more points to allocate? No, we have a sanity event, it's just the other fucking bestiary, right? Maybe. Shaken... Path of Insanity. I don't really know what would be new at this point. Key of Relief file. This would be under knowledge, unless it's this. No, this would be it. Okay, so... Life and study combining the Greek world, I guess it would be just like behind the anatomical blackboard thing. Order is a pleasure, yada yada yada. Disorder is the delight of the imagination. What does that mean? Does it mean that it's gonna be a combination of those 3 numbers, but it might not be the... Might not be the 1, 2, 3 order? Because I don't think we can derive anything else from that. Hold on, it says 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. They'll say 1, 2, 3, 4, 2 under that tag, doesn't it? And it's still got this thing where we can inspect it, and it's got fucking, you know, that picture on there. Well, 549, let's check the cylinders one more time just to confirm the clues, because I'm not quite sure what else could be needed. Like, maybe I could try to brute force it with the middle number. I'm gonna try that first, actually, I feel like, just to confirm that that's not... Whether or not that's gonna work, I should say. Oh, it was 3. I guess I had the right idea, but it was 3 pieces. I guess they were the guardians of the queen, not counting the queen. Or all that they could do at that point. I can't believe we... That was arbitrary as hell, if that's actually the solution, but... Yes, we did it, and we found the Necronomicon, I have to assume. We're just gonna... Like, all these other books that exist in this world, and we get a choice. Whether or not to read them, but this one we're just gonna do it no matter what. Even though this is probably gonna be the worst one for sanity. Actually kind of reminds me of something else from the first... I'm seeing so many things that remind me of the first Alone in the Dark game. Like, I'm pretty sure in that book you could read, not... I don't think the Necronomicon was in that game. Okay, that's over. So I think I'm about to end things off for tonight, but... still want to mention this. In the first Alone in the Dark game, there were like books that you could read, and some of them would like hurt you if you weren't in a protected place. The one called The Vermis Mysteries, which is like another Lovecraftian reference, would kill you, but I don't think you had the Necronomicon, but I'm pretty sure that the place where you found these books also had like a dimensional shambler type monster that called a vagabond, I think, that you could also had to like use a knife, a special knife to send back to its own dimension, so kind of weird parallels with the oddly specific parallels with this game, I would say. But let's see where what we got here for the tail end of this. Nameless bookstore. Pierce traced the trail of an attempted burglary. Charles Hawkins was behind the attempt. Pierce opened the bookseller's safe to find what the latter and Sarah Hawkins had hidden there. A book covered in human skin lied inside irresistibly attracted the detective. When he opened it, his mind was projected into another body, so... it must have been the Necronomicon then, even though for some reason the game is apparently kind of shy about saying that, of all things. But are we doing like a Great Race of Youth kind of situation in this game, actually, where we swap minds with somebody else? But not in a different time. Well, let's watch the beginning of this, but I think I am about to end.
Dr. Colden, this man's condition is deteriorating.
What says Dr. Fuller? It's his patient, after all.
He's busy with Captain Fitzroy. He specifically asked us not to bother him when that's the case.
Oh, of course. I'll see what I can do. Mr. Blake, can you hear me? I'm Dr. Colden. We'll take care of you.
There's nothing we can do. I tried talking to him. He's catatonic.
So are we playing as Colden right now, I guess? Interesting, so it is a Great Race of Youth kind of deal, but instead of traveling through time, we're just, or even swapping minds, we're just looking through somebody else's mind. Call Dr. Fuller, has he been drugged? Let's examine the patient.
Well, I'll examine him.
Let's be nice, quote-unquote. Wait, is that? Actually, no, maybe it is traveling through time, because I think that's supposed to be us. But if we look at the thing right now, it still says Pierce. Oh no, we can't look at the Pierce thing, but it still has this exclamation mark thing, so no, we're not Pierce. So I guess we did, in fact, travel through time to when we were in the hospital. That's what's going on. But before we do anything, let me see if I can just... I guess last checkpoint. Just gonna put me right back in that cutscene so that I can actually end things off for now, because I think I'll pick this back up on Thursday and try to get to the end of it. How long is it gonna take to just reload this scene that I was just in? But yeah, I think I'm pretty much ready to wrap up for tonight. I'm just gonna wait for this thing to load again. Let me tab out briefly so that I can see what else we got. Oh boy, things are a little bit laggy right now. Probably because of this game running all the time. Where's my mouse? Here it is, I think. Maybe, possibly. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this game is really making things lag out for me, I think, so it's better if I just...
Dr. Colden.
Oops.
What says Dr.
Let me just skip all the stuff here, and instead of doing anything, let me just return to the main menu here. I mean, I presume that it would just let me restart from my last checkpoint. Load game, yeah. If I press load game... yeah, there it is. Chapter 8, which is where we'll be starting in a couple days' time when I come back to this game, but for now I will quit, so that I can maybe cause the lag to ease up a little bit and actually wind things down for right now. Oh goodness. But But yes, that was, I suppose, if I'm to believe some things that I've seen, that was the first half of the game that's literally just called Call of Cthulhu, even though God, I can just keep saying it, but I think I've said it enough times. It's a very recent entry in a very long brand history, and yet it just has the name of the brand. That just feels really weird to me, like they could have subtitled it something and this wouldn't happen or be quite as grievous, but guess not. But like I said, I guess I'm gonna start up the big contrast with that, with the big the upbeat freaking Sonic music that I was listening to at the beginning of this. While talking about how I basically know nothing about Sonic music. Turn it down a little bit actually, because it's I think considerably louder than the freaking game was. And not super loud, but still pretty noticeably loud. But I mean, I guess it makes sense that the game is gonna be pretty quiet, but the game also has a bit of an issue with like the sound balancing with the character dialogue from what I was able to observe, but we'll come back to that. It's turning out to be a little bit more interesting than I was expecting, but I'm not sure what I was expecting. I do look forward to getting into the second half of it on Thursday. But if all goes well, I should hopefully be back tomorrow with more Morrowind, I think I'm going to be doing. So I've already, I guess, committed to this idea of sticking to just one... whatchamacallit, just one like long RPG type game until I'm actually done with it. So we'll go back to Xenoblade 2 after I'm done with that one, but yes, that's basically what's in the cards for the rest of this week, and then I guess next week I'll do the final set of stuff that I have planned out for Spooky Month. So you'll take it easy, I would say. Let me see if I can find out someone who's live. I see a couple of people. A lot of which are playing Genshin Impact, the weeby Breath of the Wild game, which I don't really know anything about, so... don't know. Let me see. We got one person playing Monster Hunter World, one couple people playing Genshin Impact. I think today I'm gonna send you to somebody who, since I actually have the chance to do so for once. Actually, hold on a second. Might have to rethink this. Very, very briefly. Yes, no, question mark, perhaps. Oh boy, other people that I had on a while ago and that are no longer on. Better mute that tab before something ugly happens. Oh my god, I need to toss a coin and figure out what to do here because I'm still undecided. This is from Lemmings. This time I was able to remember that this song was in fact from Lemmings. I like to take that as a good sign. I guess I could just look at the time. I think I'm just gonna send it to this person who just started streaming. Like, not just right now, but has only been on for about half an hour, so probably the best bet here, so... Before this goes horribly wrong, let me try to see if I can read Chef Shire. 3 syllables, maybe, or at least 3 breaths. That I can enunciate this in. Hopefully this will actually work this time, but yes. Pretty cool streamer, pretty friendly streamer. And all that good stuff. I wish I had a better spiel for when I do that, but I'm like really tired right now. But yeah, hopefully you'll enjoy me with that. But like I said before, I'll be back tomorrow and Thursday with more Morrowind and more of Call of Cthulhu, and then be back again next week, so you all take it easy. I thank everybody for coming like always. Thanks for chatting, always great whenever people chat. You can always use my Discord shell command. case that is particularly relevant today. If you're not in there already, you can go ahead and drop one in. And I will see you